siempre. Un tal nombre gris pregunta por qué eres mi. Me dejas bajo la casa. Un saludo a Hasan.
That's right. All right, there you go. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you Modelo or Corona. Modelo. It's always Modelo time for me. I'm a Modelo enjoyer. I don't know if the proper answer to that is Corona, but I have always been a Modelo fan. So don't get mad at me, but that is my preference. Yeah, happy birthday to the GOAT, Karl Marx. And you already know what it is. You're a TikTok audio again. Wait, really?
Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE?
Yes.
Do you support holding ICE accountable beyond abolishing ICE?
Absolutely.
A workers' bill of rights?
Yes.
A federal jobs guarantee?
Yes.
The Green New Deal?
Yes. Green New Deal for cities was mine.
Ending aid to Israel?
Yes.
Calling out Israel's genocide?
Me communicating on dating apps.
Yes.
Right answer here in Texas is all about Modelo.
Offensive and defensive weapons.
Yes.
Holding Israel accountable for committing a genocide.
Yes.
Okay, calling out what Israel's doing to be an apartheid, which is recognized by all international.
I saw this and I didn't even realize it was you. Did you realize this then?
Hey, yo, Chris. Hey, what time is it? It's Modelo.
It's Modelo negative time.
Anyway. Unc, what do you know about that freestyle? I don't know anything about anything. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, let's get into it. We're live. We're alive. Coming to you live from Stolen Tongva Land here in Los Angeles, California, West Hollywood. I just pulled my long white tube socks to my knees and started foo walking with two Modelos in my hands at 11 a.m. Good. I had to make up for it after doing the Yo Voy a Votar. Hasan is a freaking boomer. Shit sounds like an old head trying to show you music from his time on a beater ass phone. Yeah, that's literally what the hell. That's unironically the meta. That's the whole point. This is a meme. This is the meme, the Modelo time fool meme. Anyway, so do you really know the what? Did you and Will Nev rode this DSA? Okay, guys, let me gather my thoughts. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, okay, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker, okay, in the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. Thank you, Druko. I got your blast off memes. Don't you worry about it. I'm gonna post that shit in a second. Okay. And as far as personal news goes, there's not really much going on in my life, as you guys know, because I'm a chud ass loser. I've just been hanging out with the fam. I didn't even really watch any of the Invincible because I just did not have any time to do anything. I was just hanging out with the fam. That's all I did yesterday after I was done with the broadcast. No Mersheimer today. The Mersh. I'm trying to not be a chud ass loser. I did also play a little bit of basketball this morning. I'm trying to, get back into that. Trying to get back into the cardio situation. Get a little cardio joint going. Improve my cardiovascular capabilities, right? So I'm back on that. I'm back on that grind. But yeah, other than that, not really much going on. Man pulls police car. What is this? Man pulls police car down the street with his penis to raise awareness for prostate cancer. Okay. I mean, fuck it. Why not? +1 Piker among Dems in Lawler's district. Yeah, I know. I'm a chud ass loser. Did you see how Richard Dawkins fell in love with Claude AI and Closet Claudia? Yeah, because he's a moron. Your IG blast off story did not upload. I know. I don't know why my internet is like kind of busted. I think that's what it is. It's just like not uploading for some reason. But yeah. But I decided to do a little dress up and look a little bit more conservative. You know what I mean? Since they're constantly posting me on Fox News, the least I can do is look more conservative when they do that. So then inadvertently the conservative moms and dads will when they're watching, they'll be like, well, wait a minute. On status here. This is Chinese netizen status to the maximum. Now you guys are literally sending me shit that's like popping on Chinese social media. Like this is a bridge too far, I feel like. Yeah, I did have April was a stacked month, it seems. I had a lot of on-stream guests this month. And I suspect that that's the reason why you guys are always like, I suspect that that's the reason why you guys are demanding more guests. Weirdly enough. One of these is not like the other. Yeah, Austin show in the corner out of nowhere. Who's the bottom left guy? Who let him sneak in? That's Gavin Newsom. That's the current governor of California. You haven't noticed? Anyway. So yeah, that's what we got. Not too much else going on in my life. Like I said, chud ass loser status. You already know what it is. So yeah. That's what we got going on. All right, let's blast off. Let's let the people know that I'm live. I'm alive. I started early today. Straight open by force. Daily Wire down. SCOTUS restores a Borobo pill. Iran fights back. Oil climbs. Primaries are upon us. It's primary season, baby. It's primary for the midterms. Midterm primaries are upon us. Was Austin the white guest quota? Yes. Why do you want to LARP as Tucker, the outfit? New Anthony Bourdain movie trailer. Yeah, I saw that there's a new Anthony Bourdain movie coming out. We'll take a look at the trailer. I love Anthony Bourdain. Cutie, please come back. This last week's episode on the podcast was crazy.
So what's your take?
This motherfucker did he went to London to do a subway take with Zach?
Politicians should wear who sponsors them all over their clothes.
100% agree.
George Carlin made a joke about this.
Oh, this is a George Carlin.
Tube take. You are going to your Nef B-Day? What is this? You are going to your Nef B-Day. I have no idea what you're trying to say here. This is chatter. You have to rewrite that question. That is Jason, your nephew? Jason, my nephew, it's his birthday? When is his birthday? Jason, lol, you're old. Maybe, I don't know. It depends on when it is. Depends on if I'm here. Is Karl Marx's birthday today? Is he your nephew? Yes, Karl Marx. I'm his nephew.
Joke.
You're old. Like bidet makes sense. Yeah. And it's core up now. Yeah, I have not been invited by my nephew, so probably not. But I also don't know when it is. Anyway, it's Luffy's birthday too. True. Damn, snubbed.
So what's your take?
Politicians should wear who sponsors them all over their clothes.
100% agree.
George Carlin made a joke about this.
Oh, this is a George Carlin joke.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be a joke.
Yeah, he made it a joke, but it should be real.
Yeah, you have politicians on TV who are like rapping for oil and gas companies, arms trade companies, gambling companies, private healthcare companies. There should be like a ticker at the bottom of the screen says, this is who sponsors them.
A ticker tape while you're on TV.
Yeah.
And it says funded by
Oil and gas, arms trade, private healthcare.
Even the tube is telling us who's sponsoring it.
Right.
Movies, television. Even in my business, when I do an ad for a company, I have to disclose that it's an ad. Literally, I have to put hashtag ad, and I have to tag the sponsor.
I could be sat here right now sponsoring the tube, and you wouldn't know about it.
I know, but
I'm not, by the way.
No, it's crazy because you don't know what you're voting for if you don't know where the money's coming from.
Right.
So I might see a candidate who's saying all of the right things, but then I look into the funders, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, he's obviously lying to get the vote.
I'm going to get even more wild. I don't think politicians should be taking dirty money anyway. I think they should be funded by regular members, which is the Green Party, by the way, just in case anyone on the tube needed to know that.
No, it's true. That is literally one of the biggest things that's wrong with Western society, is that corporate-sponsored lobbyist money has infiltrated politics. I actually think that is what destroyed democracy.
100% agree. Sorry, that's your job.
So how are you funded?
95% by regular donations from members. So that means
incredible.
we take like fivers, tenors, or maybe even more. And what that means is we're free not to take money from...
This guy Kareem wouldn't even do this for Kamala Harris. But of course, when it's a man, he has no problem promoting a man. I don't know. Was that good? Was that like a good, am I able to do like a good centrist Democrat who's mad? You know? He just hates to see a girl boss win. Clearly, this guy's an op. He's also saying things Muslimically, and I don't like that. And that obviously is very frustrating.
Dirty money or big corporations. People say I talk fast, and one of the reasons why I talk fast is I don't have to second think
You were mentioned on the Kill Tony podcast yesterday. Oh, God.
what I'm thinking about, because I'm not thinking about who paid me to say it. I'm just saying what I think.
Footballers, they were the sponsors.
But I don't want politicians running around in shorts.
100% agree. No politicians in shorts.
Right.
You know, you're showing up for the people. You gotta wear a suit.
Without a tie.
I think you can wear a tie.
No. We need a new take. No one should ever be wearing a tie anytime ever.
I disagree. 100%. 100% disagree. I think ties are cool. You were mentioned on the Kill Tony podcast.
Friend that had a blue healer, and this was a very long time ago. And yeah, that dog was ruthless.
Yeah,
to say the least.
Did you call them blue healers? We called them blue tick healers where I grew up.
I actually just bought him a shock collar.
Hey, we're talking.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry.
We're trying to get down to the regional differences in dog names. So, no, what were you saying? I'm very sorry.
You killed the moment. Move on.
No, we can. I don't think I did.
Do you know why they call them healers?
No.
I actually found
because they nip at your heel?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's what they do. Mm-hmm. That's right. You knew that, right?
I did know that, and I actually bought him a shock collar, and no kidding, I was inspired by Timmy No Breaks' performance.
Yeah. Legendary.
To make that happen, to get the nip out. I live with my bandmates, and one of the dog does not like one of my bandmates. So
why? What do you think it is about that bandmate that the dog doesn't like?
This is it? That's what you're like, because he just said he got a shock collar. That's why. Why is this guy so red? It's Tony Hinchcliffe. He just looks unbelievably red all the time. As you guys know, my thing is always Kill Tony is an incredible concept ruined by the guy who the show is named after, who happens to be Tony Hinchcliffe. But yeah. Stop saying Kill Tony. Like these people know what that is. Yeah, I mean, I used to listen to Kill Tony. Yes, Belly the Beast went to the Cuban hotel that Nick Shirley's illegally staying in. I know.
So
Hold on. We're gonna watch all of that. Yeah, Nick Shirley is trying to. Nick Shirley is trying to instigate the invasion of Cuba. Obviously, we'll be talking about that as well. You need to get a Mao lapel pin of protection versus landlords. Wait, I have one. Don't I? Where the fuck is it? Hold on. I mean, I don't have the lapel pin here, but I have this. I mean, this is a, I got some. I don't know where the pin is. I have a Mao pin somewhere, but I don't know where it is. I carry this shit on my desk at all times, buddy. Don't even test me on this, okay? What are you talking about? It's right here. Special edition. Special edition. Right from Tiananmen Square. Why is there a whiteboard in Kai's cam? Oh yeah, we got a new thing, but I'm not gonna show it to you right now. Anyway, Eric roasted Nick Shirley. He's so dumb he couldn't understand. What is this? Cuba fumbled the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. Oh, here it is. Here's the Mao lapel pin. Are you supposed to put it like right here? Like, is that what the lapel opening is for? Like that? Don't know where to put it? LARPer? Caveman discovering clothing? I don't fucking know, man. I wore suits my whole goddamn life. Because when I was growing up in Turkey, going to school, and let me tell you, okay? I hated it. It was... What is this? Yes, bro. The lapel buttonhole on the left side is what it's for. Perfect. I make bespoke suits and clothing. You got it 100% right. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Nick Shitley and what this actually means. Okay. Praying Cuba makes his dumbass literate while he's there so he understands what I meant. Anyway, did you see Brian Tyler Cohen on Fox News about gerrymandering? He absolutely kills it and gets cut off constantly. It's Newsmax, I think,
So
if it's the one I'm thinking of.
look
Yeah,
at-
or News Nation. Yeah, not on Fox News. I did see this, and he cooked. Bro is currently the least literate person in Cuba. I know. We're going to talk about Nick Shirley in a second. Don't worry. We're going to get to all the Nick Shirley stuff in a moment. But before we do that, What else did I have going on? Did I blast off already? I think I might have forgot. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. Watch this before the wall of hell. Yeah, he escaped. He escaped from Cuba. They were holding him. They were going to hold him hostage. It's so fucking nuts that you could just like make whatever you want. You can make up whatever you want about countries like Cuba or even countries like China in general as well, but especially countries like Cuba because they're just like too poor. Okay? And people will just believe you. People will just straight up believe you. And it doesn't matter. And no one will check him. Nick Shirley, the Trumpist influencer who lied about his visa to invent a kidnapping in Cuba. Yeah. Aren't you an unfuckable game or two? Wait, gamers can't have kids? I just seen a clip of you saying gamers can't have kids because they like games. Didn't you once play video games all the time on stream? Does that mean you're unfuckable and can't have kids? How does this happen to a person? How does this happen to a guy who's been following me since 2021? When did this guy become so cringe? Genuinely asking how this is a thing? Okay. Are you an how do you get one-shotted by like power farmers, like clip channels? How do you get one-shotted by clip channels? What the fuck has happened to the goddamn literacy rate? Brother, are you a fucking right-wing incel who plays a video game and then thinks, oh my God, there's a baby in this video game, and therefore, obviously, all of the femoids are going to finally fuck me? Are you one of those guys? Because if you're not one of those guys, then I'm not talking about you, okay? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. 13-month subscriber, dude. It definitely wasn't a clip channel. It was Shoe on Head's video and your take on Pragmata. Reading comprehension is at an all-time low. Literacy is at an all-time low. Critical thinking is at an all-time low. Brother. We can't be making fun of Nick Shirley if you have the brain processing power of Nick Shirley. Okay? Do any of these people know you are /playing Pragmata and you don't hate it? No, these people don't know anything and it doesn't matter. This guy is in his fucking feelings, okay? That's what happened. He got personally offended and now he misunderstood or watched someone professionally misunderstand the point I was making. He got personally offended and now he wants to come in here and fucking cry about it, okay? The narrative here, I'm not personally offended, but I've never played the game. It's your take on other people. Dog, I'm giving you what the take is, okay? You can't do this. You can't do this thing where I'm like the person whose take you have misunderstood. This is not how conversation works, okay? We need to fix this. We need to fix this problem. Conversations don't work this way, okay? You don't get to slam whatever your perspective is on whatever the fuck I've said. I'm the main person here, right? Like we're discussing what I was talking about. If we're discussing what I was talking about, look, you're still doing it. You're still doing it, okay? You're still doing it. Listen to my words, okay? If you're asking me what my perspective is, okay? Let me explain it to you, and then you can maybe decide that it's not for you, or maybe it is for you. Okay? When the game Pragmata came out, and there's a little baby in the game, a lot of these weird, gross, right-wing incel, oftentimes neo-Nazi losers, decided to make a point about how this game was somehow going to increase the birth rates. And what I said to those weird, incel, unfuckable, right-wing Nazi losers is that if you're a weird incel, weirdo gamer, you don't have to worry about increasing the birth rates because you're unfuckable anyway. This is not a conversation for you. But of course, many of those right-wing incel weirdo chuds immediately seized on that and said, oh, Hasan is coming after gamers, which in and of itself is already a silly conversation, right? Like if someone were to turn around and be like, I'm personally offended, I'm a gamer, I can't believe you're saying this, well, then you're kind of a fucking loser, I'll be honest. Okay? My point is, if you're talking about women's biological clocks, then this is probably not for you. There's the context I was expecting. Buddy, you didn't come in here expecting context. You came in here with accusations. Okay? Stop. And not only that, but you also got duped by a person with no discernible political worldview who just, you know, goes back and forth on whatever the trendy, popular, algorithmically popular political agenda is. We can't have this. Okay? We can't have this. We have to be fucking normal. I despise I despise the political discourse that takes place on the internet so fucking much. Okay? You can't get duped by algorithmic hustlers, okay? You cannot get duped by these fucking morons. Please. Half the people in the chat, now you're attacking the people in the chat. No, I've been watching you long enough that you don't usually judge people for dumb reasons, and that came off judgmental. Dude, are you a mega chud who says video games are actually going to improve the birth rates? Do you care about improving the birth rates of maybe certain races over others? Okay? If that's the case, then yeah, my conversation is about you. My statements are about you. Okay? That's it. But this idea that like gamers are the most oppressed minority ass bullshit is so stupid. The ones attacking me, yes, I've been around long enough, man. I defended your dog shot collar bullshit. People are pulling, not understanding vibration collars. All right, buddy. If you've been around long enough and you got duped by one fucking video where you were like, wow, this seems really fucked up. He hates gamers. I don't know what to tell you. You got to, you know, dial it back in a little bit. Anyway. These people are too dumb to be in our movement. Brother, look around. Okay? That's just how it is. Okay? The people are getting dumber and dumber every single fucking day. And not only that, but the people do get duped. They just do. They get duped with ease. I didn't really think that we would be at this stage in the discourse cycle where like people are still complaining about my takes on gamers. I can't believe it. Aren't you a gamer? I feel betrayed. It's like if you made being a gamer a core part of your identity and you feel like you're under attack as a gamer, I don't know what to tell you. You are at the precipice of becoming an unvarnished reactionary. Out of context, this is me pretty OP. Yeah, but this one is also not even like a relevant conversation. The DSA has condemned you? Yeah, I saw that. Looks like Hasan the Hunt has traded in one DSA cap for another. All jokes aside, thank you for supporting all DSA candidates. Everyone donate to our socialist slate. Let's get some working class heroes in Congress. Yeah, friendship ended with New York City DSA. Now Philly DSA is my best friend. It's true. Have you heard of this weird ass centrist chud? What, Chunky Weigert? Shaky Gurga? Yeah, I know Shaky Gurga. Dude, this is goat talk in some respects, okay? You got Chunk Weigert going toe-to-toe. You got Chunk Weigert going toe-to-toe with Sean Ryan, okay? Let me tell you something. In many respects, this is also goat talk. New York City DSA said those hats are back ordered because of your support. Good. Talking about gaming, I have a fun little factoid you may be interested in today. We're 40 days away from the 5th anniversary of the peak of the stream. Hasan defeating the Nameless King on stream. Hell yeah. Sometimes you wonder what the dynamic on the internet commentary looks like and what happened to the half of the other people that fell deeper into the hole, but then you realize that that half was a generation that got hooked onto it and can barely function in the real world. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is that like is so enduring. I don't know what it is that's so alluring about outrage merchants on the internet that have no real political interest, no real advocacy, no ideology, nothing at all. And they just, all they do is just like dupe people and jiggle keys in front of them, and people fall into it every single time. They're like, oh my God. I don't know if it's like COVID. I don't know if that's the problem here. But like, this is what I'm talking about. Look at this. Pragmata is straight up one-shotting women's ovaries and turning men into instant dazzler. Suddenly the birth rate crisis has a new hero. Like, a guy that writes stuff like this is never, for the rest of their lives, ever going to be around a woman. Okay? They're just not. Like, it's so gross. It's so disgusting. Just play the fucking video game, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. This is what I'm talking about. And people are so they're so in their fucking feelings. This is who you're defending. This is the position you're defending. Do you associate yourself with this guy? Isn't that a right-wing account? Yeah, it's another one of those like fucking Nazis, dude. Of course. People who talk like this unironically have never interacted with a woman in their lives. That was my point. Like, you have instantly one-shotted yourself, okay? You have shown everyone with more than 3 working brain cells that you are never going to fuck, okay? It's not happening for you. You're cooked. It's never going to happen for you. You should stop posting like this immediately. Shelve the account. Go out in the real world. Hit the gym. Start socializing with real human beings in the real world. You're fucked. Okay? It's so crazy. I can't believe we're so far past 2016 era woke one, and yet people still do this kind of weird chirping where someone will be like, men are trash, and someone will go, I'm a man. Are you saying I'm trash? I'm under attack. It's like, dude, God, you are such a bitch. Okay. Fuck. Please stop. Stop crying. It's so lame. Oh God. I can't stand motherfuckers who do this. Like, the self-victimization. Gamers are oppressed. Men are oppressed. They are. By class. Okay? That's it. They're not oppressed on the virtues of being a man. Okay? Stop complaining. Be a man. Nut up or shut up. Sack up. It's gross. Nobody wants to hear you complain like that. Nobody wants to hear you fucking cry. But sometimes it's okay to cry. You can let your emotions out. Okay? Just not in this direction. If you had just played World of Warcraft for OnlyFans, you would have made every gamer a socialist by now? Yeah, I doubt it. Are you going to have Claire Valdez on the stream? Buddy, you're a couple months too late for that. I have already done that. As a matter of fact, it was like right after her announcement. Already happened. Whoops. Sorry, bro. Lol. No, it's all good. She's dope. I love Claire. I was at an event that she was at the other night when I was in New York, and I straight up asked her, I was like, are you wearing Yojis? And she was like, no. What's that? Because her fits look so Yoji. Have you guys noticed that? Her fits always look like she got Yoji Yamamoto's on, but it's not. She's not wearing Yoji. But she has like, I've never seen someone look so dripped out in a very specific style. I mean, look at this. Here, it's fashion time, okay? It's fashion stream time. I know this is like the most annoying thing for chatters, but like, if you look at her fits,
truck driver.
Let's see. Like, if you look at her fits, usually, like her regular fits that she wears. Yeah, like here, this is the Bernie Sanders one. Let me see if I can find it. Down to the glasses too. The glasses look very Yoji too. Literally your worst quality. No offense. I love your output. Like with the pants, the glasses, the white button-up shirt is very Yoji. Yoji Yamamoto. Hasan, I can't do yesterday's convo again. If these shadows pop off on the arts, I'm going to crash out. Anyway. Trump is just demented. Trump says 4 or 5 snipers killed 42,000 Iranian protesters. Nice. Graham Plattner protested Bush invading Iraq in 2002. Okay, this is gonna piss people off. Okay, I don't want to hear it. This is outside of fashion. This is the second most contested subject matter on the Hasanabi broadcast. Okay, it's like Graham Plattner's background. And whether he's a real one or not, and also Graham Plattner's background and fashion, two of the most contested subjects on the freaking Hasanabi broadcast is terrible. Oh God. Don't watch this one. Okay, well now I have to click on it. What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
Very smart. Almost like,
What the? Yo! Hey, yo! What? What is he doing? Bro, this is a you know how like famously when presidential nominees would always go to the Iowa fair and they get snapped eating a hot dog. That's the only time you are supposed to see presidents in a freaky setting. Okay? Back in the day, we had decorum. Back in the day, the only time you saw someone who's running for president or someone who is the president in a freaky ass circumstance, specifically at the Iowa fair when they're downing a glizzy. Okay? With Donald Trump, everything has changed. With Donald Trump, he's being freaky multiple times a day. Multiple times a day. Throughout the day, he's being freaky unk all the time. Like, I mean, look at this. That should never... Call me old-fashioned. Maybe it's because I'm wearing the suit. But I don't think we should ever see an American president in this situation. Okay? I do not think we should ever see an American president make these kinds of noises, behave like this. He's freaky as hell. Are we sure this one is real? Dude, it's Donald Trump. Absolutely disgusting. Play it again. You got it. I don't want to hear a single person say shit like Biden sniff kids anymore. This man is an actual president. This man is the actual predator. Yes. Yeah, this shit ain't AI, man. This shit ain't AI. You know what I have to say to that?
I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come.
I don't know what I'm doing, man. This is supposed to be serious political commentary, okay? This is supposed to be, we do serious political commentary here, okay? Before we get to Nick Shitley in Cuba, what else was I going to show you guys? What else was going on? Oh, this. Yeah. Watch the latest Fearan. Watch the latest Fearan, okay? That's all I got to say. That right there is a new soundboard clip. This is my streamer. Israel Firsts are spending tens of thousands of dollars trying to cancel chat. Tens of thousands. We know that the anti-Hassan brigade, even on the Cuomo versus Zoran mayoral race, was like a couple million for the record. So we know it's not tens of thousands. It's been a lot long. It's been a much larger sum than that. This is why Mersheimer won't come on the stream. Stop. That's why I'm wearing the suit. This is like a very, I'm wearing the Mersheimer fit for that reason. Okay. I'm wearing this so that he sees me for who I am. He sees me for who I am. And he recognizes that I'm also an international relations offensive realist. Okay. I am also an offensive realism guy. The GOAT, Mersheimer, please come on the broadcast. I love offensive realism. I believe in it. Okay. You see this. Look at me. I look like a young Mersheimer. I love the University of Chicago. Hasan, you just did the I'm gonna come with Trump doing that in the background. Be so for real. Okay, I contain multitudes. Okay, I contain multitudes. What is wrong with you guys? Why can't we have both? Why can't we get ourselves a political commentator that can do both? You know what I mean? Every single day I tell people there are genuine offensive realism enjoyers out there, and they're all like, wow, has Mersheimer been on their show? And I'm like, not on all their shows. Thank you. Thank you for keeping up with the offensive realist school of thought. Okay, young Mersh does kind of fuck. Obviously. I mean, old Mersh does too. But your room looks like a 12-year-old boy's room. I'm not trying to be a nasty spammer, but I think you should really check this guy out. His content is outstanding. You mean GDF? You know, I was one of the early promoters of GDF. Like way back in the day when they were just an Instagram channel that would do Eric style bait videos where they would make like food videos and then they would substitute the food into like some socialist anti-imperialist commentary. All right, where were we? Do we have a wait, do we have the playlist? Is there a playlist? Did you guys send me a playlist? Or no? Oh, you did. Okay, I didn't see it. Here, let's take a look. All right. Live White House press briefing with Marco Rubio. When that gets started, we'll go to it. For the time being, though, the ceasefire on the brink of collapse. Ladies and gentlemen, it's already collapsed. Let's be real. But the very fact that the ceasefire is on the brink of collapse and not officially considered to have collapsed is an interesting predicament, because obviously Iran is firing right now. America yesterday forced through what they claim is 2 ships, but we only have proof for 1 ship, through the Strait of Hormuz. They transited ships through the Strait of Hormuz, okay? An American flagship nonetheless. And Maersk confirmed at least 1 of these 2 ships. CENTCOM said there's 2. Maersk said there's 1 at least. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean anything. It's ultimately meaningless, considering that approximately 100 ships transit through the Strait of Hormuz when there's no impediments to the traffic, right? When there's no blockade, when there's no toll system, whatever. However, it is somewhat consequential, and in the aftermath of that, Iran started peppering some of these other ships and also started lasering the United Arab Emirates. What does this mean? Well, under normal circumstances, this is supposed to imply that the ceasefire is over. However, the United States of America decided, actually, the ceasefire is not over. And Pete Hegseth this morning, as a matter of fact, said the ceasefire is not over and that it holds. Now, this is a unique situation for the United Arab Emirates, because from their perspective, the ceasefire is gone, because they had their Fujairah ports get bombed yesterday. And as a matter of fact, Iran has started bombing the United Arab Emirates again. Why has Iran done this? Why the United Arab Emirates and why not the rest of the Gulf? Why the United Arab Emirates and why not Israel, for example? Well, the answer is simple. It's because the United Arab Emirates has now officially let their position be known that they are basically an extension of Israel and the United States of America. They're staging U.S. assets. They left OPEC Plus, and they thought that they could lean further and further into their allegiance with the United States of America. And this has left them out in a unique predicament, because they thought that the United States of America would defend the United Arab Emirates. This was foolish. I could have told you that this was a foolish decision. As a matter of fact, I did explain how foolish this decision was when the United Arab Emirates initially left OPEC Plus. I said they're leaning further into, this is a desperate gamble. They're leaning further into Western influence instead of having some kind of autonomy with the rest of the Gulf states, and maybe behaving like a regional power, a regional coalition, and trying to deal with Iran directly. They're going in the opposite direction. And they're, choosing America. So now they're left defenseless. Now, what's interesting about this is they were already left defenseless because of America and Israel's actions from the start. So, very dumb decision by the United Arab Emirates. We'll see where this goes. Why isn't Oman getting the same treatment? UAE, aren't troops there becoming a place to try to crack open the strait? No. Not covering the Indiana state primaries today. Looks like it might be an upset for Trump. No, I will be. I will be getting to the Indiana state primaries. Donald Trump is doing what? Wow, great. Viewers telling me to kill themselves. Brother, stop listening to the other viewers, okay? Just enjoy the show on your own, please. Oh, my God. Big dog, Mr. Corvus, okay? Don't forget to give unsalted peanuts to the crows, okay? chatters, stop telling. I don't even know if chatters are doing this, but just stop being mean to the singled out chatters. Okay. Hard-boiled eggs. Hard-boiled eggs and unsalted peanuts. Okay, that's what we're feeding the crows at the park. Mr. Corvus. Mr. Corvus. Have you spoken about the plan to purchase Spirit Air? 132 million already pledged? Yeah, I'm going to buy it myself. All right. Americanas makes jokes, says, so we can safely presume that Iran is now entitled to hit the UAE as much as it wants without it being considered a ceasefire violation. So the situation, like America forcibly transiting ships with their naval assets through the Strait of Hormuz, obviously was going up the escalation ladder rather than negotiating with Iran, right? So when they did that, they opened up the war conversation once again. They gave reasonable ground to the IRGC to fight back militarily, both against American assets and certainly against some of the countries in the region that are cooperating with this initiative, the United Arab Emirates specifically. So now Iran has opened fire again. But the United States of America can't recognize this as an end to the ceasefire because for two reasons, one or three reasons technically, market munitions midterms, right? And also 1/4 reason, Beijing. Because Donald Trump is supposed to be going to Beijing in the next 9 days. There's a summit that's supposed to happen in Beijing. It was supposed to happen last month. It got pushed back because of the Iran quagmire that Trump is in. So he needs to wrap up the Iran situation before he flies out to Beijing or push it back further. Okay? And the problem from his perspective is it's not, they're not fixing the issue at all. They could technically move in the direction of a ceasefire, but that would mean offering concessions to the Iranian side, which they have to do because Iran has the leverage. The only other alternative here is to escalate militarily, which is what the American side is doing currently. And that's only going to extend the conflict. That's only going to force Iran to also go up the escalation ladder because they have to hold on to military deterrence. So that's where we're at currently. That is where we're at presently. But this also has put the United Arab Emirates' position this has also left the United Arab Emirates completely defenseless because now, from the perspective of the Iranian side, they keep bombing the United Arab Emirates and the American side keeps claiming that the ceasefire is holding. As in, the ceasefire conditions no longer cover the United Arab Emirates. Ultimate cuck status for the UAE. They're in the goddamn cuck chair. Okay? So let's take a look at how Good Morning America is covering the story.
With the fragile 4-week ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran on the brink of collapse, Iran striking out at its neighbors after the U.S. announced it would help safely guide some of the 1,600 stranded commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz.
The ceasefire is not over. Ultimately, this is a separate and distinct project, and we expected there would be some churn at the beginning, which happened. And we said we would defend aggressively.
Video circulating on social media showing flames reaching into the sky from a port in the United Arab Emirates after Iran struck an oil facility, the first major attack on a U.S. regional ally since the ceasefire went into effect. The UAE saying their air defense systems have engaged at least 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones. The tension comes as the U.S. is attempting to break the weeks-long traffic jam in the strait through which 20% of the world's oil passes. The administration saying 2 U.S.-flagged commercial ships were able to make it through. Iran responding. Iranian state media airing these images claiming to show the Iranian military firing warning shots at U.S. Navy ships near the strait. The head of Central Command, Admiral Brad Cooper, telling reporters the U.S. was able to fend off the attacks, sinking 6 Iranian small military boats.
The cruise missiles were going after both U.S. Navy ships, but mostly after commercial shipping. We defended both ourselves, and consistent with our commitment, we defended all the commercial ships.
In another incident, a commercial South Korean vessel was targeted. In a phone call with our Jonathan Karl, President Trump saying it was not heavy firing and claiming we have it under control. One way or the
Like, you understand that America does this, right? America kickstarts the process, the tit for tat once again. They go up the escalation ladder. Iran follows them up the escalation ladder. And then they choose to not recognize that the war is back on for political reasons. That gives a lot more that gives a lot more room for Iran to maneuver, to navigate, and to also continue pummeling the rest of the Gulf if they choose to do so. Okay? Especially because now they can continue escalating and make Trump acknowledge that the ceasefire is off the table. For the rest of the world that's paying close attention to what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, Trump's statements on this ceasefire holding are even less worthy than they possibly would have been a couple months ago, because they see that ships can't transit. They see one American carrier or one American destroyer crossing the strait with one ship, and then they see a whole bunch of other ships get peppered by the Iranian go-fast boats, and they realize that the Strait of Hormuz is actually not open, and that also diminishes the confidence that people have in what the American government is saying even further. So now he looks even sillier than he did before.
The other, we win, adding, I always win. The war has now lasted more than twice as long as the president and others in the administration first predicted. And not only is there no end in sight, the ceasefire itself is in question, with Iran's chief negotiator this morning blaming the U.S. because of its blockade of the strait and saying, we know full well that the continuation of the status quo is intolerable for America, while we have not even begun yet. George?
Martha Raddatz, thanks.
Can I ask you about Iran, Mr. President?
Yes.
They've fired at U.S. ships several times in the last 24 hours. What do they need to do to violate the ceasefire?
Well,
I mean, that's awesome. What can they do? What would you consider a violation of the ceasefire? Because clearly they're firing, and we are firing too. But obviously that's expected, right? Obviously it's expected that America and Israel continue firing during a ceasefire. That's usually how things go. But what's unexpected is that the other side continues to fire. And now Trump is the one who's saying, you fell off? How hasn't this hate train led to more viewers? What do you mean? We do have more viewers. Why am I responding to this shit? Okay, let's continue.
You'll find out, because I'll let you know. They know what to do, and they know what to do. They know what not to do, more importantly, actually. And, they fired them in little boats with pea shooters. The pea shooters, little boat with little, why? Because they don't have any boats anymore.
It is pretty funny that he's doing this alongside like a bunch of children. Classic Trump. Just get whoever's sitting next to you to have to sit through this process where you're like answering questions from the media in an adversarial tone where you're like, you're stupid. You're a lot of dummies. Many of you are stupid. Iran, they got little boats, but they don't have little boats no longer. They got They had the big boats, we blew them up, and then the little boats. Also, am I crazy? Or does he look extra shit today? He looks shittier. He looks worse than usual. I don't know what's going on with Big Dog here.
Navy is comprised of, they call them little boats.
Fast
right?
boats or little boats.
And they're fast. Yeah, they're so fast that that they had 8 of them and they're all gone. And they're fast, but they're not fast like a missile. A missile is slightly faster. They're all gone, so they're looking around for little boats to try and compete with our great Navy. We have a Navy that's unbelievable. You know, we set up a blockade, as you know very well. Not one ship. A couple tried, and they got their engine shut out. You remember? I think it was one of the. It was a great display. A ship wanted to go through, break the blockade. They were warned not to, and then they were warned again by a young Annapolis captain of the ship with a great look, central casting. These people are central casting, I'll tell you. And he said, don't do it. Then he said, evacuate your engine room with this unbelievable loudspeaker that goes over water. He said, you have 10 seconds. And then from 4 miles with one bullet, it went right into the engine. And Gary, the ship stopped very quickly. They hit the engine with one shot. It wasn't a missile. They don't want to waste a missile on it. It's too easy. And we had another one, a 2000, one of the biggest ships in the world. They were warned, and he said, go back now, go back right now. You will be shot at within 10 seconds. Yes, yes, I am going back to Iran. I am going back. And that was the end of that, right? He went. It took him 10 miles to turn. The ship was so big, but they respect us. They didn't used to respect us, but they respect us more than we've ever been respected.
Mr. President.
Yeah, it's a real clear sign of respect when the opposition has restarted military actions, and you're the one who's denying that that's even taking place, because the recognition that the ceasefire is no longer holding due to your actions, ironically enough, would mean that that we're back to square one and things are worse than they were prior to the ceasefire beginning. Trump on the Iranian economy. He says, I hope it fails.
When Iran is seeing 50% inflation, they've moved money from their sovereign
Their economy is crashing.
Would you allow their financial system then to fail?
Well, I guess so, because we're making it fail, right?
Is that what it takes?
I hope it fails.
Is that what it takes?
You know why? Because I want to win. If it it takes getting pounded on by the military, I think, for more. But in addition to that, it is failing. You know, we have sanctions on them, tremendous sanctions. Scott Best.
I hope it fails. It seems like a hope and a dream, huh? We don't really have much else, I guess. Marco Rubio is live. All right, let's go into the future. Doesn't seem to be like he's live. I don't know why Chatter said that. Classic Chatter bait. Little Marco, not live yet.
Has done a great job. We have sanctions that nobody's ever seen before. No, they're failing. Their currency is worthless. Their inflation is probably 150%. The real number is 150%. They aren't paying their soldiers. They can't pay their soldiers. The money is worthless. No, they should do the smart thing, you know? They should do this.
What is this? Echo, echo, echo. Orange man bad. Orange man bad. Y'all some Uzis? Explain to me what Trump has done for you right now. Go ahead. You have the stage. If you are an American, especially, because most people that do this on Twitch are usually Asmongold chatters who are LARPing as American MAGA supporters from Europe. But if you're an American citizen, do you enjoy the extra price that you have to pay at the pump? Has he solved the inflation crisis? Do you have better job prospects? No, none of these things have happened. Yep. Really? Oh, so you are enjoying paying extra at the gas pump. You're a cuck. You're a fucking cuck. Don't need them. Don't need what? Buddy, do you think you live outside of the global economy where you're like, oh, I don't have to drive? Let's say you don't have to drive, okay? Do you think that paying extra at the pump is not going to cause you to pay extra for, can you ban me? No, I'm not going to ban you. What the fuck? Do it, daddy. What the fuck is going on? I mean, do Trump supporters have a humiliation kink? Is that what it is? Where they're like, he likes being cucked. He's like, no, I voted for this. I love being cucked. I love that the president that I voted for, the no new wars president that I voted for, is doing all of the wars, and he is a flesh puppet for Israel. I love that. That's my favorite thing. Why? Because it's what? Owning the libs? Brother, it's owning you as well. He's owning everybody. All right, let's see what this fucking dickhead has to say.
Sailors and commercial crew members have been stranded out at sea because Iran is conducting something that's not just criminal. It's criminal for sure, but it's desperate and destructive.
It's so funny because we're also implementing a blockade. So whatever Iran is doing, we're doing as well.
We're not even engaged in any military hostilities, are now at risk not just of losing their cargo, but the lives of their own citizens because of this blockade. These ships, you don't leave a ship out there for this long. You start running out of food. You start running out of potable water, essential supplies, and they're at the mercy of this piracy. What it is, it's piracy. And not only that, but some of them have seen, been open fire on and rained down senseless attacks on several civilian ships already. So frankly, the way to put it, these are innocent bystanders. These are countries that, and ships and so forth that have nothing to do with any of this, and nonetheless are being caught in the middle of it and being held hostage merely because Iran could do that, just as the regime brutally slaughtered tens of thousands of their own citizens for the crime of peaceful protest, because they're unhappy with the quality of life or the lack of quality of life in Iran today. And so they're sitting ducks. They're isolated, they're starving, they're vulnerable. And at least 10 sailors have already died as a result of the civilian sailors. So already many nations privately and some publicly have asked the United States to help free their ships and to restore freedom of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz and this critical artery of global trade. And so President Trump, as he always does, stepped up and answered the calls for their help. And he's directed the United States military to guide these stranded ships to safety, to provide a protective bubble under which they can operate and move product and get themselves out of there and out of harm's way. And this is the first step towards reopening the strait and bringing this regime's last-ditch act of economic arson, bringing that to a close. We're doing it not only because we were asked, but because we're the only ones who can. Only we have the power to sort of take the steps that we've taken now. Under President Trump, the United States will help our friends. We're going to stand up to rogue regimes like the one in Tehran, and we're going to be unashamed to use our power and our abilities to project military power in the service of our national interest above all else. Now, what's really important for you to report and for everyone to understand is this is not an offensive operation. This is a defensive operation. And what that means is very simple. There's no shooting unless we're shot at first. Okay? We're not attacking them. But if they're attacking us or they're attacking a ship, you need to respond to that. You're not going to let some fast boat come up on a ship and shoot it up. We're going to respond to it, and we've been successful at it. I don't know what the exact number is, but I know a number of those fast boats have now been targeted, and will continue to be if they pose a threat to our forces. We'll shoot down drones, we'll shoot down missiles, but it's defensive in nature. This is defensive.
Yeah.
So if you hear stories about
just
attacks,
like it was defensive initially when we attacked Iran for no reason.
We are only responding if attacked first. This is a defensive operation, and that's what's occurring.
Brother,
Just about
What
the
is this
importance of the
fucking
Straits for a moment.
argument?
This is approximately a quarter of the world's
There was a
oil trade,
ceasefire. There
along
was a
with significant
negotiation.
volumes of fuel and fertilizer that operate through the Straits of Hormuz. The Iranian regime cannot be allowed to dictate who uses this vital waterway. I don't think this is also being reported enough. Maybe you are reporting. I don't read everyone. I don't know many damn outlets here. I don't know who you all are, but I mean, I know who some of you are, but I don't know all of you are. But I will say this about it. This is an international waterway. Okay, this is an international waterway. And international law is very clear, and I love it because everybody always talks about international law, and this international law on this is very clear. International waterways, no country can control them. There is no international law that allows you to say, I'm going to put mines in an international body of water and I'm going to blow up ships that don't listen to us and try to go through. That's what Iran is doing. This is a criminal act. And someone needs to do something about it. Something needs to be done. It's completely illegal, completely illegitimate, and completely unacceptable. And that's why the United States military is guiding stranded commercial ships safely through the strait and is working to restore freedom of navigation and putting an end to these efforts to hold the global economy hostage. So far, as a proof of concept and as a proof of function, 2 U.S. flag merchant ships have successfully transferred the Strait of Hormuz in the first stages of this project, and they're now safely on their way. The U.S. military is deploying the necessary assets to extend this defensive umbrella over commercial shipping. But there should be no mistake. And as I said this already, this is a defensive operation. I want to reiterate that point. This is important to understand. If no shots are fired at these ships and no shots are fired at us, we're not firing shots. But if we're fired on, we will respond, and we will respond with lethal efficiency. The assets supporting this project,
I'm old enough to remember when there was a time when ships could transit through the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded. But, you know, long gone are those old days, okay? I can remember a time, it was like 60 days ago, maybe 60 or so. They could just do that for free.
We're talking about, you know, some of these things look like Boston whalers. Okay, so these are not like Navy ships. But nonetheless, they come fast at these boats, try to swarm them, try to harm them. We're not going to let that happen. So 7 of them now sit at the bottom of the sea, along with, by the way, the rest of Iran's Navy. That's where you can find their Navy today. And we're going to continue to systematically clear this passageway through the straits to restore freedom of navigation. Now, while this project steadily progresses, Operation Economic Fury, continues to impose maximum pressure on the Iranian regime and what remains of their already frail economy. Today, inflation in Iran is 70%, and their currency is in total and complete freefall.
Hell yeah,
U.S.
dude.
sanctions enforcement is stepping up. It's moving in lockstep with the naval blockade.
America, the most powerful nation on earth. Thank God we are capable of doing that.
Repatriate revenue. It directly targets the regime's primary revenue lifelines. The blockade alone is costing Iran as much as $500 million a day in lost revenue. 90% of total Iranian trade has been halted, causing permanent damage to Iran's oil infrastructure as wells are forced to shut in. Again, all of this is in response to their piracy. Okay, it cannot be that you have these straits and they blow up any ship that moves and the only ships that get to go through are theirs. You can't have a situation in which the straits are closed to everyone else, but they benefit from the piracy. That can't happen. That's why the blockade is in place, and that's why these sanctions are crippling them. Any foreign financial, and by the way, Treasury is now identifying and cutting off every dollar of revenue that's flowing to this regime. And so, look, any foreign financial institution or commercial actor that enables Iran's sanctions evasion is going to face secondary sanctions exposure and a loss of access to the U.S. financial system. As President Trump has said, and the facts clearly bear out, the United States of America holds all the cards. There is no scenario here in which if they decide to join a ladder of escalation, they wind up getting the last say. But our preference is for these straits to be opened to the way they're supposed to be open, back to the way it was. Anyone can use it, no mines in the water, nobody paying tolls. That's what we have to get back to, and that's the goal here. Every day the conflict continues, however, our leverage on Iran will continue to increase, and their position will continue to weaken, especially as the blockade really begins to bite in conjunction with the sanctions. So, look, the time's come for Iran to make a sensible choice. And it's not easy for them to do that, obviously, because they have a fracture in their own leadership system. And apart from that, I mean, the top people in that government are, to say the least...
everything that they're saying is cope and could be a better representative of the United States of America.
It's difficult because it's hard to get past that in their system. But it's important for them to make a sensible choice and the one that's right for their people. The president,
yes,
our president, has
the
proven
idea
time
that
and
like
again,
Iran is suffering from inflation. I mean, it's true, they are, but the reason why they're saying that is because we also have an inflation problem here in America. So they're basically trying to be like, well, they're in a worse situation overall. They're trying to change the standard between the Iranian economy and how long they can hold out versus the globe. Instead of the Iranian economy versus the rest of the globe, they're trying to change the conversation to how long the American economy can hold as opposed to the Iranian economy. And obviously that's not the predicament at hand here. Okay. That's not. The American economy can withstand a shit ton more damage in comparison to the Iranian economy. We are completely isolated. No, Alan. We are completely isolated from the rest of the world in very meaningful ways when it comes to being an oil exporter, for example. But the reality of the matter is oil is a global commodity. And it has inelastic demand, and therefore we're not as isolated. Plus, on top of that, we are supposed to be the safeguard of the rest of the world. We're supposed to ensure that all of these strategic choke points are open at all times. It's the whole point of being the hegemon.
this is a long-standing problem for them, right? I mean, they have wanted, they have always said they don't want a nuclear weapon. That's because they've always said that, they just don't mean it. And why do you say, well, how do you know they don't mean it? Well, we don't mean it because they're doing all the things, and historically have tried to do all the things that you do if you want a nuclear weapons program. For example, they innovate and try to innovate long-range delivery missiles that now, in some cases, are capable of reaching much of Europe. They build these large underground centrifuges for enrichment activity. There are countries in the world that are involved in the enrichment business, but these guys do it in mountains and in caves and in hiding. They've always had secret components of their nuclear program undisclosed to the world, and we know for a fact that they retain highly enriched uranium at 60%, that they did so, and that has no civilian use, none, zero whatsoever. So they have an opportunity here to agree to something that will make it clear that they're not interested in one thing is to say we don't want a nuclear weapon. Another thing is to do the things that prove you don't want a nuclear weapon. By the way, if what Iran wants is a civilian nuclear program for power plants and stuff like that, there are a lot of countries in the world that have that, and they don't enrich. They import the enriched material. You know, they could have that if that's what they wanted, but they're not acting like that's what they wanted. They're acting like they want a military, nuclear program. That's unacceptable. So that's the process we're engaged in now. To create, that's the object of this diplomacy, is to come up with some level of understanding about what are the topics that they've agreed to negotiate on. We don't have to have the actual agreement written out, and one day this is highly complex and highly technical. But we have to have a diplomatic solution that is very clear about the topics that they are willing to negotiate on and the extent and the concessions they're willing to make at the front end in order to make those talks worthwhile. That's what Stephen Jarrett and the whole team is working on, and I hope to have good news on it. That's the outcome we would prefer. That's the outcome we would have preferred a year ago. That's the outcome I think most of us would have preferred a long time ago. But that's not the option they've given us given their activity. All right, there's no way I can figure out who to call on. I'm just going to press right in the middle, right there, you right there, yeah. Right in the back row.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll go to you next. I can't get everything. You know that. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio.
Keep going right.
Welcome to the White House.
What's that?
Talking to me, sir?
Yeah, to you, yes, sir.
Thank you. I have two questions on two separate issues that come
Do they
under...
get two questions for these?
Two questions.
There's a lot of people in here.
That fall under your umbrella.
All right, well, you can ask me two questions, I'll give you one answer. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
And I'll pick the one I like better.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The first has to do with the blockade. There are lawmakers from both parties who claim the blockade is an act of war. What do you say to that? And my second question has to do with the fuel embargo of Cuba. How long, Mr. Secretary, will that last?
Okay, two things. All right.
Oh,
I'll answer
God.
both your questions because I like the second one too. The first
He
one on
loves
the
the
blockade.
second one.
So why do we have a blockade? We have a blockade because they shut down the straits. So I don't know which members of Congress you're talking to, but here's what I would ask them. I would ask everybody here. It's very simple. These guys have shut down the Straits of Hormuz. This is what Iran is saying. We will shut down the straits.
Bro, even the primary cause of the Iranian protests?
No country in the world can go through unless we allow you to go through, and you have to pay us. But our ships can go through, meaning the Iranian ships, as much as they want. That's crazy. Who would agree to that? So how are we going to have a situation where they get to close the straits to everybody, and the only people who are allowed to go through there 100% without paying anything?
It's literally no you politics.
If you do that,
it's no, we get to do it too. You don't get to do it. We get to do it. Politics. Like, that's crazy. It's like a baby.
Can we ever
He's
allow
a baby.
them to normalize the fact that they get to blow up commercial ships and put mines in the water? So the response to that is we're going to blockade your ships. If everyone's ships are not getting out, your ships are not getting out either. That's not an act of war. That's a defensive measure. It's a counter to what they have decided to do. You know what is an act of war? Putting mines in the water. Why don't the members of Congress, whoever it is complaining about it, they should be all over that. These guys put mines in the water. That alone, mining in the water is illegal, period, under any circumstances, and they've done it. But this is crazy stuff, but this is what they've done. On Cuba, oil blockade on Cuba. There's no oil blockade on Cuba per se. Here's what's happening.
Yes,
with
there
Cuba.
is.
Okay,
Yes,
Cuba
there
used to
is.
get free oil from Venezuela. Used to give them a bunch of free oil.
That's
they
crazy.
Would take like 60% of that oil.
Why can't
and
Mexico
resell
send
it for
oil
cash. It
tankers?
wouldn't even go to benefit the people.
Why can't Mexico send
the
oil
only
tankers?
blockade
Why
that's
can't
happened
Canada
is the
send oil
Cubans have
tankers?
decided,
Why
I mean, the
can't any
Venezuelans
country
have
send
decided
oil
we're not
tankers?
giving you free oil
Why did you
anymore.
intercept
And you can only
Russian oil
imagine
tankers
nowadays,
initially?
The way oil prices are, no one's giving away free oil, much less to a failed regime. So the problem with Cuba is worse. Okay, their economic model doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Oh my
And the
God,
people who are
this
in
is
charge
like,
can't fix
this
it.
is
And the
unbelievably
reason I can't
evil,
fix
and
it is
also
not
not
just
even a good
communists, that's
fucking
bad, but they're
argument. It's
incompetent
never free.
communists.
Cuba has the money to pay for
The
it.
only thing worse than a communist is an incompetent one. And that's what, so incompetent communists run that country. They,
Oh.
they really don't. And we have 90 miles from our shores, a failed state that also happens to be friendly territory for some of our adversaries. So it's an unacceptable status quo, and we'll be addressing it, but not today. Okay. All right, let's go to the front, right there.
Secretary Rubio.
Yeah.
You are going to the Vatican to meet with the Pope. Is this an attempt to smooth things over with the Pope, given the rhetoric between President Trump and Pope Leo?
No, I mean, it's a trip we had planned from before, and obviously we had some stuff that happened. And no, look, there's a lot to talk about with the Vatican. I'll give you one example. The Pope just returned from a trip to Africa, where the church is growing very vibrantly. And we have shared concerns about religious freedom, freedom in different parts of the world. We'd love to talk to them about that. The topic of Cuba, you know, we gave Cuba $6 million of humanitarian aid, but obviously they won't let us distribute it. We distributed it through the church. We'd like to do more. We're willing to give more humanitarian aid to Cuba, by the way, distributed through the church, but the Cuban regime has to allow us to do it. They won't allow us to
This is
give
also
their own
bullshit.
people
The
more
Cuban
humanitarian
government
aid.
does allow
We're
the
willing to
church to
do it through the
distribute,
church.
which, by the
So
way,
there's a
they're
lot to talk about.
disgustingly using the church
said that
as
Pope
as an
is endangering
infiltration
a lot of
mechanism, and
Catholics
even
as a
then,
result
they are
of
allowing
his
the
rhetoric around the Iran war.
The
Is that
problem
the
here is
same?
Well, I don't
they're
think that's an
only
accurate
the
description.
American government is dictating how aid gets into Cuba, and they're trying to use the church to bypass whatever kind of restrictions that the government has, understandable restrictions the government has. It's so fucking frustrating.
Characterize it this way. He doesn't understand why anybody, leave aside the Pope, the president, and I, for that matter, I think most people, I cannot understand why anyone would think that it's a good idea for Iran to ever have a nuclear weapon. Look what they're doing with the Straits right now. They're holding the whole world hostage. They have these sailors, you know, on commercial ships that are going to starve to death out there. They don't care. They don't care that this is melting down the economies around the world, even of their own allies. This is what they're doing with the Straits. What do you think they would do if they had a nuclear weapon? They would hold the world hostage with that nuclear weapon. That's what they would do. They would do exactly to the world with a nuclear weapon what they're doing now with the Straits. And I think the president's point is how anyone cannot see that as an unacceptable outcome and an unacceptable risk is beyond him. It's puzzling. And someone has to do something about it. The difference between this president and like the 6 presidents that preceded him were that he's the only one that's actually
Yeah,
been
he's
willing
saying
to do something
Hamas is
about
not
it. Everyone
allowing
says
aid
Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. We gotta do
into
something
Gaza,
about it
but
at
for
some point.
Cuba.
And he's been willing to address that threat.
We do the
And that's
same
what he promised
arguments
he would
every
do when he got
time. It's
elected,
always
by the way, is
bullshit.
address threats like this.
Secretary.
Yeah, you. I wish I knew your names,
thank you
guys.
so
I
much, Mr.
apologize.
Secretary.
Can you put name tags on?
Thank you
That
so
would
much,
help.
Mr.
Okay.
Secretary.
Who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with Rundao Media Network.
Okay.
Mr. Secretary, the President has said multiple times that weapons were provided to the Kurdish groups to pass on the Iranian people. However, Kurdish political parties and the regional government says they have not received such weapons. Even some claim these weapons remain in the U.S. base in the region. Can you clarify who those weapons were given to and whether you intend to retrieve them or still want to pass to the Iranian people?
Yeah, look, ultimately, what the president is expressing, and I think has repeatedly, is he wished the Iranian people had, you know, look, he's heartbroken by these images. You think about it, you're an Iranian, okay? You're unhappy that your economy doesn't work for you. You don't have freedom. You don't have an opportunity to express yourself. You know, you've got friends that have been shot in the head because they're out protesting. And it's heartbreaking to him to see that these people are abused in this way and have no measures to take against their own government as a result of it. By the way, this goes back, if you guys remember the protests in 2009 where they slaughtered people in the street. This is a vicious regime, guys. Okay? These are people that hang people from cranes in the town square so everyone can see. They continue these executions of people and have continue to do so for over a decade and a half now. And so I think what the president is expressing is the desire that he wishes the Iranian people had an ability to fight back against some of these things that are happening to them. And I would view that as distinct and separate from the specifics of this operation that was ongoing before it concluded, and certainly different from the operation that's going on now. Right there in the...
Regarding Colombia, Mr. Secretary...
Right behind you, not Colombia, right there. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. On Lebanon, are
Yes.
we in a ceasefire or less fire? And the second question, do you think you would be able to achieve an agreement between Lebanon and Israel without risking a civil war in Lebanon? What are you doing to risk? What are you doing to?
No, I got it. I got the gist of your question. So look, here's the challenge with Lebanon. Okay, there's no problem between the Lebanese government and the Israeli government. Israel doesn't claim any land in Lebanon belongs to them, and by and large, I think a peace deal between Lebanon and Israel is imminently achievable and should be. The problem with Israel and Lebanon is not Israel or Lebanon, it's Hezbollah. Hezbollah operates from inside of Lebanese territory. They terrorize and attack Israelis, but they also are inflicting tremendous damage on the Lebanese people. The reason why Lebanon gets attacked by Israel is because of Hezbollah.
Once again,
because Hezbollah
always
hiding in some house,
guys,
launching rockets
it's always
against Israelis,
us
and,
and our allies are always constantly
is
in a state of having to do violence, usually against civilians, of course, because they've been goaded into it. It just sucks, you know. Isn't that crazy how that always works?
Under our mediation at the table to
God,
achieve this.
just always,
And
they're
that is
victims.
having
They're victims.
Lebanese
Israel
armed
is the
forces,
victim
the Lebanese
here.
government, not just with the willingness, but with the capability.
And so is
to begin
America.
to challenge Hezbollah and disarm them, because the Lebanese people are also victims of Hezbollah. And by the way, on the topic of Hezbollah in Lebanon, who is behind Hezbollah? Why do they exist? They're an agent of Iran. If you go to that Middle East and you
Why do
identify
they exist?
every
Because
problem,
of
Hamas,
Israel. That's why
Hezbollah,
they
to some extent
exist.
The Houthis, obviously, and others. Behind every one of these groups is Tehran. So apart from the nuclear weapons, apart from all these other things, these guys are behind all the bad actors. Hezbollah is a wing. It's an extension of Iranian desire to destabilize the region. So we're very committed to this process. It's not going to be easy. You're asking me
it's
a
never,
question. You know this.
it's never America or Israel's desires to destabilize the region. It's always just the people that happen to live there under the bombs.
On some sort of permanent ceasefire that isn't constantly spoiled by Hezbollah and by Hezbollah violence. Right in the middle.
Thank you, sir.
I'm winging it, guys, okay? Right there, yes, sir.
You mentioned the 2 U.S. ships that safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz. Are other ships being told it's safer to get back to regular levels, or are we still going to see limits in place for the foreseeable future?
For obvious reasons, I'm not going to broadcast who we're talking to or who we're telling them to move. I mean, we want these operations to be safe, and I think as it unfolds and ships get through, we'll make those announcements after the fact, just for operational security purposes. But the goal here is pretty simple. Establish a zone of transit that is protected by a bubble, the United States, both naval and air assets, and then allow ships who want to move through there and get to market, to begin to increase confidence in the ability to do so. That doesn't happen in 12 hours. It takes time to set up that bubble and gain that confidence, but that's the goal. We have been in touch. We've been in touch, I don't know, with a bunch of different liners about moving, and we're hoping to continue to improve the security situation, and we'll start to see some of that movement, and we'll announce it as it happens after the fact. We're not going to be like broadcasting, hey, tomorrow at 12, ship X is going to be coming through, for obvious reasons, because that degrades the security. But we feel confident we're going to be able to achieve that. Look, it's not going to solve the whole Straits problem. It's going to solve a lot of it, but it's important to challenge what Iran is doing now. Guys, again, if you take anything away today, and I can't tell you what to write, but Iran cannot be allowed to normalize this control of the Straits. It's completely unlawful, illegal. It's outrageous. And every country in the world should be joining us and condemning it and doing something about it. But the United States has stepped up and is trying to do something about it.
Right? Regarding Colombia, Mr. Secretary, we've had several tourists.
I'm sorry. We'll see if we get to Colombia today. Go ahead. You guys have an election. Why don't you wait till after your election?
Mr. Secretary,
Go ahead.
John Michael Ross with Daily Mail. I was curious about your meeting with Southcom earlier. There was a picture, a map of Cuba behind you. What did
That
you
was on
discuss
purpose.
with Southcom about
That was on
Cuba?
purpose.
And do you have any updates on?
I'm not going to tell you what I discussed with Southcom.
but it had to do something with Cuba.
No,
What about?
Yeah.
I mean, Cuba's in Southcom. You know, it's the closest part.
That's
And so the
literally
second
on
point,
purpose. That's
I was there-
deliberate. And it's the same reason why they sent Nick Shirley down there. This administration moves in a very predictable way. Okay.
And there happened to be a map
They're
of
not
Cuba.
slick.
And I said, it'd
They're
be
not
good
even
if we took a
trying to be
picture in front
slick.
of that
Let's
map
be
because it's
fucking
like the
real.
closest
They're
thing to
very
Southcom to the
clearly
United States.
signaling
So there it
that
is.
Cuba is next.
We have
And
maps of other
Trump
countries.
has no way to hide anything anyway. He just keeps leaking everything. He keeps saying, oh, we're going to take Cuba next. We're going to take Cuba next. Cuba's next. Cuba's next. So We know exactly why Nick Shirley was fucking sent down there.
Sure, can I
Yeah,
ask
you
him
can
what-
answer in Spanish. You
I'll
can
tell
ask
you
me, but they'll have to translate for them what you ask
So
me.
I'll say it in English,
Okay.
and if you can answer in both languages. Today I checked the webpage of the State Department, and there's still a $25 million bounty on Diosdado Cabello, the Secretary of Interior, for drug trafficking and narco-terrorism. I was wondering if that has been put on hold, or if you're negotiating with President Delcy Rodriguez to turn him over.
Yeah, I don't have any updates for you on that. The website is what it is, and that's where it stands. That policy hasn't changed. But guys, I mean, let's be mature here a little bit. I'm not going to tell you about what we're talking about with the leader of these countries.
El Departamento de Estado sigue considerando a Diosdado
Yes,
Cabello
we used to be a country that had
como dice en la página del Departamento de Estado.
La política de Estados Unidos en ese tema no ha cambiado, y cuando cambie te dejaremos saber. The politics of the United States on that, the policy of the United States on that topic hasn't changed. When it does, obviously we'll inform you, but I don't have any news for you on that today. Right there in the green. I'll get to you guys. Right there in the green. Are you guys all the TV people?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go. I'm learning. They gave me a little map. I don't know where I put it of the people here. Some of you had like red X's. I'm kidding. No, that's not true. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The average price of gas in the country right now is $4.50. Do you have a thought on how long Americans are supposed to kind of accept this? Do you think it will affect Republicans' majorities in the midterms?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on the politics of it. You can tell me. I mean, look, it's obviously being driven by global events. That was true during the Russia-Ukraine war as well, where you saw that come up. It's look, we don't benefit from the Straits as much as other countries. I don't know if you've seen what the gas prices are like in other parts of the world that are really suffering big time.
It's
so we're
worse
very fortunate
elsewhere.
that the United States, I believe right now, is like the world's largest net
Dude, it's so funny. This
of
is like,
oil and-
bro, finish your food. There's starving children in Rwanda type shit, okay? It's like, oh, there's worse gas prices elsewhere? Well, good thing you're not the Secretary of State for elsewhere. You're the Secretary of State for America.
Gas as a result, not because of this war, but because we have this capacity. So we've been insulated to some degree. We're obviously still vulnerable to some extent to global
The fuck do you mean it's worse elsewhere?
In the end, I mean, we're more insulated than other countries, even though that's not welcome news to Americans that are paying more at the pump, no doubt about it. And it certainly is one of the circumstances of it. There are people that we're predicting would be much higher at this point, but we're not taking that for granted. Suffice it to say that
could have been worse.
Think about it.
Could have been worse. We could have fucked it up harder.
If Iran had a nuclear weapon and they decided to close the straits and make our gas prices like $9 a gallon or $8 a gallon, we wouldn't be able to do anything about it because they have a nuclear weapon. And a nuclear armed Iran could do whatever the hell they want with the straits, and there's nothing anyone would be able to do about it. And that's one of the many reasons, apart from like the massive loss of life in a nuclear strike, why Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. I mean, so this is an example of if they had a nuclear weapon, they closed the straits and they would tell the world, what are you going to do about it? We have a nuclear weapon. We can attack you with it. That's the world none of us want to leave behind. It won't happen under this president's watch, but some future president and future, in the future Americans will have to deal with this. So just one more example of why these guys can never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. Right there, in the black. Right, you in the black. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Where you? No, right there. I you both are wearing black.
Thank you.
She's closer. No, you don't have black. You have blue on. I'm colorblind, but I know blue and black.
Thank you so much.
Right there. Yes, ma'am. No, you. The first one I called on.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. This is chaos, guys. Go ahead.
Welcome to the White House.
You've long been a leading voice on human rights in China, and so.
Thank you for the gift article for Financial Times Chatter.
So, President Trump prepares to meet Xi Jinping next week. Do you expect human rights concerns to be on the table?
Well, we always raise those issues, and they remain true. And I think we've proven in some cases it's most effective to raise them in the appropriate setting. But we always raise those issues. They're
Trump talking about human rights is the funniest thing, dude.
In our view and in our conversation.
What leg do we have to stand on? I mean, no American president.
All right.
No, you can say that about many American presidents, but especially Trump.
You mentioned earlier.
Trump doesn't even fake care about human rights. Like, he literally will openly be like, what? I don't care. Wait, human rights? What about human wrongs? We're doing a lot of human wrongs.
That's a good question. I mean, multiple countries have said we got to do something about it and fix it.
Dog, we literally have concentration camps that were operating in El Salvador. Okay? What the fuck do you mean human rights?
Right, or they can't get there in time, or they can't. Others, are less, that some unfortunately do have a Navy are saying, oh, we'll be involved, but we'll be involved after it's over. Well, after it's over, it's kind of like, that makes sense. So, we'd like to have it. Now, there may be some utility in a post, closure mission. I'm not downplaying that, but I think that's been the challenge. But there are other ways they can help, unique ways that they can help. And I don't want to get into who these countries are for obvious reasons, you know, because they are prepared to help us in certain ways, but maybe don't want that publicly disclosed for no other reason than it impact their foreign policy. It could have some domestic ramifications. But ultimately, I don't want to mislead you. The primary responsibility for this Project Freedom is on the United States, because we're the only country that can project power in that part of the world the way we're doing now. We're the only ones that can do it, and we're going to do it as a favor to the world. Understand this. This is a favor to the world because it's their ships that are stranded. It's their fuel supplies that are stranded. By the way, it's their there's humanitarian aid destined for different countries in the world that's stranded in the Persian Gulf right now. It's the fertilizer that they need for their food and crops that's stranded in the Persian, not our fertilizer, their fertilizer. So we want to be helpful, and that's why the president stepped forward, because we're the only ones that can. Frankly, we're the only ones that can.
Mr. Secretary, on the rising oil and gas prices, the president has said that this is a small price to pay for getting rid of a nuclear weapon. But 10 weeks in, are we any closer to getting rid of Iran's nuclear material?
Yeah, but look, here's the way to think about Iran, and this is what I described at the very beginning of this. What was Iran's plan? You have to understand what their plan was. Their plan was they were going to build this conventional shield where they would have so many thousands of missiles and drones and rockets that they couldn't be attacked. And behind that conventional shield that they were trying to build, they would then break out and do whatever they wanted with their nuclear program. They no longer have that conventional shield. Okay, we told you guys from the very beginning, and we're very consistent in this messaging. The operation that has concluded was going to destroy their navy. They have no navy left. They don't. Not a navy. They have small.
By the way, this is the difference between Trump and Marco Rubio. They're both saying the same thing, but Marco Rubio, because of his experience being a Republican war hawk for many, many years, a neocon, he's capable of crafting the same exact sentiment in a way that's like much more understandable, where he's literally saying the same shit. Iran was going to get nukes. Iran was going to get nukes. We had to stop Iran from getting nukes. That's all he's doing here, right? But the way he crafts that sentiment is a lot more manageable for, you know, liberal outlets and things like that. So they'll report on it as though this is like an adult, right? He has a way to describe himself as a fucking adult. He has a way to communicate like a goddamn adult as opposed to Donald Trump. So, you know, it's like mainstream media will write down what he's saying as though it's sincere, as though it's a significant goal that they're accomplishing. The goalpost moves so much, Lol. First it was regime change, then it was nuclear weapons, then it was the ballistic missiles, and now they've been claiming since it was the start, it was about the Navy. Yeah, they're all over the place because they don't have any real goals against Iran. And not only that, the only reason why they're doing this is because Israel wanted to destroy Iran, okay? They wanted to break apart Iran. They wanted to destroy Iran, 93 million people. They wanted to balkanize it. They wanted to foment civil war. They just wanted to get rid of Iran. No more sovereign Iran. That's the actual goal here. Because from America's perspective, there are many different ways of dealing with Iran. For example, they could have just negotiated with Iran, right? But Israel didn't want that to happen, and that's precisely why we're in this quagmire that we're currently in.
The regime is allowed to claim as a new normal control of our international shipping lane. It will not be long before you see that happen in multiple shipping lanes around the world. I can identify for you six or seven vital shipping lanes around the world that some countries can decide, guess what? If Iran was able to do it, we're going to do it too. We're not going to start charging tolls. And it'll get closer and closer to us. That's unacceptable. We cannot live in a world. There's a lot of time and energy been invested behind the idea that international waters are free for the free flow of goods. The stuff we make in this country and export has to go through international shipping lanes. And for us to live in a world where a country can decide now we own the international shipping lane,
yeah, only we get to do that.
We want to use it. That is a normal that we will never be able to accept, and that's what the Iranians are trying to get us to do. So we're doing two things about it, and we haven't talked about the second one enough. The second thing we're doing is we're going to the UN.
Pay the toll to get into the boys' hole.
Right? We're trying to go to the UN, and we're saying, okay, countries of the world, condemn this. Say that it is wrong for you to put mines there. It is wrong for you to shoot at commercial vessels. Guys, that's what we're talking about here. These guys are bombing commercial vessels. They're not bombing naval vessels. They're bombing commercial tankers.
The troll toll.
It's just outrageous. That needs to stop, and it needs to end. And if he doesn't, then the world should be diplomatically and economically isolated.
God damn it. Stop laughing at me.
You gotta pay the troll toll. If you want to get into that boy's hole, you gotta pay the troll toll to get in.
By Iran doing
You want the baby boy's hole, you gotta pay the troll toll. You gotta pay the troll toll to get in. Troll toll. What'd you say? Troll toll.
Taiwan policy when he visits China next week?
I'm sure Taiwan will be a topic of conversation. It always is. As you know, we understand the Chinese understand our position on that topic. We understand theirs, and I think both parties. Glad there's
understanding.
What will happen in the talks, but I think both countries understand that it is neither one of our interests to see anything destabilize happen in that part of the world. We don't need any destabilizing events to occur with regards to Taiwan or anywhere in the Indo-Pacific. And I think that's to the mutual benefit of both the United States and the Chinese.
Secretary of Brazil. Hey, Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. Thank you for taking my question today.
Lindell TV. Oh God.
What happened? Why is everybody giggling? What happened? You guys? Oh, I'm sorry. Are they mean to you?
No, they're not mean.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they are. I hope not. But
Yes, they are, because you're fucking Mike Lindell's operation. You're a psycho.
How does the State Department interpret the president's recent remarks when he said, quote, the Iranian people need to have guns, and I think they are getting some guns, end quote. What did he mean, and do those comments relate to any ongoing or potential U.S. actions like supplying those weapons?
Well, I think it goes back to the question I was asked a moment ago. I think the president thinks it's heartbreaking that the Iranian people are abused by this regime the way they are.
Yeah,
right.
I
mean, this regime is
the
not
president
guys,
really cares.
I know. I've said this. I think I said this in my hearing before the Senate.
The president really cares about the Iranian people.
Country in the world where there's a bigger difference between the people and the people who run the country. Okay, this country is run by radical Shia clerics, and that's not what Iran and the Iranian people are. Now they may be Shia, but they're not radicals and they're not clerics, and they just want a normal life and a regular life, and in many ways a very cosmopolitan country with an incredible history and incredible legacy and the like. So there's this huge divide between the people of Iran, whom we sympathize with, and who the president sympathizes with, because they're the ones suffering. Look, the world is a victim of Iran, okay? The world is a victim of Iran because they're terrorists, because of what they're doing now in the Straits. But the people of Iran are daily victims of the regime, and the president has deep sympathy for what they're going through. And I think he's just expressing that sympathy and that frustration that they don't have the ability to do more to get rid of this regime that has crushed this country and isolated it from the world, which is a country that shouldn't be isolated from the world because its people are phenomenal. All right.
Yeah. He's really wanted to. They really want to help the people of Iran. That's why he's been talking about how we're economically starving the country, and how successful it's been.
He used to cover Capitol Hill. You're Italian, right?
For many years.
For many years.
Yeah,
okay.
Daniele Papatangelo. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So I have two short questions for you.
Oh, damn! Two questions.
First, as you head to the Vatican and Italy, how do you view the Pope's global role amid current geopolitical shift? And what are your objectives in Italy? Is this trip tied to recent remarks by the President suggesting Italy has not been supported as expected? And the second one is about the Hezbollah in Lebanon. On a recent interview on Fox News, you raised some concern about stronger vetting within the Lebanese armed forces. What do you make? Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I've answered the first one about the Vatican. Look, I mean, the Pope is obviously the vicar of Christ, is a Roman Catholic, but he's also the head of a nation state, and it's an organization that has a presence in over 100-something countries around the world. And we engage with the Vatican quite a bit because they're present in many different places. I've already outlined to you two examples. We worked with the Catholic Church on the distribution of humanitarian aid in Cuba. We share with the Catholic Church a concern about the destruction of religious liberty, the persecution of Christian minorities, and also
Just not in
the
Lebanon.
challenges that are being faced by Christians in
Not in Lebanon, though, in the hands of Israel, because, don't bring that up.
About with them, and I engage with them quite a bit on that front. So the trip is really not tied to anything other than the fact that it would be normal for us to engage with them, and other Secretary of States have done that in the past. On the second point about Lebanon, also a question that was asked earlier, and what was the Italian part?
About the expectation that the President...
Oh, no, look, I mean, the Italians have been involved for some time in training the police and in training their forces, so we'd love to hear their input on it. And in the way, look, we welcome everybody's help eventually. What has to happen in Lebanon, what everybody wants to see, is that you have a Lebanese government with the capability to go after Hezbollah and take the Hezbollah apart. There shouldn't be a Hezbollah and a government. There should be a government. Everyone should fold underneath it. And if we do that, then there will be peace between Israel and Lebanon. But we have to build the capacity of the Lebanese to do it. And I think Italy could be helpful in that regard. All right.
Yeah, except there would be no need for Hezbollah if Israel wasn't consistently bombing the shit out of Lebanon.
Am I calling you already? No. Okay, all right.
Israel is currently militarily invading Lebanon.
Yes.
Okay, this doesn't make any
Can you
sense.
talk about what the goal is?
Unbelievably dumb conversation to have.
Last month that was vetoed by China.
It sucks that no one is equipped to have this conversation with Marco Rubio. Like, you're in the room, just bring it up.
On board with this now.
Well, we don't know. Yeah, look, I mean, everyone wouldn't want to see this vetoed again, and then we've made some slight adjustments to the language, but I don't know if it'll avoid a veto or not, but the language isn't very complicated. And I think it's a real test for the UN, right? As a function, as something that functions that can solve global problems. What is the purpose of the UN? The UN was supposed to be a place where you could peacefully resolve global conflict. Right now, you have a country who is unlawfully, criminally, and illegally taking possession of an international waterway and blowing up commercial vessels and putting mines in the water. I don't know if people appreciate like how outrageous this is, how unacceptable it is that any country would fire and try to sink commercial vessels or put mines in the water. Both of these things are illegal. And so we're going to take it to the UN, and we're going to give it another chance to be a forum in which we're not even asking people to like commit troops to the region
Another
and help
good oil
blow up
article.
the Iranian boats. All we're asking them to do is to condemn it, to call on Iran to stop blowing ships, to remove these mines, and to allow humanitarian relief to come through because there's humanitarian aid that's trapped. That's it. This is a very modest request. And if you're telling me that the international community and hundreds of countries cannot rally behind that, then I don't know what the utility of the UN system is if it can't even solve something as straightforward as that.
Yeah, I wonder why.
And I think to both
Perhaps
the Chinese and the Russians, I would argue and have
perhaps
argued
it's because
that it is
you
in their
have
interest.
violated. Perhaps it's because you have violated all manner of international law in the build-up to this
Their interest
incident.
not to see international waterways, including the Straits of Hormuz, be closed down and cause economic chaos.
By the way,
dozens and dozens of
the
countries.
American government yelling about civilian vessels being blown up is really funny. You're the Secretary of State. You've done that to hundreds of civilian vessels in the Caribbean, of course.
For God and country. At the end of the day, with all that you've
I
been
like this
involved
question.
in,
Keep going.
You've been extremely busy.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
As we all know. I got to ask you, what is your hope for America at a time such as this?
Oh my God.
My hope for America?
And how do
the
you
same as always
personally
been.
deal with that?
Yeah, look, I mean, my hope for America is what it's always been. I think it's the hope I hope we all share. We want it to continue to be the place where anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, where you're not limited by the circumstances of your birth, by the color of your skin, by your ethnicity, but frankly, it's a place where you are
Woke.
able to overcome
He's
challenges
being woke.
and achieve your
This
full
is woke.
potential. I think that should be the goal
You
of
can't
every
go
country
back
in
to
the world,
Reagan
frankly, but I
era
think in the-
posturing. Your movement is now white nationalists, white supremacists. You
better
can't
than
do
anybody
this.
else's history. And ours
is
is a
woke and
story of
gay.
perpetual improvement. Each generation has left the next generation of Americans
Half of your audience is going to look at you and go, "Oh, that's yeah, of course he's Mexican, so he's talking like this, you know." Yeah, and yes, I know Marco is Cuban.
We have a lot
okay?
to learn and be proud of in our history. It is one of perpetual and continuous improvement, where each generation has done its part to bring us closer to fulfilling the vision that the founders of this country had upon its founding. So, thank you. All right. I have time for 2 more questions. Crazy. All right, right there in the pink. No, you right there. That lady. No, the one right next to you in the pink. No, the pink. I'm sorry, but I pointed at her. I need to get a laser pointer and just go. Now you in the pink jacket, the lady right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I have a question on Iran-China relations.
Okay.
What's your reaction to Iranian foreign minister visit to China? Also, Beijing instructed
that's happening
its
today.
firms to ignore U.S. sanctions. Could you also address that?
Well, I'll direct you to Treasury on that front. There are options that we have. If you ignore our sanctions, you're going to face secondary sanctions, and I don't have an announcement for you on that today.
Oh,
but
really?
We don't do these things, for symbolic purposes. On the first point about the visit, it's fine. I hope the Chinese tell him what he needs to be told, and that is that what you are doing in the Straits is causing you to be globally isolated. You're the bad guy in this. You guys should not be blowing up ships. You should not be putting mines. You should not be holding hostage the global, trying to hold hostage the global economy.
We're jerking off. We're literally jerking off each other at this point. This is a jerk off session.
Outlined earlier today, China is an export-driven economy. Okay, I'm not here to speak on behalf of what's in the best interest of China, but it's obvious. China is an export-driven economy. That means they depend on other countries to buy from them. Well, you can't buy from them if you can't ship it there, and you can't buy from them if your economy is being destroyed by what Iran is doing. So it is in China's interest that Iran stop closing the straits. It's harming China as well. The gentleman in the red tie, right there. Yes, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Liz Landers with
Liz.
PBS News Hour.
Okay.
Another question about the China-Iran relationship. You said at the beginning of your comments at the
This is
top
good
that
stuff.
every single financial situation will be targeted. Does that include Chinese banks? Would the president
We're going to
sanction
enforce our sanctions.
Chinese banks
I don't
before
have
US
an,
banks?
I don't have an announcement for you. That will have to come from Treasury. But we have sanctions in place. And sanctions don't mean
Bro,
anything
can you
unless,
imagine,
you're gonna
right
do
before the
something
China
about it.
trip, like
So I think that's been
the
clear. I think
announcement of
that,
additional Chinese sanctions?
Treasury
Oh,
will follow
God.
up with any specific announcements. Suffice it to say, we're serious about our sanctions. Then a cost needs to be imposed on Iran for what they are doing. Otherwise, if they get away with this, guys, if they get away with pulling this thing off without paying a price for it and backing down, you're going to see multiple places around the world where other countries are going to be tempted to do the same. This is unacceptable. Again, I want to reiterate the point. We keep arguing back and forth about the war and the shooting and this and that and the other. These guys have shut down an international waterway. The Straits of Hormuz do not belong to Iran. They don't have a right to shut it down and blow up
Only
ships
we have a right to
and
shut
lay
it
mines.
down.
And that's what they've done. That needs to be addressed. Otherwise, and it cannot be normalized. Under no circumstances can we live in a world where we accept, okay, this is normal. You have to coordinate with Iran. You have to pay them a toll in order to go through the Straits of Hormuz. Not only is that unacceptable in the Straits, you're creating a precedent that could be repeated in multiple other places around the world. The whole world should join us in this condemnation. And the whole
Why are
world
they
should join us in
not?
doing something about it, by the way. It shouldn't just be us. We're hoping to get countries. We're going to give them a chance to do something about it at the United Nations. All right, and my last question.
Once again, the fact that the rest of the country, the rest of the United Nations is not on board with the United States here is also eating away at whatever diplomatic power projection capabilities that America had.
Thank you. Okay, hold on, stop.
This is a self-imposed restriction. You're basically, when you keep repeating this over and over again, if the rest of the world doesn't follow you, then you have self-imposed this additional L. Okay?
In 2 weeks. Do you believe that that will be the thing that gets them to the table to give up their nuclear ambitions? And if not, what will
We're
be that
forcing the
thing?
hand of other countries around the world to
You're right, but
basically
it's not
say,
that they're able
no,
to
we're
withstand
not with
pressure,
you
that
on
they
this.
don't care that their people are suffering. You understand, right? There's a difference between we can withstand pressure and we actually don't care. Now, I think there are people in their system that care more than others. You know, some of the elected people that you see, some of the people you see on television with the suits on, you know, those guys care because they know at the end of the day they have to live in the reality. And then you have an other element of their government, the clerics, the IRGC types, who probably are more immune to that and care less. They're more interested in regime survival at all costs. But ultimately, the pressure points are what they are.
They divided now than they were before because the administration has said that the Iranian regime is divided, making it very challenging.
Well, it's been challenging to deal with them diplomatically because, for example, an offer will be made and then it takes 5 or 6 days to get a response because you have to get it through the whole system. They have to find the supreme leader wherever he hides. They got to get him to sign off, and that's their system. Their system has always been multi-layered in this way. It's obviously become more complex because of the damage they suffered during the war. But look, suffice it to say, Iran has to pay a price. They're not going to change their position out of the kindness of their
they're
heart.
begging. They're begging for a ceasefire. It's just they
Point
can't.
on them that causes them to realize they cannot continue to close the straits, or they face crushing.
I'll give you the Trumpian version. They're begging for a ceasefire. They're begging for a ceasefire. That's all. Marco Rubio came here to do what J.D. Vance does all the time, which is to give a more adult spin on what Trump says over and over again. He hasn't said anything new. He has brought no new information to the table. He's just doing what Trump does, except with with less colorful language. That's all this is. If you noticed, he goes, they are in a predicament where they're in a chaotic circumstance. They want a deal. They're begging for a deal. Play tax evaders. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And tax the rich. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's all this is.
The operation Epic Fury is concluded. We achieved the objectives of that operation. I'm not going to, we're not cheering for an additional situation to occur. We would prefer the path of peace. What the president would prefer is a deal. He would prefer to sit down, work out a memorandum of understanding for future negotiations that touches on all the key topics that have to be addressed, a full opening of the strait so the world can get back to normal. He preferred that be negotiated through the route that Steve and Jared have been working and that all of us have been supporting. That's the route he prefers. That is so far not the route that Iran has chosen. And so the result has been that the United States has to do something about the fact that we're the only nation on earth that can do anything to open up a lane within the Straits of Hormuz to get product and to rescue these people that are trapped in there. And that's what we're undergoing now. What that may lead to in the future is speculative. I'm not going to speculate about what it would take or what it would do. But look, the message to Iran, these guys are facing...
Again, none of this would have happened if America didn't choose to, alongside Israel, bomb Iran for no reason.
To their economy, generational destruction to the wealth of their country, imposed on themselves by the actions that they're taking. They should check themselves before they wreck themselves in the direction that they're going.
Does the White House believe that these votes coming up in Congress are a moot point then?
Look, guys, I love talking about this topic. It's about the War Powers Act. Yeah. Okay, I love it. I was hoping somebody would ask. All right, hold on. No, boy, you don't let me answer. I got to answer the question. Okay, and I love it. I'll tell you why I love it. Because even as a senator, I said something. The War Powers Act is unconstitutional, 100%. Now, this is not the position of me, not the position of the President of the United States now. This is the position of every single president that has occupied this position since the day that law passed. It's completely unconstitutional. Now, we comply with it in terms of like notification because we want to preserve good relations with Congress, right? And we do that. But even as a senator, I would say that the War Powers Act is 100% unconstitutional. And look, I know some of you, whatever you want to say, but this is not this president's position. That has been the position of every single presidential administration since the day that law passes. An infringement on the president's constitutional powers. We don't acknowledge the law as constitutional. Nonetheless, we comply with elements of it for purposes of maintaining, good relations with Congress. And we want them to be involved and we want them to be informed. I have gone on Capitol Hill, 4 times this year for all senators and all House members and Intel Committee and Gang of 8. We want them to be involved in this, but I want to be clear on the point of the War Powers Act. It's unconstitutional, and every president and every administration has taken that position. All right, guys, I gave you 50 minutes. Thank you, guys.
Rubio's enjoying this. We just finished a focus group of Trump voters in Louisiana, and nearly the whole group preferred Rubio to J.D. Vance. I've been watching this phenomenon build for a while. We'll discuss more in the next focus group pod. Trump voters like Marco Rubio more and more. Yeah, because J.D. Vance sucks. Marco Rubio is risless as well, but at least he can demonstrate, he can feign competence as opposed to J.D. Vance, who looks incredibly whiny. More whiny than Marco Rubio, okay? But none of this matters at the end of the day because whoever Tucker Carlson leans into, or if Tucker Carlson runs himself, he will be able to clear out the field. It won't even matter, okay? No J.D. Vance, no Marco Rubio. No one can go up against Tucker. Let's be real. He is infinitely more competent than these guys. He's much better. He is much more telegenic than these guys. He's much more charismatic than these guys. Marco Rubio is just a blanket neocon, war hawk, regular-ass Republican. Maybe some of the Republican voters are looking for a breath of fresh air here with Marco Rubio, especially because he doesn't have the weird tendency to lean into the Groyper shit that J.D. Vance does. Maybe, but Tucker's approval rating among Republicans has gone in the shitter. It's like minus 50 now. Yeah, just wait. I know that. I understand that. But you have to remember, we're talking post-Trump, okay? We're talking post-Trump. I'm not talking about right now. Yes, if there was an election right now, I still think Tucker Carlson would be able to put a sizable dent on the main stage. But we're talking post-Trump. Things are going to be very different post-Trump. Tucker Carlson speaks the language of sloppyism, okay? And that's precisely what made the Trump cult so powerful. Trump is a sloppylist himself. Neither Marco Rubio nor J.D. Vance is capable of speaking that language, okay? In any case, Rubio adding to Hex's messaging that the ceasefire is still in place. If you hear stories about firing back and forth, it's not back and forth. We are only responding if attacked first. U.S. has destroyed boats. Iran has launched cruise missiles, drones, and small boats. John Hudson reports Rubio leaning into the idea that the Iran war is over, though Trump is still threatening to erase Iran and hostilities/restrictions in the Strait continue. The operation is over. Epic fury as president notified Congress. We're done with that stage of it, okay? This, again, creates a unique opening that the Iranian side can actually exploit. Now Iran can continue fucking stress testing how far the Americans will go domestically to claim that there is no military campaign happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? That's where we're at. That is where we are at. What is this, Hasan? This guy wants credit. Which photo? I would gladly give credit. I don't think these guys understand. Like when I post these photos, which one did he take? I don't even know, but I can add the photo credit. But like, I often give them credit on Instagram, but I don't know. Sometimes they have different usernames on Twitter. Sometimes they don't have a Twitter account. Like I don't. It's fine. Of course, it's totally appropriate to give credit, but I don't know which one he took. Like I don't know which person this. Oh, the music photographer. I shot Guy Debord. Let's see if I can add the tag afterwards. I guess I can't edit it at this point. I would just tag it like IG type of thing if you don't know their Twitter handle. How are you supposed to track it all by yourself? This is a job for your team? No. We have. I have. Here, I'll post it as a reply. I think it's totally appropriate to want credit for your photography, and I posted it originally on Instagram, and at which point I did actually tag everyone that took the photos. But there you go. I added it on here as a reply. The shirt jacket tie combo is whack, homie. You can do better, lol. Shut up. Photography is frivolous? No. I think in this situation, we just didn't know what this person's Twitter account was. That's why. Because I tagged the other photographer because we found the other photographer's... dude, give him the credit, I guess. Wait, what? No, guys, I already did. And not only that, but I'm also saying that sometimes people have different usernames on Twitter. Not everyone is on Twitter. Hello? I'm explaining why I didn't initially give this person the credit, because I did give them credit on Instagram, but their username on Instagram is different. Do you not understand? Like, look, I gave photo credit on Instagram to the people who took the photos. Trey Madara took these photos, and then this is from the screen. This is a screenshot. But yeah, see, a music photographer, Brian J. Sutter. He's the one who took those photos, right? So I did at them on Instagram, but I didn't know if they had a Twitter account or not. And it turns out they do have a Twitter account, but their Twitter account is I shot Guy Debord. It's a totally different username. I didn't know that they had a account on Twitter. Too streamery right now. Anyway, Unky ruined your suit aura so fast.
I can identify for you 6 or 7.
What?
6 or 7 vital.
Okay. By the way, when will we be introduced to the team? Never. What's wrong with you? Never. What the fuck is this parasocial shit, chatters? It's not happening. The fuck is this question? sometimes chatters unironically have the attitude of like parents. Like, what are you, my fucking family member? What is this? Be normal, please. Oh my God. Yeah, when are you going to introduce your dentist? Can you give me deeper access, deeper penetration into and deeper insight into your life? It's fine. You already got enough, okay? Very strange to demand more, please. Can we find out who your primary care physician is? I don't know. Probably not. Okay. Raisin Dan Kane saying Iran hasn't crossed the threshold. Again, going back to the situation monitoring and what the American side is saying currently. Raisin Kane comes out and says, since the ceasefire was announced, Iran has fired at commercial vessels 9 times and seized 2 container ships. They've attacked U.S. forces more than 10 times, all below the threshold of restarting major combat operations at this point. So they have an arbitrary threshold that they've decided is not that Iran has simply not crossed. Okay? This is a self-imposed restriction from the American side, and it is, by my estimations at least, a clear-cut indication that America wants to make it seem like the ceasefire is holding while simultaneously still engaging in military action.
The map shows the examples and samples of Iranian attacks against commercial vessels in the Strait, as well as the Gulf of Oman and up in the Arabian Gulf. Since the ceasefire was announced, Iran has fired at commercial vessels 9 times and seized 2 container ships, and they've attacked U.S. forces more than 10 times, all below the threshold of restarting major combat operations at this point. You can also see the group of tankers and cargo vessels in the U.S. blockade line, as I mentioned. As a result of Iran's indiscriminate attacks across the region, there are currently 22,500 mariners embarked on more than 1,550 commercial vessels trapped in the Arabian Gulf, unable to transit.
Yeah. Again, this is a self-imposed L. Okay, it shows that on the one hand, they want to escalate militarily. They want to do this stuff where they don't want to like lean into a ceasefire. They want to show that they have the capability of crossing the Strait of Hormuz with their naval assets. But also, when there is military escalation on the Iranian side, they can't acknowledge it. Or even if they do acknowledge it, they can't acknowledge that the ceasefire is now being violated, right? That the ceasefire is now being destroyed. This is a unique predicament that America has self-imposed because obviously Hasan has got a poll for Florida 23rd District and you're one of the questions. Jesus Christ. It is clear to me that the Republican midterm strategy unironically is to say Hasan is bad, which I don't think is going to work. I mean, maybe it'll fucking ruin my approval ratings amongst like the 75-year-old, plus 75 crowd that watches Fox News all the time. But who gives a shit? Very, very stupid. Yeah. Meanwhile, while Marco Rubio was talking, the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center, UKMTO, has issued an advisory after receiving a verified report that the cargo vessel was struck by an unknown projectile at an unknown location within the Strait of Hormuz. This just happened. Hasan, Erob let me chat. Hasan, are you excited about Erob streaming today? I don't. I'm very excited. So, here's the proof. Never heard of No Opinion? Really? Bro, I hate this fucking community. I swear to God. What the fuck am I doing, man? What am I doing, bro? What am I doing? I have the worst goddamn audience of all time. At least you didn't say very unfavorable. Everyone's a motherfucking prankster, dude. How is this possible? Everyone's a goddamn prankster of the highest order. Anyway, hey, at least I'm not sending you poop socks. Okay. Built it brick by brick. I did not try to build a community of charlatans. Okay? Be better. Do better. Where were we? What was I going to do? What was I going to show you? There's more to discuss. There's some Plattner stuff that we're obviously going to be talking about. But before we get to that, global oil reserves, 2 Financial Times articles. One is the growing risk of a nonlinear spike in oil prices from the Financial Times, published 9 hours ago. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed, with the flimsiest of ceasefires looking flimsier by the hour. Oil prices have jumped back to above $100 a barrel. At times like these, it's important to remember that things can still get much, much, much worse. The main reason why the impact of the Strait of Hormuz's closure hasn't been even more grievous is a record-breaking drawdown in strategic oil reserves in the U.S., Europe, and Asia. Myriad privately owned commercial inventories around the world, and the steady arrival of tankers. Remember, this is exactly what I said to Jeffrey Sachs as well, that the like, I don't know how long it will hold, that there's spot trading happening. I don't know how long it'll hold that there is additional oil tankers that are all around the ether still selling oil to other countries. But there is a point where there will be a physical shortage, right? And at that point, what do you do? What do you do? There is no way that you can continue this song and dance when there is a physical shortage. It will lead to a market crash potentially, because reserves are eventually going to run out, right? Oil is a physical product. It's not a speculative asset that you can just like invent more of magically. If there is not a physical commodity that is transiting through the fucking Strait of Hormuz, which is responsible for 20% of the entire globe's energy markets, that is responsible for almost the entirety of the Asian market's energy supply, at some point, people are just not going to have it, right? They're just not going to have enough oil. What happens to the prices then? Together, these have acted as a powerful shock absorber for the global energy market, keeping the price increases a little bit contained. As Barclays' Ajay Yaksha wrote this week, it's like the world has lost its job but has kept living reasonably comfortably off its crude oil nest egg and unemployment benefits. Unfortunately, this nest egg will now soon be spent, and the government checks are set to run out unless the strait reopens pronto. And while stock markets have proven surprisingly resilient so far, largely thanks to a bumper quarter for corporate earnings, some analysts are sounding increasingly worried. Natasha Kaneva, the head of commodity strategy at JP Morgan, is one of them. She thinks that the illusion of plenty could shatter soon, with operational stress levels looming and potential broader system instability by the autumn if the strait remains closed. We've already seen some shocks. We've already seen some of that instability. Spirit Airlines actually had to shutter their operations because the price of jet fuel went up too much, and they already were operating on very slim margins to begin with, right? On a good economy, on a healthy economy, on a healthy energy market, they were still having a hard time keeping up and continuing their operations, and now they're gone, right? That's a huge deal. Under normal circumstances, the market is supposed to respond to that, to be like, wow, a low-cost carrier out of nowhere evaporates. That's a big deal. And yet we don't have a normal market where everyone is just holding on to the idea that, things are going to be good somehow. While the world began the year with the equivalent of over 8 billion barrels of oil in tankers, pipelines, depots, salt caverns in practice, not every barrel can be drawn. Out of the 8.4 billion barrels in global inventories, we estimate only 0.8 billion barrels are realistically available without pushing the system into operational stress. As of April 23rd, roughly 280 million barrels have already been consumed to cushion the impact of the conflict. On paper, that still suggests comfortable buffers. In practice, the picture is more complicated. Floating storage can be tapped quickly, but only a slice of onshore inventories, around 580 million barrels, is readily accessible. The rest is effectively locked up in pipeline fills, minimum tank levels, and other operational constraints. This is why inventory floors matter. A market can still hold hundreds of millions of barrels and yet become fragile once working stocks fall too low. Like blood pressure in the human body, the issue is circulation. Pipelines lose pressure flexibility. Terminals cannot load efficiently. Refiners struggle to secure the right grades on time, and traders bid aggressively for nearby supply. The system does not fail because oil disappears. It fails because the circulation network no longer has enough working volume. The same principle applies to refined products. Product inventories are somewhat more flexible than crude, but a meaningful portion must still be maintained as a strategic and operational buffer, particularly to support critical sectors such as transportation and aviation. OECD inventories offer a clear example of this operational floor. Historically, OECD product inventories, including both commercial and strategic reserves, have rarely fallen below 35 days of forward demand, roughly 1.6 billion barrels, suggesting a practical lower bound. In a prolonged disruption scenario, demand is therefore rationed well before inventories approach critically low levels. This has already taken place in some of the Asian markets where they have artificially lowered demand by force. Okay, demanding that they go to a 4-day work week, for example. Although we live in the age of the internet, weirdly enough, that kind of information doesn't penetrate Western consciousness. Okay? That's not based, for the record. That's not like a good thing. That is an indication that things are going to get much, much worse. Okay? So how quickly will this begin to truly bite? Caneva argues that oil inventory drawdowns are a bit like an onion, with layers peeled off according to speed of access, economic cost, political willingness, and logistical ease. Caneva says we are now at the fourth layer, where the higher prices begin de facto ration oil for consumers, demand destruction, as it's often called. This has already happened in some markets, right? Consumers drive less, industry cuts runs, airlines trim schedules, and refiners reduce throughput. In effect, the market is shifting from a managed adjustment driven by SPR releases and floating storage to a forced adjustment where price becomes the primary balancing tool. Observed global oil demand fell by an average of 2.8 MBD in March and is tracking a larger 4.3 MBD decline so far in April. This means less movement, less travel, less deliveries. Okay? This means a decrease in productivity. And a decrease in productivity, especially for countries that are responsible with manufacturing, means less supply overall for the goods that you normally get. So it translates to higher prices for the American markets, for the Western markets that are not producer economies, but consumer economies specifically. You get to experience it in the form of inflation, okay? Less supply with the same demand means higher prices. Although we have a delayed shock here in the Western world, both with the oil that transits due to the length of the trip, oil that transits to the United States of America, and also less of a need of oil coming from the Persian Gulf, we will still see increased prices. We will still see increased prices in the Western world, in commercial airlines, delivery prices, and specifically the price of commodities. Okay? price of goods that you're purchasing because there's just less goods readily available overall because less goods are being produced. Given the magnitude of the demand pullback, our balance now suggests OECD commercial inventories are on track to approach operational stress levels by early June. The fifth layer. Operational minimum stocks are typically the last barrels drawn and in practice are deliberately avoided. Pipeline fill, tank bottoms, line pack equivalents, minimum terminal inventories, and the product stocks required for day-to-day continuity are rarely accessed because drawing them materially increases the risk of operational disruption and a broader system instability. On our estimates, OECD commercial stocks could fall to these operational floors by September if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, assuming demand destruction stabilizes at 5.5 MBD. Now, I guess a good thing for the oil markets is a much faster deadline that is approaching. The deadline of the Beijing summit. Okay? Donald Trump is going to Beijing. Donald Trump is going to have a conversation with Xi Jinping. In that conversation, I suspect this will be the main topic of concern as opposed to what happens in Taiwan. And Donald Trump might quite literally ask Xi Jinping for help. Okay? China has obviously bailed out the United States of America in the past. This would be yet another instance of China bailing out the United States of America, which I suspect is what will take place. China will say, okay, we'll go to Iran and we'll commit to a multilateral cooperative agreement to ensure that there is longstanding peace and security in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know how much of the Iranian demands will be addressed in that security agreement. And this will probably end up cutting Israel out of the deal once more. I don't know what Israel will do in the process, but that's what I think is going to happen. Why the fuck would China help? What do you mean? Because China wants stability. Copium? No, China wants stability. I'm not saying China is going to pressure Iran. I'm saying China is going to tell America as China that the Iranian demands must be met. Part of the Iranian demands, if you looked at them recently, is now the 10-point program that they applied, the 10-point program that they put forward on like week 2 of Operation Epstein's Fury. Abbas Araghchi is visiting Beijing today. I suspect conversations will revolve around getting China to communicate the Iranian demands directly to Donald Trump from a position of tremendous leverage, because China has tremendous leverage over Donald Trump, now has even more leverage over Donald Trump, because China could be China could be the country that, opens up the Strait of Hormuz from Donald Trump's perspective. China needs the oil and petrochemicals and fertilizers, so they're very interested in getting this wrapped up too. Exactly. China is a trade maxer country, as you know, and obviously as a trade maxer country that relies heavily on the Persian Gulf for all of its energy needs, for all of the precursory chemical needs that they have for the fertilizer, they want the Strait of Hormuz to open up as well. Trump's never going to take that 10-point plan. That's the most obvious admission of defeat. Buddy, it's already over. Okay? America has already lost. This is now going to be a situation where Donald Trump decides how much bleeding is fine. Okay? U.S. hegemony took a ginormous hit here. Okay? U.S. force projection capabilities took a ginormous hit here. America has already lost. Now we have to stop the bleeding. Okay? What will Trump do to stop the bleeding is what matters. Okay? That's the real conversation that I think is going to take shape in the Beijing summit, if it even happens. The only party here that could potentially play the role of a spoiler is the party that has played the role of a spoiler thus far. It's also the party that has forced the hand or that has forced the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, that's Israel, okay? Israel. Israel is the primary spoiler in this conversation. I'm sure Trump's own personal ambitions, his own inability to recognize when he is lost is playing a role here as well. But ultimately, that could be dealt with. Easier to convince Trump that this is probably the best possible option here, given that he has in the past pulled out of certain military campaigns, like with Ansar Allah. Now, of course, this is a much larger defeat than admitting that the Ansar Allah movement and the Houthis had a lot better firepower than they previously thought. This is a global crisis as opposed to just like trying to pry open the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait that the Houthis had effectively put a blockade on. So that's a little bit different. However, we shall see what takes place. I've been arguing that Trump and the U.S. empire are unlikely to accept the results of the 6-week war, i.e. defeat against a mid-sized power. Declining empires are dumber and more erratic than a self-confident empire. I'd expect Trump to unleash another round of table flipping. That's what Mark Ames is saying, or was saying yesterday. And that is what happened. Trita Parsi is speaking to News Nation. Let's take a look at what he had to say on News Nation. He says, I told News Nation for diplomacy to succeed between the U.S. and Iran, we need a strategy centered on diplomacy, compromise, and win-win thinking rather than on coercion, forced surrender, and zero-sum thinking. Yeah, that's not how America operates, though, is it?
Thank you, Joe. Trita Parsi is here, Executive Vice President at the Quincy Institute, to get a gauge on where things stand right now. Welcome to you. How do you believe the Pentagon made the distinction of a ceasefire, yet Iran strikes and the strait continue?
Well, at the end of the day, the administration knows very well that if the ceasefire ends and there's a full-scale military confrontation, once again, nothing has changed in the structure of the situation that would enable the United States to regain escalation dominance. The Iranians still have it. They can take out the oil infrastructure in several of the GCC states and throw the entire global economy into a recession. So Trump has to be very careful. In my view, this blockade should not have been pursued in the first place, because Trump actually had the edge during the first part of the ceasefire because he had managed to get what he wanted. The Iranians had still not. But by imposing this blockade that is actually costing the U.S. more than it is costing the Iranians, he has turned the tables in the negative way and is now faced with this situation. I think should be noted to all viewers, we're having oil prices that are currently higher now during the ceasefire than we did during the war, and that's all because of this blockade.
So as you characterize it, how would the U.S. get the edge back at this point?
We need to get really serious about diplomacy in a matter that we have simply not seen so far. And the key problem in the diplomatic effort, besides some of this tendency to go and try to engage diplomatically over Twitter and social media, which is utterly counterproductive. The main problem is that Trump still thinks that he can get the Iranians to capitulate. There's not going to be an Iranian capitulation, nor is it going to be an American capitulation. There's going to have to be a compromise. And as long as we're not pursuing a compromise, we're just making the situation worse.
What is a compromise when it comes to nuclear ambitions?
Well, there was a compromise before in which the Iranians agreed to massive reductions to their nuclear capabilities, which was the Obama deal that Trump walked out of. But even afterwards, Trump actually managed to get a better deal than Obama did through the mediation of the Omanis. He could have taken that deal, declared victory. Instead, he declared war, and now we're in this much, much worse situation. We need to find a pathway back to that original.
There is no world where you try to fight a middle power, a regional power like Iran, and then in the process of bombing them and decapitating their leadership, they gain stronger leverage as they did, right? And this is not seen as an unambiguous defeat. That's why I'm saying it's already over. This is now a matter of how gracefully we can exit from the situation. It's done. It's over. And this will have reverberations across time as well. There is no world where Iran goes back to the pre-war deal, for example, without securing far greater concessions from the American side. Whether those concessions be additional sanctions relief, which most likely is going to come, or even a process where they have control over the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's a tolling system, which is perfectly just for them to ask, for the record, or something else. But what matters is, by way of blood, by way of war, they have secured a better position overall. This is just the reality. And America has seemingly failed to achieve any of their military objectives. So right now, this is just a holding pattern on when America will admit the defeat. They will never actually openly say, we lost. That's not going to happen. Just like we don't say we lost in Afghanistan, just like we don't say we lost in Iraq, just like we don't admit that we lost in Vietnam, we still lost, right? We'll never admit it. But everyone that's reasonable will understand which side won and which side lost. For Iran, as I've said over and over again from the beginning, the victory condition was survival, okay? The victory condition for Iran is survival of the regime or survival of the state, right? Without having to establish like a puppet state or something like that. Remaining sovereign is the victory condition for Iran, which they currently have achieved, right? For the United States of America, the victory conditions have changed over and over again, but let's be real, this is not about the United States of America's interests. This is about Israel's interests. And therefore, Israel's victory condition was the death and destruction of the Iranian regime and a collapse of the state, turning Iran into a failed state, balkanizing it, fomenting civil war, one of those things that would turn Iran into Libya. And that has also failed. So at this point, the only thing that remains is America coming to terms with the reality that they've lost this battle, that they've lost this war. Can you explain what balkanizing means? Yes, like Yugoslavia, the glorious Yugoslavian Republic. What we did in the Balkans is piece it up piece by piece. Like chopping it up, splitting up the country into numerous ethnic enclaves. That's what the goal is here for Israel, breaking it apart into smaller states. Glorious Yugoslavia mentioned. You can always look forward to that, obviously. Anyway, do you think Gen Z takes too much AAVE or is it fine? That's crazy that you're asking me that question right now. Let's continue.
That Trump had, and it was in front of him in February of this year.
What does that path look like in your mind?
Again, it has to be to recognize that this is not going to be won militarily. We have to stop thinking that our approach is going to be centered on military threats and coercion and then have diplomacy on the sidelines. It has to be centered on diplomacy and a compromise. There are compromises that can be reached. There are still things that can be done that can turn this into a victory for the United States, particularly if we manage to get concessions from the Iranians on the nuclear front, and in return, we offer them primary sanctions relief that would allow American companies to also get into the Iranian market. This would be the largest market that would have opened up since the fall of the Soviet Union. It could do a tremendous amount of positive for the American manufacturing industry. So there's still ways to get to a win, but we have to think win-win instead of thinking in terms of surrender.
Let Trump's team get their beaks wet. You guys know I'm agnostic on this. I don't actually, I'm not even agnostic. I'm supportive of it. I take it back. I am totally in support of the corrupt tyrants of the Trump regime taking full advantage of cutting side deals, as long as that means that we stave off from our endless warmongering. Okay? I need you to understand. I said this with the Qatar jet predicament. If it led to Trump recalculating the negotiations process and like offer a little bit more breathing room to Hamas, I was totally in favor of it. It didn't work out that way, obviously. But if it means, for example, I'll give you an example out of Cuba. If it meant that Trump Towers could exist, a Trump hotel could exist in Havana, Cuba, and that meant that America was no longer doing a blockade, I would take that deal 100% of the time. And I'm almost certain that the Cubans would take that deal as well. Same thing goes for Iran. If it meant that there was a gold tower in Tehran, a Trump tower that was made out of complete gold, and that meant that sanctions relief took place in Iran, the Iranians would take that deal 100% of the time. Okay? I do not care about the corruption. I do not care about it at all. What I care about is no longer waging war with these countries, allowing these countries to remain sovereign. You take that deal 100% of the fucking time. And I know for a fact that both the Iranians would do it and the Cubans would do it as well. Okay? The real issue here, of course, is not Trump's ambitions necessarily, but Israel's ambitions. Democrats could chirp all day, every day, and claim, oh, this is unacceptable. They're doing side deals. They're fucking lining up their pockets. Who cares? Okay? If it means long-standing peace, we take it. We take those W's. Same principle on pulling NATO troops out of Germany. It sucks that it's happening because Donald Trump is annoyed with Germany because Germany's not interested in participating in our quagmire in the Gulf. But if it means less NATO troops in Germany, fuck it. We ball. We take those. Okay? That's a W. That's a W regardless. If Trump's spectacular failures would lead to South Korea and North Korea developing better relations with one another, fuck it. We take those. Remember, I don't care. I don't care if it makes Trump look good. What I care about is actual impact. Okay? The impact that our decisions have on the ground, the impact that it has on the lives of millions of people, tens of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people all around the world. Okay? Here is Masoud Pezeshkian, arguably the Iranian system's most outspoken pro-diplomacy voice, who famously apologized to the Gulf neighbors and got yelled at by the rest of the country in the beginning phases of Iran's defensive war against America and Israel. He's now saying U.S. demands are impossible and unfeasible. It reinforces that there is internal consensus against one-sided concessions. Yes. Masoud Pezeshkian is the most pro-diplomacy, pro-Western force in the government. Okay? Him coming out like this is probably to show that they are unified, to show that they do have a unified front here. Chronic apologizer is hilarious. I mean, that's true. He has no power in Iran. No, that doesn't matter. His powerlessness is utterly irrelevant in this conversation. He is a representative of the most moderate, most pro-Western forces in the country. Do you understand? So as a figurehead of this coalition, of this, a part of the Iranian government, they're part of the Iranian state that is the most moderate representative of Iran, if he's coming out and saying America's demands are unsustainable and it's not going to happen, then that means that the rest of the rest of the government is intact. There is consensus. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to bet that the reason why Masoud Pezeshkian came out and said this is to show the Western world, or at least to the analysts who are smart enough to understand what they're saying, that there is consensus within the IRGC and also within the more moderate forces in the government, which Pezeshkian is a representative of. It's a symbolic statement. It's not indicative of Pezeshkian's power or anything like that. Okay, Lisa is learning. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We are learning about the internal machinations of the IRGC and the Iranian government today. Hopefully, you guys will stick around to learn more. then they are dumb. Like, why bomb UAE law? What do you mean? They are dumb. America is dumb in this situation. Iran has to reestablish military deterrence. If they were to allow American naval assets to transit unimpeded through the Strait of Hormuz, then they have no leverage. Then America can do whatever it wants. You have to remember, this is a sovereign state. Okay, this is a sovereign state, and its goals are to remain a sovereign state. Right now, they have tremendous leverage over the United States of America by way of the leverage that they have, the control that they have over the Strait of Hormuz, and the control that they have over the energy markets around the globe.
Now from
anyway, let's hear from Mohammed Ali Shabani, who had a conversation with Becky Anderson on CNN International, I think. Maybe it's the American one. To get a... Well, first we'll do this. First we'll do the Iranian ceasefire is not over. Statements from Pete Hegseth, and then we'll talk about the China angle here because it's pretty important.
And Secretary Pete Hegseth says that the ceasefire with Iran is not over, despite renewed clashes in the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking at a news briefing at the Pentagon, he said Donald Trump would make a decision over whether any incident represents a violation of the ceasefire, and he urged Iran to be prudent in any actions they take.
No, the ceasefire is not over. Ultimately, this is a separate and distinct project.
Like, this is weakness. This is weakness. Iran striking America's newfound additional ally, which was already an ally, the UAE, and also striking commercial vessels to stop them from transiting the strait. And then America turning around and saying, no, they didn't actually violate the ceasefire when they're obviously firing. They haven't ceased their fire. That is bitch made. Okay? This is a recognition from the American side that Iran has all the cards. That's what it is. Just like whenever Israel, in the aftermath of a ceasefire, never ceases the fire, and therefore Israel has the leverage, the upper hand in those incidents, Iran has the upper hand all the same in a similar manner in this one.
And we expected there would be some churn at the beginning, which happened. And we said we would defend aggressively, and we absolutely have. Iran knows that.
So then the question is, again, this gives unbelievable opportunity to Iran, right? Because now the question is, how much can Iran bomb other countries like, the UAE, for example, or how much can Iran actually hit at naval assets of the American side, and then have America still act as though there's a ceasefire going on? Will America try to transit more oil tankers or any other vessels through the Strait of Hormuz? What is the red line? Okay, this is a unique opportunity for Iran to keep pushing if they choose to do so.
And ultimately, the president's going to make a decision whether anything were to escalate into a violation of a ceasefire. But certainly, we would urge Iran to be prudent in the action.
I am Iranian and I decline. Nope, Iranian here, not true at all. He has no power in Iran. I'm explaining to you, I live in Iran. There are multiple groups in Iran that is not like you say. Dude, if you are not getting money from IRGC, you are missing out. They would pay you a lot. What fucking money do they have to pay me, brother? What are you talking about? Like, I get the point you're trying to make. The point you're trying to make is that, you're glazing the IRGC, except the only thing I'm doing is reporting accurately on the things that are happening. Okay? If that makes you feel like the IRGC is in a better position than the United States of America, well, take it up with the United States of America, okay? I'm not in the business of defending one side over the other. I have said whenever the Iranian side is in a worse predicament overall, I've openly admitted it. Like the situation where the combat search and rescue operations took place. Right? For the Iranian side, it was incredibly important for them to be able to secure the prisoner of war, the American pilot or at least the weapons officer. They failed to do so. I openly admitted that was a horrible look for the Iranian side, that they were completely unable to stop the Americans from engaging in this combat search and rescue operation. Now, we don't know where the pilot is. We don't know where the weapons officer, the weapons specialist is either. I don't know why America hasn't actually brought those guys around and paraded them. It's awfully suspicious, weird. So we'll see. We'll see where that goes. But if there's something that looks bad for Iran, I'm just going to say it openly. I have no reason or no investment in making it seem as though one side has a significant upper hand over the other if that's not the truth. Okay? Let's continue.
That they take to keep that underneath this threshold. This is about the straits. This is about freedom of navigation. This is about international waterways. This is about free flow of commerce. All the things that happened before, and only Iran is contesting. So right now the ceasefire certainly holds, but we're going to be watching very, very closely.
Well, Pete Hegseth also said the United States is in control of the Strait of Hormuz, confirming that 2 American...
What is this, Hassan? The Iran Lego guy said it was a botched attempt to retrieve the uranium. Oh, okay. If the Iranian Lego guy said it.
commercial ships have crossed through it, with hundreds more lining up to make the journey.
President Trump has directed U.S. Central Command to restart the free flow of commerce through the Strait of Hormuz under the umbrella of Project Freedom. To be clear, this operation is separate and distinct from Operation Epic Fury. Project Freedom is defensive in nature, focused in scope, and temporary in duration, with one mission: protecting innocent commercial shipping from Iranian aggression. American forces won't need to...
Innocent commercial shipping, as opposed to evil and guilty commercial shipping. We will not be protecting the guilty commercial shipping, just the innocent ones.
Enter Iranian waters or airspace. It's not necessary. We're not looking for a fight. But Iran also cannot be allowed to block innocent countries and their goods from an international waterway. Iran is the clear aggressor, harassing civilian vessels, threatening mariners from every nation indiscriminately, and weaponizing a critical choke point for its own financial benefit, or at least trying to. For too long, Iran has been harassing ships, shooting at civilian tankers from all nations, and trying to impose a tolling system. Iran's plan, a form of international extortion, is unacceptable. That ends with Project Freedom. 2 U.S. commercial ships, along with American destroyers, have already safely transited the strait, showing the lane is clear. We know the Iranians are embarrassed by this fact. They said they control the strait. They do not. So American ships led the way, commercial and military, shouldering the initial risk from the front, as Americans always do. And right now, hundreds more ships from nations around the world are lining up to transit. CENTCOM, along with partner nations, is in active communication with hundreds of ships, shipping companies, and insurers. All of these ships from all around the world want to get out of the Iranian trap that they have been stuck inside. As a direct gift...
Were they trying to collect tolls before the war? No, of course not. I wonder what events could have triggered this new toll system and the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. For 47 years, ships were able to cross the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded. Ships were able to transit through the Strait of Hormuz, 100 ships at a time on a daily basis. Perhaps there was some event that triggered this blockade. I wonder what it is. Now, of course, I'm an old man, so perhaps that's the reason why I remember a time when ships could transit 100 you know, on a daily basis from the Strait. I wonder what that was. It's just, what could have taken place?
From the United States to the world, we have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. American destroyers are on station, supported by hundreds of fighter jets, helicopters.
Back in my day, you could just cross the Strait of Hormuz with ease.
Drones and surveillance aircraft providing 24/7 overwatch for peaceful commercial vessels, except Iran's, of course.
Well, our US correspondent David Blevins has the latest from Washington.
We're now in week 9 of this war, so the sound bites from the Pentagon have become familiar. We're locked and loaded. Our will is unshakable, warning Iran of overwhelming devastation. But on the whole, I think Pete Hegseth, the self-styled Secretary of War, sounded less combative this morning, suggesting not just that the ceasefire is intact, but presenting Project Freedom, this operation to secure the Strait of Hormuz, as separate and distinct from those combat operations. General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, had paved the way for him in many ways by outlining some of the attacks that have taken place, but describing them as below the threshold for a return to major combat operations. He described those attacks as low, harassing fire, Iran grasping at straws, and both men seem to be shifting the focus from the combat operations to this attempt to secure the strait so that we can see marine traffic moving through it again. They claimed 2 US commercial ships have already transited, that Iran was embarrassed by the US blockade. They said hundreds more were lining up to transit in the coming days, and described, as you heard, as a gift to the world, what Pete Hegseth said was a powerful red, white and blue dome over the strait. So the other thing I think worth pointing out is that they're talking about this as a temporary mission, stressing that...
What is this? I do remember you inaccurately reported that there's internet in Iran and got called out immediately. Who's Cash? I'm not Cash Patel. Please don't say that. I am getting harassed. No, I told you that Iran has domestic internet. They have domestic internet. It's fully functional. They also sometimes have access to the global internet as well by way of VPNs. That's the reason why you can hear from, Iranian people every now and then. And then there's also obviously like the government allowed access to the internet for people who are at least aligned politically with the government. I don't know if you know this, but Iran has been directly under attack. The idea that the countries that are directly under attack by the American, the most powerful nation on the planet, are also going to create. Yes, I know this was 2 months ago. Okay, so if you know that, why are you bringing that up then? Because it seems like you're the one who inaccurately is misreporting what my statement was at the time. What's the argument here? That you misunderstood what I was saying 2 months ago because you continue to do it? Wait, why are you agreeing with what I'm saying currently and then simultaneously saying I'm misreporting on something? I'm not. Hasanabi, fuck you. Use the word intranet. Okay, sure. Intranet. Not internet. Intranet. Are you actually Cash Patel, by the way? Like, is this genuinely Cash Patel in the chat trying to duke it out? It wouldn't shock me.
The rest of the world that needs the Strait of Hormuz more than the Americans do, and say they're getting ready to hand back responsibility to the rest of the world, and they expect them to step up soon.
You said that...
No, not Cash Patel, although I like the dude. Well, that makes one of us, huh? How's your girlfriend doing? Huh? Spider Cash? She holding hands lately? How's your international country music superstar girlfriend that's not a Mossad asset doing right now, you think? Who is she doing right now is a better question, probably. Now we know this is 100% Kash Patel because there is no one on the planet outside of Kash Patel. And yes, this includes his immediate family members that would say, I'm not Kash Patel, although I like the dude. Very suspicious. Brother, your mom and dad wouldn't fucking openly say that they like Kash Patel right now. Great work, agent. Yes. Keep up the good work, sir. As the 9th director of the FBI, you have done tremendous damage to this agency, okay? Can we not glorify adultery? It's not good optics. I will always glorify the director of the FBI getting cucked publicly and then having that be reflected in the paper of record. Only to White House correspondents, dinner shooter fucks with Kash Patel. I think that was a diss. A 5'3" tall brown podcaster being in Valhalla is my favorite thought Kash has given me. Yes. What do you mean? Of course he's going to be in Valhalla. He got a little quiet after you pointed out the cucking. Yeah, it's very strange. Kash, come back to us, Spider Kash. I did notice he stopped responding after I called out his girlfriend, possibly. Maybe he left the chat to go check in on his girlfriend. He's like furiously texting her right now. It's like, where are you right now? Why? Why is your location not on? Why are you not responding? International country music superstar girlfriend. Why is your location services not on? Babe, don't worry about it, Kash. She's just probably in the shower. Okay? Her phone is probably dead. That's what it is. Okay? She didn't turn off her location services to go have some fun at lunch. Yeah, maybe he got locked out of his computer.
The attacks by Iran so far are below the threshold of restarting major combat operations. What is that threshold? And then for Secretary Hegseth, are there still concerns about mines in the Strait? And can you kind of clarify these reports of kamikaze dolphins that we've heard about?
I haven't heard the kamikaze dolphin thing. It's like sharks with laser beams, right? The threshold of restarting is a political decision above my pay grade. What I'll say is it's low harassing fire right now. It feels like Iran is grasping at straws to try to do something across the southern flank. To your question, David, their command and control structure remains very fractured, and I think they're struggling to maintain control down.
That username is for accounts. Yeah, no, I know. Kash Patel has often used Spider Cash as his actual username. There is a non-zero chance that unironically is the FBI director in the chat. I don't think it's super high that the Spider Cash that we have in the chat right now is the director of the FBI. But the chances of it are not zero. They're not 100%. They're like around 50-50, I would say. Don't show the FBI chatter. Just saying. I like to think that it is actually him.
Down echelon at the edge, but it's still pretty low level kinetics at this point in time.
And I can't confirm or deny whether we have kamikaze dolphins, but I can confirm they don't. Ultimately, any follow-on effort, if there are mines identified, would be something that some of our units could undertake or the world could undertake. But right now we know we have a lane of safe passage that commercial shipping can flow through.
Day 67 of the war has been dominated yet again by the Straits of Hormuz. The United States has taken some very ambitious and fairly aggressive action, it says, to clear the straits. And they've sent a couple of warships into the straits, and they say that 2 American flagged cargo ships have come out of the straits protected by those 2 warships. Lots of claims and counterclaims. The Iranians say that they've attacked American warships. Well, if they have, it hasn't been very effective. And the Americans have said that they've destroyed at least 6 fast attack boats, which were sent out presumably against some of the ships in the area. More claims will doubtless be made, and we'll see where they go in the next day or so. Meanwhile, a fire broke out at Fujairah. And Fujairah is this big oil terminal in the UAE. Fujairah is really important because there is a pipeline that goes from the straits themselves right through to Fujairah. So although it only takes 2 million barrels a day, ships are able to load up at Fujairah without going through the straits at all, just because they're at the end of the pipeline. And this fire that occurred at Fujairah, the UAE says was caused by an Iranian drone. Maybe it was. Pete Hegseth has said that the ceasefire still holds. Well, maybe that could be true, because at the moment neither side has gone back to all-out attacks, and it may be that the Iranians are trying to scale their reactions to all of this in a careful way. We'll see. But behind all of this is a really ambitious American strategy. And that strategy, they say, they've been working on for quite some time. It has 3 elements. The first element is that over mainland Iran, right deep into the inland areas, the Americans are offering a big zone in which they aim to be able to take on anything that moves, any threat that might move to the coast. They say they will destroy deep inland inside Iran. And they'll do this with the use of drones, of satellite intelligence.
Yeah. In the 60s, J. Edgar Hoover infiltrated leftist movements through spy tactics. Nowadays, the FBI director just has to make a Twitch account and then complain about it and then get dunked on because his girlfriend is having sex with someone else and then leave the chat. He asked a very sus question in XQC's chat. Do you know anyone related to the recent events near the president, Felix? Val anti-cheat detects other cheats and bans. Spider Cash has been timed out for 600 seconds. I would dog walk you on this trash game. Okay, now I am. This is further proof that it is actually Cash Patel in the chat. This is his real account. Do you know anyone related to the recent events near the president, Felix? Isn't it wonderful how fucking stupid the current administration is, that like there is again non-zero chance that this could literally be Cash Patel?
Of aircraft and of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles. They'll use everything to prevent the Iranians getting any of their forces towards the coast. That's the first element.
Just fucking day drunk, conducting his investigations.
The second element is over the Strait of Hormuz themselves. And they describe a dome. That's what they call it. They say they've put a dome over the Strait of Hormuz. And that dome, it's not an aerial dome, it is a military.
What is this? Cash Patel can save New York. Chucks and beers, woo. Hello, lovelies. Have a good night. Yeah, good night. The more I see this, the more... Bro!
Arrangement whereby they say they'll take on anything in the air, on the ground, at sea, or even underneath the sea. If they see any sort of threat developing anywhere in this zone, they'll go after it. And they can go after it in a matter of seconds, not 10 minutes, but 100 seconds, 110, 120 seconds. That's the kill chain that they're able to bring to bear inside this dome, which they claim now to have established over the Strait of Hormuz itself. And the third element, and this is in a way the most interesting element, is they say they have demined a channel that runs towards the coast of the UAE and then runs really close to the coast, right up over the point and down the coast of Oman. And this channel, they say, is clear, it's demined, they've been working on it secretly for some time. And ships can go into this channel and, with American help, can get out of the Gulf. Pete Hegseth said today that hundreds of ships, hundreds is what he said, are lining up to take this channel. Well, we'll see pretty soon if that is the case. The fact is, what the Americans are putting together here is a very, very ambitious plan. We'll know by the end of the week whether hundreds of ships have taken advantage of it. If they haven't, then the Americans probably will only have the option of escalating further, and then the ceasefire really will be over.
Zach Polanski, you recently said...
We'll do the Zach Polanski stuff in a second. We still have situations to be monitored. The Iranian military has now officially denied it launched missile and drone attacks against the UAE yesterday and today, and warns that any action taken by the UAE against Iranian territory will result in a crushing response. I don't believe them, by the way. Military sources had previously said to the Iranian media that the UAE attacks were the result of U.S. adventurism without taking responsibility themselves. Fars News carried an interview with a former MP today, calling the attacks deserved without knowing where they came from. To be clear, Seamus says, I don't buy this. Everybody on the Iranian side seems to be denying it, but also winking that it's awesome. But if I was trying to further drive a wedge between Saudi Arabia and the UAE and ratchet up pressure on the GCC's ineffectual nature, this is what I would do. Fake. That claim came from a fake account. They took credit. They definitely did it. Okay. It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous to assume that anybody but the Iranians dunked on the Fujairah ports. Like, is crazy. There was also this. Remember, hold on. Where is it? There was also this. Let's talk. Let's hear from the Iranian Chinese relations. The foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, is visiting Beijing today to talk to his counterpart in China.
I want to bring in Mohammed Ali Shabani now from London. He's the editor of Amwash Media. That's an online publication focused on the region, well-sourced on Iran. Mohammed, it's good to have you. Peter Hegseth then insists the ceasefire between the US and Iran is holding. What are your sources telling you on where Iran is on these talks?
Well, the foreign minister of Iran, as we speak, is on his way to China ahead of the Trump-Xi summit, and I think there are efforts being made to salvage this negotiation, which is being conducted with the help of Pakistan. I believe the Iranians are trying to push for the Chinese to have a greater role in assisting with de-escalation and also assisting perhaps with the nuclear side of this kind of contention. Because as you know, the contention between Iran and the US is not just about the nuclear program, it's also about the Strait of Hormuz, about the region, about the missile program, etc.
Yeah, I mean, just how important do you think this trip to Beijing by the Iranian foreign minister is?
I think Iran is cognizant of the need to have some form of guarantor for whatever kind of agreement is going to come out with Trump. They know that he is frankly fickle. He's shown in negotiations with the European Union, for instance, that even if he signs something, there's no guarantee that he may not change his mind. We've seen this, for instance, with the tariffs. So I think apart from the substance of any negotiation, what kind of role China may have in enabling that, I think they're also looking at the Chinese and also the Russians as some kind of third-party actor that can make sure that if Trump does turn around and violates whatever may be agreed, that there's some kind of cost to it, or at the very least, that there's some kind of consequence.
Do you believe that there's a growing divide?
Kaka, guys, I have double pleated pants. It's not my dick print, okay? You're so fucking stupid. When I sit down and I stand up, the pleat stays. Okay? Do you see this? That's not my dick print.
inside Iran between the diplomatic track and the foreign minister and the IRGC, particularly as hardliners view negotiations, frankly, as a sign of weakness?
I mean, Iran is not a monolith. There's absolutely a divergence of views. But when it comes to the issue of how to deal with this war, I believe that there is a hardline clique which is quite isolated. And what I mean by isolated is that we've seen a remarkable cross kind of partisan consensus on the need for diplomatic engagement. And the people backing engagement is not just the reformist president or the foreign ministry. In fact, the person leading the negotiations is the parliament speaker, who himself is a former IRGC commander, right? So we're seeing a kind of a clique of hardliners being opposed to negotiations under current circumstances, but they mostly have an issue when it comes to a divergence of views over tactics. Ultimately, I think all of them are looking for the same objective, and the same objective is they understand there needs to be some kind of deal with the United States. It's about how do you get to that deal and how can you achieve the optimal outcome in terms of concessions from Trump.
And the Revolutionary Guard have been very upfront about the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is leverage for Iran. I want to show you this map released by the IRGC, showing what they say is a widening of Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. The area, you see the two fat red lines there. The area starts with a line between the westernmost tip of Iran's Qasem Island all the way round to the east there, which is the bottom of that, meeting that red line, is the coastline of the United Arab Emirates. And this relates, the release of this latest map coincided with what Emirati authorities said was a drone attack yesterday on an oil port in Fujairah in the UAE. That was caused by a fire. It caused a fire. What kind of message is the Revolutionary Guard sending here?
So for the Iranian state, beyond the government, the state as a whole, they look at control over this waterway, this maritime choke point, as a major...
Did I miss her say Hormuz?
The coastline of the United Kingdom of Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, the area...
One more time?
And the Revolutionary Guard have been very upfront about the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is leverage for Iran. I want to show you this map released by the IRGC, showing what they say is a widening of Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. The area...
Okay, confirmed. Confirmed! We're having an impact. Strait of Hormuz.
You see the two fat red lines there. The area starts with a line between the westernmost tip of Iran's Qasem Island all the way round to the east there, which is the bottom of that, meeting that red line, is the coastline of the United Arab Emirates. And this relates, the release of this latest map coincided with what Emirati authorities said was a drone attack yesterday on an oil port in Fujairah in the UAE. That was caused by a fire. It caused a fire. What kind of message is the Revolutionary Guard sending here?
I wonder what the message is.
So for the Iranian state, beyond the government, the state as a whole, they look at control over this waterway, this maritime choke point, as a major source of leverage in any kind of negotiation. They're not going to go ahead and just give up that leverage, especially in the middle of talks with Trump. If you look at those two thick red lines, there are two very interesting aspects to them and where they're situated. Number one, they want to make sure that Fujairah, this coastal kind of port of the UAE, is not going to be used the way it currently has to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. That's number one. Number two, the U.S. military has gone out and tried to tell shippers and tried to tell insurers that we can try to help guide you through Hormuz, but using a different channel. If you look at the map, very close to the Omani coast.
How do I rewind stream to hear it again? Oh, great question. The Piker Broadcasting Service allows you to rewind as long as you subscribe. The People's Broadcasting Service, the Piker Broadcasting Service, for you, the people, by you, the people. Thank you. PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service, People's Broadcasting Service, is sponsored by you, the people, and is always for you, the people. For tomorrow's news today, if you subscribe or are lucky enough to get gifted a sub, buy closed presents, thank you for the 20 gifted, on a desktop. Yo, it's Pipes, thank you for the 10 gifted, on a desktop. Beula Jr. with a 10 gifted. There's no ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service, like I've said time and time again. The only thing you get on the Piker, the only way to support the show and to support independent media is by subscribing for $6 a month with a regular subscription or for free with a Twitch Prime. Find Your Socks. Jen Limay, thank you for the 25. Find Your Socks, thank you for the 20. Butterstains, thank you for the 5. Gifted. Subs. Holy moly. For some reason, my friend is having a tough time figuring out why the Saudis pulled out of Live Golf. That's the funniest way to try to understand, geopolitical incidents taking shape in the Strait of Hormuz by being like, I'm a big fan of Live Golf. I don't understand why the Saudis pulled out. The more I talk to normies, though, the more I realize, like, people are unbelievably oblivious to what the fuck is going on around the planet, okay? Butterstains, Find Your Socks, Jen LeMay. Barry Balls, thank you for the 10 gifted. Harmuzzi 91, thank you for the 10 gifted. Sarah Lynn Games, thank you for the 5 gifted. And the Ham 88, thank you for the 50. 50 bomb. Yeah. Sarah Lynn Games. Sarah Lynn of the Bulwark is in the chat.
So by drawing this thick red line, what Iran is trying to say is it doesn't matter if you sail next to Oman or next to our coast. You're not going to sail through this waterway without coordination with us beforehand whatsoever. So we've seen already, we have some sources telling us, for instance, that there have been talks between Iran and South Korea about passage, but Iran wants some kind of toll.
Fascinating. All right.
Geopolitics has been reduced to that's crazy, and they don't try to dig deeper because they've been taught that politics is yucky. Well, it's a comfort that you get to have if you live in the United States of America, in the heart of empire. The only impact that you ever feel is if, gas prices are going up, and even then you can delude yourself into thinking that there's other reasons for why that's taking place. That's just how it goes, and that's probably a big part of the reason why a lot of people get away with yelling about what I represent to a lot of Americans by simply saying like, oh, this guy, I'm offering analysis, but a lot of people can turn around and be like, oh, he's just like defending our enemies. A lot of Americans don't think too deeply about why these sorts of events are taking place. Just saw Steal the Story, please. Will you also be covering 30 Years of Horrors? Yes. They had to cancel all the Formula One races in the Gulf this season because of the conflict, and I find it incredibly funny. Yeah, it's just very funny that people don't understand why that's happening, though. I'd be a lot less sad if I didn't listen to this damn broadcast. Yeah, but you're informed. I think it's important to always be informed. Like, yes, the situation is worthy of being monitored, sure. Unfortunately, when you monitor the situation, you also get sad. Let's look at the New York Times analysis on the Chinese-Iranian relationship. China seeks an advantage with both Trump and Iran as war evolves. Now, of course, this analysis is always going to be, kind of hawkish against China because it's obviously the paper record and therefore will reflect the views of the State Department. There was also this as well I wanted to show you. Crazy chart from JP Morgan. We all know the narrative that the U.S. is energy independent, but the spike in U.S. gasoline price over the past 2 months has outpaced everywhere except Southeast Asia, the region most dependent on oil from the Persian Gulf. So Americans are experiencing some semblance of impact. Maybe many of them don't understand why, but you know. Oğlum döverim ha. Bir dakika bakayım bir cekete. Göster bir ceketi. Murat! Göster lan. Sorry. Nice. Where'd you get it? For us. Okay. I like that jacket more than the one that he got me. That's a little too small on you. Let me try it on. Let me try it on. My dad loves that I'm doing suits now, so he's just like buying a bunch of suits and blazers for me and Murat as well. Otherwise, Murat will get very sad. Why he kind of smooth with it? Oh, it's fucking Roger Stone. Of course he's smooth with it, unfortunately. Anyway, let's get back to China. China seeks an advantage with both Trump and Iran as war evolves. Let's take a look by Edward Wong. As President Trump tries to sort out his next steps in the Iran war, China has taken its own actions to ensure that it benefits from whatever outcome eventually emerges, obviously. China is prodding Iranian officials to negotiate with the United States while also quietly allowing its companies to give Iran commercial support that would help Iran's military if Trump dives back into a full-blown war. Yeah, how dare China not listen to our ridiculous, arbitrary demands that we're making after we have been caught in flagrant violation of international law. How dare they? The Chinese government has not taken a strong position on the war. It has multiple goals and acts with caution, so its hedging officials and analysts say. The war will no doubt be an important issue in talks between Mr. Trump and Xi Jinping, China's leader, when they meet in Beijing for a two-day summit scheduled to start May 14th. On the one hand, having the United States bogged down in yet another war in the Middle East is advantageous to China. The U.S. military has quickly expended an enormous amount of munitions, depleting stockpiles that would be critical in any future conflict with China, and the war diverts the Trump administration's attention from Asia. But China also sees a benefit in trying to help end the war, which Mr. Trump and Israel started more than 2 months ago. Earlier in the war, Iran's military effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz to most ships while allowing vessels carrying Iranian oil to cross, including ones bound for China. But the Chinese economy has still been hurt by the surge in global energy prices, of course. And the country is also feeling an impact from a U.S. naval blockade that prevents some ships from leaving Iran's ports. Although some observe that Beijing might favor a prolonged war in Iran, policy discourse in Beijing, in fact, favors de-escalation, said Yun Sun, a scholar of China at the Stimson Center, a foreign affairs research group in Washington. Both China and Russia have asked Iran to continue negotiations with the Americans, said two Iranian officials. Last Wednesday, Mr. Trump spoke to President Vladimir Putin of Russia about the war. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Wang Yi, his Chinese counterpart, discussed the war in a call on Thursday, said Liu Pengyu, the Chinese embassy spokesman in Washington. That's a cool mural. Man, these guys are goated with the murals, huh? I hope it's not AI. I hope the art was created ethically. Probably is AI, though. Mr. Trump already postponed the... They love... Dude. If you think Americans like AI, holy shit. I mean, Chinese people love AI. Like, countries that are outside of... countries outside of the West love AI a lot more than countries in the Western hemisphere, Western sphere of influence love AI. Like, people fucking go ape shit. Bananas, the third world. Oh my God, they fucking love AI so much. Not even just the third world, but like developed nations as well. Just like not the immediate Western countries. Mr. Trump already postponed the summit with Mr. Xi once because of the war. He wants to go to Beijing in a position of strength, officials say, and not with an unresolved conflict that continues to roil global markets and sap U.S. military resources. Duh. For China, there's the issue of our blockade, said Rush Doshi, a scholar at Georgetown University and Council on Foreign Relations who worked on China policy in the Biden White House. For us, there's the issue of China's support for Iran. Good luck, by the way. Good luck trying to stop them from continuing developing long-standing and more meaningful relations, including maybe some semblance of a defense arrangement forming here. Obviously, China is a lot more shy about, putting pen to paper on these sorts of things. Like the only defense relationship that China has is with North Korea. And that's a holdover from the Korean War. Outside of that, they don't have any like official defense relationships, not even with the country of Pakistan, which many have called China's own Israel. Okay. I Googled you. Why is the first thing that comes up is that you're a dog zapper and not your extensive media career? Hasan wearing a suit is such a lame attempt to be professional, so maybe people will take his opinion seriously and forget he's a dog zapping terrorist supporter. More zaps. That's right. It's not even working anymore. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's crazy. How dare you? You might have covered this previously, but China has straight up open claw parties, which is so fucking nuts to me. Yeah, China loves AI. They do. They really love AI. Yes, I'm one of the funniest things that haters do is like they don't realize how unhinged and unbelievably parasocial they sound. Where like when they come in here and they're like, I know everything about you and I know what makes you tick. And I assume that this will be very frustrating for you. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say these things with the hopes that it actually frustrates you. It won't. That person did not just Google kind of worked. Yeah, no, it definitely did. Uh-oh, lol, kind of worked. Yes, chatter. It did. I'm devastated. It's over for me. It's over. It definitely worked. I'm very frustrated, as you can tell. I was learning through an app called Hello Chinese. It was a great learning app, right? And then one day completely removed the first course and replaced it with the AI-generated course with AI helpers and AI art. They wound up putting out an apology saying that they're a China-based company and weren't aware of the perceptions around AI in the West, and they allowed you to use the non-AI course again. That's funny. Is chauvinist to tell the global south how to use our problematic tech, i.e. climate degrowth? Wait, what? I personally don't like AI. It's just, that's it. That's my own assessment. Okay. Oh yeah. I said me and Kaya on Twitter and all the fucking people that are like, no, you're not supposed to be in on the joke. This is supposed to be devastating for you. Like, it's so funny. No, you can't make a joke out of my calls desperate attempts to cancel you. No. How dare you? How dare you? Anyway, where were we? Stop laughing. This is supposed to frustrate you, dude. I don't think people understand. I've been getting called a terrorist for 2 years prior to being called a dog zapper. Okay? It's a downgrade. You went from calling me a terrorist to calling me a dog zapper, a dog shocker. It is an unbelievable downgrade. It's not. It's okay. Neither is correct. Not for white women. Whatever. Yeah, an upgrade from the Gucci shirt, though. Yeah, Gucci shirt enjoyer. Where were we? Let's continue. American intelligence agencies have information that a Chinese company may have tried to send a shipment of shoulder-fired missiles to Iran. Chinese companies have also shipped Iran material that is considered dual use, meaning it can serve civilian and military purposes. Everything is dual use. Literally, everything can be considered dual use. Okay, and after the U.S. Navy blockade started last month, Marines found material on an Iranian-flagged ship that Mr. Trump said was not very nice and perhaps a gift from China. I was a little surprised, but because I have a very good relationship and I thought I had an understanding with President Xi, he told CNBC, but that's all right. That's the way war goes, right? That came a week after Mr. Trump told Fox News that he had written a letter to Mr. Xi asking him not to send weapons to Iran. He said Mr. Xi wrote him a letter back saying that essentially he's not doing that. What does that even mean, essentially? Again, we can't know if what Trump is saying is correct because Trump is the least reliable narrator of events. But, we can only judge America's actions against China. Right? And America's actions against China have not been so aggressive since Liberation Day, weirdly enough. Mr. Trump's apparent nonchalance was another sign of his drive to keep his summit with Mr. Xi on track. Months ago, Mr. Trump and top aides had intended to focus on tariffs and a potential trade agreement in talks with Mr. Xi, but now discussions over the Iran war could overshadow that. Officials in Beijing are holding off serious pressure on Iran until there's a direct ask from President Trump, said Miss Yun, who conducted interviews in the Chinese capital recently. Because officials want to amplify positive relations with the United States, they might take seriously any ask that Mr. Trump makes of China on Iran, she said. This is for me, that's the only thing that I think has any weight, okay? Like the Chinese side leaning into whatever concessions or whatever demands America has in an effort to cut a specific deal for themselves. This is not just the New York Times' estimation, is what I'm saying. Mr. Liu, the spokesman for the Chinese embassy, said in a statement that keeping the area safe and stable, ensuring unimpeded passage serves the common interests of the international community. He criticized the U.S. naval blockade as a dangerous and irresponsible move. He did not mention the Iranian military's attacks on ships that Iran had not granted safe passage. Mr. Liu added that the pressing priority is to prevent, by all means, a relapse in fighting. Two of the calls were with Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister. He added, China's special envoy to the Middle East also traveled to the region. China played a crucial role behind the scenes in getting Iran to accept the terms of the ceasefire, several foreign officials said, adding that diplomats from some of the countries involved in the conflict are encouraging China to stay engaged. Like other officials interviewed for this article, they spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe a sensitive diplomacy. As for Chinese shipments to Iran, Mr. Liu said, we handled the export of military products prudently and responsibly and strictly controlled the export of dual-use articles. In Iran, officials in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are talking about the possibility of growing their ties to China after the war to get the type of military aid that the Chinese officials have given Pakistan over many years, said Ali Vaez, the director of the Iran project at the International Crisis Group. Maybe. I said that this would be the smart thing to do from the Iranian perspective. What is this? Hassan, your news reading precision is staggering. Mapping narratives, catching contradictions. Okay, stop with the chat GPT, please. Jesus Christ. I write in the I paper that the geopolitical repercussions of the Iran war are likely to be far more reaching than those of the invasion of Iraq. This is my estimate. This is my estimation as well. In Iraq, the U.S. at least won the war militarily in 3 weeks, only to lose the peace later. In Iran, the U.S. has lost not just the peace, but the war itself. There's also another major difference here. America was not meant to win the Iraq war, right? America achieved its ultimate goal of securing the energy ministry. It was the first thing that they did. and also securing the oil fields, which they also did, right? The rest was just opportunity for the military-industrial complex to continue churning profits. However, in this circumstance, with Iran, there is a genuine issue with the international energy markets in a state of crisis. This does not benefit capital. Okay? The invasion of Iran and securing longstanding military defense contracts was beneficial for American capital, and it didn't have a genuine. It did not actually disrupt the energy markets in this spectacular fashion. So in this circumstance, there is a real issue. So that's also a big difference. This raises significant question marks as to whether U.S. global primacy is feasible anymore. If a country like Iran can not only deny the U.S. victory, but impose on it a strategic defeat through the use of technology and geography, it is not only the reliability of America's security umbrella that comes under question, but also its efficiency. These repercussions will not be limited to the Middle East alone, but will likely be felt globally. What emerges instead is arguably a different kind of global order, one not defined by dominance, but by mutual denial. In this world, great powers cannot simply impose their will, and smaller states can resist them at tolerable cost. The result is not chaos, but constraint. The danger for the U.S. is not irrelevance. It's that it continues to pursue a strategy designed for a world that no longer exists. The same is true for countries like the UK that have largely chosen to rely on American military dominance. American hegemony promised control, but the Iran war revealed the limitations of American power. In the gap between promise and reality lies the likely end of an era. The winners will ultimately be those who adjust. It's a whole lot of words to basically say American hegemony is over and multipolarity is imminent, or not even imminent, but it's here. It's already here. The first shot across the bow was the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This is part of the reason why some consider Russia's actions to be anti-imperialist. I do not. But although Russia was behaving in an erratic and insane and unjustifiable manner with its invasion of Ukraine, the reality is that it was the first significant attack against the American unipolarity, the American hegemonic power status. The fact that while Putin very clearly could not achieve all of its military objectives, the very fact that they were capable of overtaking Ukrainian soil militarily and holding it militarily in spite of the American side of the Western forces offering as much support as possible to Ukraine. Okay, this was a significant step against American hegemony. The fact that the United States of America and the Western forces could not stop a regional power like Russia from exercising its will upon the Ukrainian people. So, EU blocks funds for key Chinese solar energy parks from November 1st, citing security concerns as imported inverters could be used to manipulate energy networks to gain unauthorized access to operational data, which could lead to countrywide blackouts, says the Financial Times. So, they're doing another self-imposed restriction for no reason. So to sum it up, the EU cut itself off from Russian oil and gas, is suffering from unprecedented energy supply issues from the Middle East because of the Strait of Hormuz, again, due to American adventurism in the region, military adventurism, has industrial energy costs 2 to 3 times higher than its competition, produces 40% less electricity than the U.S. despite having 33% more people, and 75% less electricity than China. And their move right now in this context is to deliberately raise the cost and slow the rollout of Chinese solar, the cheapest and fastest deploying form of electricity in the market, on the flimsy pretext that it's a security threat. As Arnaud Bertrand reports, The bigger security threat would be having your industrial base relocate to countries that didn't voluntarily price themselves out of energy, or for that matter, ensuring that any new AI infrastructure or industrial projects gets built anywhere but Europe beyond parity. I mean, I don't even care about the AI stuff here, but I will say, what's a larger security concern? Tremendous instability born out of the collapse of your energy grid. The fact that the fact that you're experiencing an unprecedented energy crisis and you're not even creating alternative modes because of security concerns. I find that to be very stupid. But then again, this is how the EU has always operated. So it's all talk at the Davos summit about how middle powers can align with one another and finally dig out some kind of sovereignty for themselves. It's always fucking bullshit. I see more and more voice affiliated with the IRGC, now the real power in Iran, openly saying that the failure of Iran has been that it was too shy about aligning itself with China and Russia. Bro, did they interview me? That's crazy. This is my assessment as well. China and Russia, and was instead trying to preserve its independence. More so China than even Russia, in my opinion. Okay? And was trying to preserve its independence, it said. They say they need to mortgage out part of the country to China to end up where Pakistan is. Across the Persian Gulf, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates are trying to get China to play a bigger diplomatic role. On April 20th, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia called Mr. Xi to talk about the war. This is the other side of the story, as I've said before. They have significant interest in the Gulf, right? And therefore, less so than America's interests, China wants stability for its own personal energy needs, but also because they want to have more diplomatic ties or more leverage, more influence over Gulf states anyway. During the war, Saudi Arabia asked China to press Iran to refrain from attacking the kingdom, a Saudi official said. Did China actually stop Iran from attacking Saudi Arabia? No. In 2023, China helped finalize the diplomatic opening between Iran and Saudi Arabia after those countries had talked about further engagement for years. China is seen in Riyadh as a vested party in relations between Saudi Arabia and Iran, the Saudi official said. Pakistan Zindabad, which has hosted one round of U.S.-Iran peace talks, is also relying on China to help push negotiations forward. On March 31st, China and Pakistan issued a 5-point statement calling for an immediate ceasefire, peace talks, and the protection of civilian sites, and opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and respect for the United Nations Charter. On April 8th, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan thanked 5 countries in a social media post for their help in sealing the ceasefire deal. China was at the top of the list. Of course it was. China gave a public show of support for Iran that same week by joining Russia in vetoing a UN resolution that would have allowed for multinational military action to force Iran to open the strait. Behind the scenes, China told Iran it should show flexibility and agree to a ceasefire, Iranian officials said. However, some analysts argue China's appetite for expanding its diplomatic role in the Middle East is probably limited. Beijing's priorities are more practical, said Ryan Haas, a former career diplomat and the White House national security official, now at the Brookings Institution. They want reliable access to energy inputs and secure markets for their exports. They do not want to accept another region's security challenges as their own problems. You know, this is a pretty fair shake. Overall, I think. I don't see anything too offensive in the article that's like totally ridiculous. Anyway, Trita also has some choice words for Mark Carney. Remember when Carney said this in Davos? Keep this paragraph in mind when you read what he said today about Iran and the UAE and his silence when Iran was being attacked. We knew the story of the international rule-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically, and we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. Yeah. Canada strongly condemns the unprovoked missile and drone attacks launched by Iran against the United Arab Emirates. We stand in solidarity with Mohammed bin Zayed and the people of the United Arab Emirates and commend the efforts made to protect civilians and civilian infrastructure. Canada reiterates its call for de-escalation and diplomacy in the region. Canada is very interesting because on the one hand, what is this? Mark Carney won a majority government last night, and because you will remain in power until 2029, you might as well use some of that time to watch this clip of Hasan's speech at UBC.
Tries to be American for some weird reason.
Okay, I'm not gonna go through my speech again. But Mark Carney, all talk, no action. Mark Carney, all talk, no show. Okay? Despite, same with obviously the European Union and the leadership in places like Germany. Here is Germany's Chancellor Merz continuing to demand Iran must come to the negotiating table. It must stop playing for time. It must no longer take the region and the entire world hostage. Its military nuclear program must be ended completely and forever, and there must be no further strikes against Israel and our partners in the region.
Für immer beendet werden.
This comes after America threatened to pull troops, or said are pulling troops from are pulling troops from Germany, 5,000 NATO troops, and that was of course because Merz had an honest moment where he said Iran is humiliating the United States of America. Merz legt Eier. Despite having remarkably little involvement in the issue one way or another, EU politicians keep giving these strange lectures and ultimatums seemingly just out of habit, says Mortaza Hussein. It's not out of habit. They're doing this to try to get America to no longer yell at them. Carney's so funny.
And as
what is this? Oh, I know what this is.
we'll discuss later, we are an energy superpower. Third largest oil producer, fourth largest natural gas, largest hydro renewable base. We're committed to addressing climate change while providing reliable, affordable energy to our citizens and partners. In closing, we're here because of your invitation. Again, thank you for that. But we're here because of the moral and security imperatives of our cooperation in the Caucasus, in the Baltics, in Ukraine, across Europe, and also because of the immense potential for our partnerships to build a better, more prosperous, sustainable, and just world for our citizens. And I'll close with this. It's my strong personal view that as the international order will be rebuilt, but it will be rebuilt out of Europe. And so I'm very appreciative of this. And as we'll discuss later,
Dude thinks Europe got any shit to say. I don't even know how to respond to this. The fucking is my strong personal view that the international order will be rebuilt, but it will be rebuilt out of Europe. Sure, bud. Yeah, definitely. New APAC email. They're scared shitless. I know. They're making sure Zach doesn't become prime minister. Smear campaign starting to work. Check the graph. Yeah, I saw that. I saw. We'll get to that in a second. Let's get to Abdul El-Sayed real quick. Two things I want to talk about with Abdul El-Sayed. In a fundraising email, AIPAC calls the views of Graham Plattner and Abdul El-Sayed a direct threat to the U.S.-Israeli relationship. A contribution right now to defend Haley Stevens and student Susan Collins will send a clear message that we will not let extremists rewrite the future of this relationship. Fantastic. Abdul, of course, responded and said, I'm Abdul El-Sayed and I endorse this message. Okay. At this point, I feel like AIPAC has given up on trying to be tactical or covert, and they don't realize that they are a tremendous funding boon to candidates that they put in the crosshairs like this. So, great stuff overall. Obviously, donate to Abdul if you haven't. it's an act of desperation, but they do have a lot of. They're still being covert. That's why this is only an internal fundraising email. Yeah, I guess that's true too. But I mean, it's out now. Stop anti-Israel candidates. Donate today. There is also another article that was written by a stalker of mine that you guys are very familiar with, Dan Stalkman. He wrote an article for the Free Press, as a matter of fact. Literally. Abdul al-Sayed and the Decline of the Senate is the title of the article. Yes, the Free Press is so fucking desperate that they got Diddy Dan to write an article. The only article he's ever written is on Abdul al-Sayed. The article itself is, of course, unbelievably Islamophobic, as expected from a weird psychopath like Diddy Dan Stalkman. I was also shocked that he's literate. I didn't know that that was the case. The article itself basically not so subtly implies that the Senate is declining because there's a Muslim. There is a fucking Muslim who's running for a Senate seat. That's pretty much what it is, okay? The decline of the Senate is an unbelievable thing to say about Abdul al-Sayed, because Abdul al-Sayed is a valedictorian, or was a valedictorian at University of Michigan, a Rhodes Scholar with not one, but 2 doctorates, okay? His contributions to public health in the state that he's currently running in a Senate seat was rebuilding the health department for the state itself. But the very fact that he's Muslim and an advocate for Palestinian rights and Palestinian dignity implies that the Senate is falling apart. Okay? Yeah, the Senate, where John Fetterman works, the Senate has not fallen apart because John Fetterman is a senator. But the man with the pedigree that I just showed you is running for a seat in the Senate. Obviously, that's terrifying. There are already Muslims in the Senate. What's even his point that even though Muslims are already in the Senate, one more is just too many? No, I don't think there is a Muslim senator. Is there a Muslim? I don't think there is a Muslim senator. No, he would be the first. You're confusing the Senate with the House of Representatives. Obama. Yeah. Some of his contributions in the public health sector in the state of Michigan was to cancel medical debt for 300,000 Michiganders. Remember that. So, unless you mean Chuck Schumer, the Palestinian. Logs, very important. What is this? Serious question. How electable do you really think Mark Carney would be in the USA, considering the Republican most of our local fair workers have? Open to your opinion. I don't even know how to answer that question. Okay. Yeah, those 2 doctors from Oxford and Columbia. He's a Rhodes Scholar, right? He has, I mean, he might be literally too smart for the Senate, especially in comparison to some of our other senators, right? Anyway, we have a network of some of the most unwashed and insane weirdos, fucking losers that are stalkers who've spent a great deal of time and effort trying to come after not only me, but also wonderful candidates that would help fight the good fight and would advance the interests of their constituents. But that is where we're at. J.B. Pritzker, Josh Krauscher reports, did an interview with Politico in which he said, there are a lot of people who don't like Netanyahu, but you shouldn't take it out on Israel. It's a democracy that elected him. There are a lot of people who don't like Trump. Should we be tossed into The Hague as a country because of Trump? I will not be answering this question. Should Trump be tossed in The Hague? Yes. What kind of question is that? Absolutely fuck yes. Yes. If you've done war crimes, it doesn't matter if you're an American doing the war crimes, you should be punished for it. I want to live in a world devoid of war crimes. Okay? So that's my opinion on it. This lady actually does the Israelis in English. I'm a victim. Israelis in Hebrew. I'm Adolf Hitler meme in real life. What is this? Would you support an organized plan to send all Gazans to another country? Kaya, sit. Okay. Kaya, okay. Bir de turşu. Turşu da lütfen. Eyvallah. Of course the jacket comes off for the food. What did you think?
את כל העזתים למדינה שלישית שלעולם לא יחזרו.
אם זה תלוי בי, לא רק שולחת אותם, בדרך מוודא שיש מחנות ריכוז שגם ישרפו אותם. If you want me to answer this in English, I would be more than happy to answer it.
Go for it.
The people from Gaza came over and destroyed us all on October 7th. Not only the people that they hurt physically, they hurt everybody's heart, all the Jews all over the world. And for this, I would send them as far as possible, one-way ticket, never come back. Thank you so much.
היית תומכת בתוכנית מסודרת לשלוח את כל
I mean, she didn't actually give a less fascist answer in English. Let's be real. It was still a pretty fascist answer. It's just that she hammed up the victimhood narrative in English a little bit more. That's all it is. She said they should burn in Hebrew. I mean, it was more Nazi-like in Hebrew always. She didn't phrase the concentration camp in English. She said death camps in Hebrew. My point was, even in English, even in the English setting, it was still kind of fucked up.
There needs to be a conversation about whether there's a perception of unsafety or actual unsafety in Jewish communities. After this week, do you think this is still a matter for debate?
Well, the full quote is that I said both are unacceptable. And anti-Semitism and Jewish safety is not some abstract concept for me. In fact, in the last 6 weeks alone, 2 people have actually been arrested in relation to anti-Semitic actions towards me. And yesterday, the Times newspaper published a vile anti-Semitic cartoon, which we've asked them to apologise for. Now, I don't believe that we make Jewish safety any better by escalating tensions. I think it's really important we recognise how scary it is at the moment for so many communities. We saw 3 people stabbed this week on Wednesday, 1 Muslim man and 2 Jewish men. And I think it's important that we all work as leaders to de-escalate tensions, to bring communities together, recognise the work of interfaith groups and also non-faith groups as well.
That is a nicely political answer, but it's not the answer to the question I asked you. You said that there needs to be a conversation about whether there is a perception of unsafety or...
What the fuck? Again, he's Jewish. I genuinely thought, and I was mistaken on this, I will recognize it. I thought, given that Zach Polanski is Jewish himself, that this line of attack would be not as successful, given the time frame that we're in, given the attitude from the broader public on the issue of Israel, and like all of the anti-Semitism allegations like losing its weight a little bit in the Western world especially. I truly thought that this line of attack that was very successful against Corbyn would not be so successful against Zach Polanski. I was a little wrong. Turns out non-Jews are very comfortable yelling at a Jewish man about being a bad Jew for not being sufficiently supportive of the nation state of Israel.
Actual unsafety in Jewish communities. Let me ask you again, do you still think that is a matter for debate?
As I say...
Is it a matter for a conversation? Or do you accept that actually there's not a perception, there is actual unsafety?
Well, I think the conversation is rolling out right now. I definitely think there's unsafety for Jewish people, and I never said there wasn't. I said both were unacceptable. When I talk...
No, what you said is there needs to be a conversation. I looked at your words.
Right.
Which suggests that you think that there's a choice and that perhaps some people might be thinking that there's a problem, but there isn't really a problem. So you're telling me this morning that's not in question. You accept that there is actual unsafety, and that's what's going to be tackled.
What I said was spot on. There are times when Jewish people, including myself, are actively unsafe. That's clearly very true, and it's always been true. There's also times where we hear marches, Palestinian marches, that I, as a Jewish person, walk on, where Jewish people say that makes them feel unsafe. Now, I don't think that actually makes them unsafe, clearly, because I'm a Jewish person who is on that march. So I think it's about having a conversation about how do we ensure that Jewish people are safe and Jewish people feel safe at times when they may perceive themselves to be unsafe.
Oh, that's interesting. So these marches where many Jewish people, frankly, most Jewish people that you or I would meet, say that they feel it makes them unsafe. Let me put a thought experiment to you. Imagine you are talking to Shlomi Rand or Norman Shine, the 2 men who were stabbed in Golders Green. How do you persuade them that what happened to them was somehow kind of in their imaginations? I mean, you've got to be...
What the fuck? Bro. That is insane. That's not the argument, man. The question would be like, first of all, the idea that like these stabbing victims have anything to do with like fucking pro-Palestinian marches is already bullshit. You have to tackle the issue at the root here. But he's taking it one step further, and he's like claiming that Zach Polanski is saying that anti-Semitism is made up. I really hope that he doesn't get hit with the fucking Corbyn ray where he's like too nice for his own good. Like in this situation, you should probably be a little bit more aggressive and be like, dog, are you Jewish? I'm Jewish. I'm telling you, I've been victim of anti-Semitic hate crimes. And obviously, Jewish safety is important for me, for my family. I'm Jewish. I don't know if you know this. I'm Jewish, okay? Guess what? I also am firmly committed to the emancipation of Palestinians that have been victim to a genocide. These two views are not at odds with one another, no matter how hard you guys try to slam a comfortable narrative that justifies mass state repression.
Be clear about this. You can't have it both ways. Either there is something real here, or you're saying that some Jewish people are not making it up, but they're imagining something that is real that isn't real.
Trevor, that's an outrageous distortion of what I just said.
No, I'm kind of repeating what you've just said, what you said earlier in the week, and what you've just said to me, actually.
If people are stabbed, then that is clearly unsafe. It's beyond unsafe. It's outrageous and it's horrific, the attack that happened. We should not and must not pit people facing physical violence against people's freedom of speech and ability to march in relation to a genocide in Palestine. The person who is conflating anti-Semitism and criticism of the Israeli government is Benjamin Netanyahu.
No, let's not get onto that. I asked you about the feelings of the Jewish community in this country.
Of which I'm one of them.
Almost nothing to do with what you just started to go on to. And you seem still unsure.
No, you just don't like the actual issue because it's not favorable to your position. Oh my God, I'm so mad. Oh my God, I'm so fucking mad. I can't stand British media. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Zach, you're Jewish. Just fucking be like, I'm a Jew. You're not. What the fuck are you talking about? I feel like this is... We need to simplify this shit. You know what I mean? He should just lean into that. He doesn't, it doesn't work.
Whether you believe Jews in Britain are unsafe or whether you think actually it's not as bad as some people are making it out.
That's not what I said at all, and that's not what I said last week. I said there are people who are unsafe, Jewish people, and that's clearly true. There are also people who feel like the marches are hate marches. I'm saying as a Jewish person who marches with many Jewish people against the occupation in Palestine, when people say that makes them feel unsafe, that's a distortion of what the march is.
Okay, so you would reject the Macpherson inquiry, Stephen Lawrence inquiry definition of a hate crime as a crime, an incident where either the victim or anybody else who happens to be there perceives it to be crime motivated by hatred, because there are thousands and thousands of...
No. That's not the conversation. The inquiry is going to happen. And the investigation should obviously continue. We should figure out exactly what was the motivating factor. The problem here is disingenuously tying that back to the pro-Palestinian movement. Oh my God, the UK media. Oh my God. What a fucking unbearable, bad faith, pro-suppression of free speech, pro-suppression of free speech narrative that they're developing here. Hello, fat fuck. Hello, R-worded cock-sucking chat. Dude, you're fucking based. Ooh, edgy. Edgy. Ooh, we're going to cut ourselves on the edge, chat.
Jews in this city, London, who think that those marches that you're saying you don't feel intimidated by, they think these are hate marches.
By the way, this is like his argument is unironically Jewish exceptionalism. That's crazy. What's also insane is that Sky News literally made it seem like the guy only stabbed 2 Jewish people. They didn't even bring up the fact that there was a third victim here because the third victim was Muslim. I thought that the dude only stabbed 2 Jewish people. I didn't even know that there was a third victim. Sky News straight up said 2 victims. They did not even talk about the third victim. They made it seem like the third victim does not exist. But yes, the idea that Jewish people are scared of pro-Palestinian marches, so they shouldn't happen, is a ridiculous conversation to have. Doubly ridiculous that you're talking to a Jewish person who attends the fucking marches, alongside many other Jews who also participate in these pro-Palestinian demonstrations. What the fuck are we having a conversation about? Oh, Jewish people are scared, so you can't fucking exercise your first, no, well, they don't have First Amendment, but you can't exercise free speech and free public demonstrations against a fucking genocide? What kind of argument is this? It is unbelievably anti-Semitic to make this claim that one, that all Jews are terrified of the Free Palestine movement. It's not only untrue, but it's also somewhat, not even somewhat, it's pretty fucking anti-Semitic. Like, oh, you can't be against genocide because Jews hate that. Jews love genocide is the argument that you're presenting here. It's fucking crazy. But also, even if that was the case, which it's not, but even if it was the case that like all Jews in the UK are pro-Israel and they can't stand free Palestine marches or whatever, who gives a fuck? Like that's an unbelievably stupid. If 100% of Jews, which is not the case, obviously, were against the pro-Palestinian movement, or were against people saying what Israel did is a genocide, which is the truth. What kind of bearing would that have on the moral calculation here? Would that change the situation at all? No. Israel still would have committed a genocide, and it would still be absolutely valid to protest against it if you're anti-genocide. This is not like a defensive shield that you can apply where you can just like take people's rights away. You know what I mean?
So you're saying that the Macpherson inquiry, the Macpherson definition, which is what the government stands behind and which police operate today, that's wrong.
Well, as I repeat, as a Jewish person, I march with many Jewish people on those marches. Now, there are already laws to deal with.
But you're not all Jews. I'm just saying that currently the policy is...
But why is my Jewish identity being erased from this conversation?
No, I'm not erasing it.
So many people on those marches.
Don't try that one on me.
What do you mean, don't try that on me? You're doing that. You are doing that. You keep doing that.
My point is that currently the policy is that if somebody believes that an incident is a hate crime, whether they are a victim or not, it is recorded as such by the police. It is regarded as such by the courts. What you are saying is because you don't think it's a hate crime, it shouldn't be.
If hate crimes are being committed on the marches, then those should be dealt with, and there's already laws for those. As I said, on those marches, I've not seen hate crimes, and I think it's an outrageous slur on many, many people who are marching for peace. The world is actually upside down.
And others who think it is. What's wrong with that?
Those are not hate marches.
It's in their minds.
Well, I think if they've not seen...
Yes, you should say that. I think you should say that. Yes. Yes. If there's an actual hate crime at a march, that's one thing. But broadly, this kind of like overgeneralization that anti-genocide protests and anti-Israel protests are actually a hate crime is, yes, delusional. It's hysterical. And people should shut the fuck up. Because it also feeds back into the false conflation between Judaism and Zionism. It feeds back into the false conflation between Israel and Jews. It's dual loyalty tropes being reflected on in broad daylight in mainstream media, being advanced. This is an unbelievably dangerous narrative for British Jews. Oh my God, what the fuck?
Evidence of them being hate marches, then I think, yes, that is a perception issue.
Okay, so you then want to erase their belief that they are subject to hate. That's their perception is also their reality.
Well, I think we need to deal in evidence and data. So where there has been anti-Semitism, there's laws to deal with that, and that should be dealt with. If it's a general...
You guys know my perspective on this. Zionism is a supremacist ideology, and it should be regarded as such because it is. And there's no difference between people being like, well, people who are pro-Israel think the anti-Israel marches are dangerous and scary and a hate crime, are giving off the same exact energy of like white nationalists think, miscegenation is bad. And, pro-desegregation marches are actually really scary for them. It's a hate crime against whites. It's a hate crime against white Christians. It's like, okay, well, sucks to suck, don't it?
General perception that they're hate marches, and that's the world upside down. These are peace marches that are marching to say, end the occupation.
Okay. We could have a philosophical discussion about that, but clearly you don't take the view
but
that
I think the point is,
many people who experience these marches take.
This isn't philosophical
that's what you're saying,
for me.
clearly.
I was at a rally in Hastings a few days ago.
You
and someone holding a
about
reform
your
sign.
Experience. I'm trying to put to you the experience of many other people. Actually, rather many.
My experience as a Jewish person was someone
of Jews in this city
did a Nazi salute in my direction this week. This is not an abstract philosophical conversation for me. I think it's important we deal with actual anti-Semitism, and we don't pit that against pro-Palestinian sentiment. That doesn't make Jewish people any safer.
You retweeted this message about the behaviour of a group of Metropolitan Police officers when they had probably just saved several lives, including, by the way, the life of Essa Suleiman, who's since been arrested and charged with attempted murder because the armed police were on the way, and had he not been subdued, who knows what would have happened. What on earth was going through your head when you retweeted that? I know you've apologized.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, I would lose my fucking mind. Oh my God. I'm losing my mind watching this from afar. Who the fuck are you, bro? Who the fuck are you? What was going on through your mind? Oh my God, I'm seething. Oh my God. Wow. Wow, what a fucking piece of shit this guy is. Oh my God, how smug. How entitled. God damn, this motherfucker. Oh my God, he besties with Peter Mandelson. Of course, Trevor Phillips. I have not cut off Mandelson despite Epstein links. MCB responds to suspension of Trevor Phillips over allegations of Islamophobia. Trevor Phillips was actually suspended from UK Labour for Islamophobia, but rehabilitated by Keir Starmer. Oh my God. Oh. That's what he should bring up. Be like, oh, you think a retweet is disqualifying? Well, I think continuing a relationship with Epstein affiliate Mandelson is disqualifying, and here you are sitting across from me saying condescending nonsense that actually erases my Jewish identity. Fuck!
But how did you get to that place?
I think you can both recognise the bravery of officers who run towards incidents that most of us, including myself, would certainly want to run away from. and find the appropriate forum to say that no one, especially the police, should be above scrutiny. The reason why I've apologised is I accept that wasn't the appropriate forum. As a member of the London Assembly, a place I know you know well, the Police and Crime Committee would be an appropriate place, or indeed a meeting with the Commissioner, which I'm pleased I've reached out and he's now agreed to. I do also think, by the way, open letters aren't an appropriate way to do politics either in a local election. But I accept all of that, and I'll be having that conversation with the Commissioner.
But you chose X to do this. And I'm just curious, what prompted you to look at this message and to repost it? You can say you didn't endorse it and so on, but you made a choice to do this. And I'm just curious, what thought process led you to do that?
Well, the first thing I did was recognise that this was a horrific crime, and I showed solidarity to the victims and their families. I then thanked the emergency responders for the brave work they did. I found it all very traumatic, especially as a Jewish person, and I also found the video that was circulating online traumatic too. I accept, though, that conversation about that video needs to be had with the Commissioner rather than on X.
What is this? Whereas Hasan Piker, prominent online speaker, has used pro-gaming rhetoric? Oh, shut the fuck up, chatters. Come on. What is this? Some kind of public shaming or takedown? Is it not worth to cover UK politics? No, I really like Zach. I'm in the tank for Zach. I just can't fucking stand anyone around the world that exhibits the bravery to say the truth about what fucking Israel is doing gets punished endlessly by mainstream media. And obviously I feel a sense of kinship for those who do actually put themselves out there. I mean, it's the bare minimum. It's true. But even the bare minimum is quite difficult for many of these politicians to actually openly admit and openly speak on. So yeah, of course, when I see someone who is an ally in this, who is an outspoken voice in this, being unjustly maligned in this way, I immediately get defensive. I want to talk about it. I want to cover it. I want to fucking yell about the dickhead that's like putting him through this unnecessary experience. Yeah, the elections are coming up, and that's probably the reason why they're doing this. I mean, not probably. I know that's the reason why they're doing this. They're trying to undermine him because they're terrified of the Green, the growth of the Green Party. It's hemorrhaged. I mean, the labor movement or the Labor Party has hemorrhaged support. Many of them have gone by the way of the Greens. What these guys don't realize is that the Tories are also losing support to the Reform Party, and their attacks are only going one way. Because it seems like these guys would rather have Reform than Green be in charge.
You made a mistake, presumably, because you were traumatized then.
Well, you generally apologise when you make mistakes for putting that in the wrong forum. It should be something I take directly to the Commissioner, and I accept that.
Were you trying to reframe this as a case of police brutality so we didn't have the debate that is going to have to take place about this being a straightforward case of anti-Semitism with no political defense?
Oh, my God. He's Jewish! What are you saying? What a fucking not so subtle way to just be like, hey, you're a bad Jew. Okay, that's what this is. You're a bad Jew. You don't support Israel. I am not Jewish, but I know you're a bad Jew. All my Jewish friends told me. Mendelssohn told me. Oh my God. The worst is yet to come. I think my heart will not be able to handle this. Trevor Phillips is retweeting a racist who was sacked from Waitrose because he can't find anyone else who agrees with the Zach Polanski interview.
Offense to it?
No.
It's still very hard then to understand why you felt you had to intervene with some random tweet.
Well, the commissioner
let me just add one thing. It's hard to understand it.
It's so miserable that Britain is not really a country that, going by the general populace, is incredibly into far-right idiocy, but also anytime anything otherwise shows any potential popularity, it is nuked into oblivion by the political class dead set on far-right idiocy. These people spring into action to throttle anyone who says positive things with endless horrid media coverage, planted the worst WhatsApp groups in the world, but for almost 20 years now, they have been entirely powerless, indeed seduced and beguiled by Nigel Farage. Is supporting Palestine less popular in Britain than the US? No. That's what's so crazy about this, is that pro-Palestinian sentiment is very popular in the UK. It's more popular in the UK than it is in the United States, actually. That's the reason why the UK has basically made it fucking illegal. It's just that everyone in mainstream news is doing to Zach what they've been trying to do to me here in America, right? Which is just gum up the works and put this anchor around your neck where you're like, you have to withstand the most biased negative framing physically possible. And it's crazy because, like, at least I'm Muslim, right? So I expected. I truly did not think they would be able to pull this off on a Jewish man. The only Jew that's like a party leader, by the way. That's the other crazy thing. Everyone else is not Jewish.
In any other way, given that your own party has some trouble with anti-Semitism. 2 of your candidates have been arrested this week. Is it the case that you basically wanted this not to be about anti-Semitism, but let's make it about the police?
I've already said no. It's also important to point out that a Muslim man was stabbed as well as 2 Jewish men, and that seems to have not been in the news coverage. The commissioner as well, in this very studio, accepted that this was an unusual use of police force within this incident. Now, I think there's a conversation that he's had about...
I don't think he did accept it as an unusual use.
He said it was unusual. That was what he said in the...
He said the incident was unusual, but I don't think it was an unusual use of force in the context.
He said the response was unusual, and that's a conversation I want to have with the commissioner. I've said that X isn't the appropriate forum. I don't think the media is the appropriate forum either.
You've raised the issue of Muslims. Let me put this to you. 3/4 of the terrorist threats we know come from Islamists, according to the Security Service.
Oh, God. I forgot that the UK is like way more Islamophobic than the United States of America, too. I mean, the United States is like pretty fucking Islamophobic, but it is far more heinous in Europe than it is in America. I will admit. And once again, I fucking forgot.
Fiaz Mughal, the founder of Telmama, which is the government-backed group monitoring hate against Muslims, says in the papers this morning, in a national paper this morning, that politicians haven't spoken, including the Prime Minister, about what he calls the elephant in the room that has Muslim anti-Semitism written across it. He goes on to say that while the vast majority of Muslims are an asset to our country, unless we have a root and branch rejection of Muslim anti-Semitism, calls for commiserations with British Jews are futile. Do you agree?
I think it's the opposite of what we should be doing. I think blaming an entire community based on what one person...
He's not blaming an entire community. He is referring to Muslim anti-Semitism, Islamism, as...
Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. Oh, my God. Anti-Semitism is a problem across the board. There is not one fucking specific group that is responsible for more anti-Semitism than the others. As a matter of fact, if there probably was one statistically, it probably wouldn't be Muslims. Unless you factor in pro-Palestinian movements as a part of this like rise in anti-Semitism, which is untrue. Yeah, so Muslim anti-Semitism, Christian anti-Semitism is okay? Yes, of course Christian anti-Semitism is okay. It's the most, it's the eldest tradition, my good sir. But what do you mean? If Christians can't call Jews Christ killers, what can we do nowadays? Cheerio! My good sir, of course Christian anti-Semitism is as old as time itself. What the fuck? These guys obviously don't have any capacity to feel shame, but god damn, dude, this is unfucking bearable.
Other people call it. And he says, unless we recognise that, calls for commiserations with British Jews are futile. He's not accusing a whole community. Do you agree with him?
I think what we need to do right now is de-escalate tensions. I think we need interfaith work. I think we need to bring people together. That sounds like the opposite of that.
Former head of the Equality and Human Rights Commission wrote yesterday...
They did this with Labour anti-Semitism. They're doing the same thing, but now they're just doing it Muslimic style. They kept saying over and over again, like, doesn't Labour have an anti-Semitism problem? Here is a guy from inside of the Labour, Labour Friends of Israel guy who is a pedophile. Well, later we found out that he was a pedophile, saying that Labour has a real anti-Semitism problem, right? And then they kept demanding Jeremy Corbyn address it. Meanwhile, as Double Down News at the time showed, and shouts out to David Graeber as well, I still remember his words on this issue, rest in peace to David Graeber, that anti-Semitism, or the percentage of anti-Semitic incidents within the Labour Party structure, was far lower than the fucking Tories. It turns out, lo and behold, the Tories were far more anti-Semitic, and yet the media constantly leaned into Labour anti-Semitism. I will never forget when they kept saying Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite. He's the chief anti-Semite. Meanwhile, the fucking Tories put up a statue of Nancy Astor. Okay? Nancy Astor literally said, famously, Hitler was right about the Jews. That's what she said. And the Tory party at the time, when there was unlimited wall-to-wall coverage of Jeremy Corbyn being an anti-Semite, suspected as an anti-Semite, that's what the fucking Tories were busy doing. And there was not a single fucking mention of that. Bro, Europe went so wrong so long ago. Like, it's done. What the fuck are my ears hearing? There's just nothing that... It's just so frustrating to see this, man. Farage stating places that elect Greens will be used for detention centers. What? They called up... This is getting silly now. The former synagogue was Oh, I saw this. I saw this morning. Counter-terror police are investigating an arson incident in a former synagogue in East London. Yeah. Former synagogue. Current mosque. By the way. I feel like this media cycle is designed to make me insane.
Police are investigating arson at a former synagogue. It's a site in Nelson Street.
Oh, former synagogue. Current mosque, former synagogue. 3 people get stabbed. 2 are Jewish. 1 is Muslim. Well, fuck the Muslim guy who got stabbed. Who gives a shit? Only 2 victims there. The Muslim is not a person. This is Sky News for you, okay? Mosque gets firebombed. Well, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's currently a mosque. Former synagogue gets firebombed. What the fuck?
Tower Hamlets. Police were called at 5:16 on Tuesday, the 5th of May, this morning, by the London Fire Brigade to report of a fire at the site of the former synagogue. Officers were quickly on scene. Minor damage caused to a set of gates and to a lock at the front of the building. No reports of any persons injured. And initial inquiries looking at closed-circuit television indicate the fire was, quote, started intentionally at approximately 5:10, the incident being treated as arson. Counter-terrorism policing London are investigating, given the fact of the site being a former synagogue and the nature of the incident, the Metropolitan Police go on to say. And then finally, Commander Helen Flanagan.
What? What are you... Are they just admitting that they wouldn't give a shit if it's a mosque? On accident, they're gonna uncover an Islamophobic hate crime because they thought they could. They thought that this was yet another anti-Semitic hate crime. Is that what it is? British police accidentally investigate Islamophobic hate crime because they thought it was an anti-Semitic hate crime. Is a funny title. The amount of, oh God, the injustice, man, the injustice, it just is so unbelievably frustrating. It's unbearable to experience. It's unbearable to watch unfold. It makes me so angry.
Head of counterterrorism policing London, which is leading the investigation, says this incident follows on from a number of arsons and attempted arsons targeting Jewish Londoners in the northwest of the city, and we'll be considering any potential links as their investigation gets underway. Detectives are working.
They need a guy like me in fucking British media. There's got to be, right? I mean, come on. Someone needs to get in there. And no, not even like Owen Jones. I'm talking someone who will just get in there and be like, shut the fuck up. You're a bitch. Suck my fucking dick. Someone needs to get up there and just be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Someone needs to get in there and throw some goddamn elbows in the room. Make some fucking breathing space for yourself. Jesus Christ. They'll be arrested? Oh, whatever. The British version of yourself is in jail? That's, yeah, I guess. Fuck it. I'll be the version of myself in the UK if necessary. Hasanabi, genuine question here. You've mentioned a couple times that you should lean into his Jewish identity to defend against the bullshit from the interviewer, but I'm curious why. Isn't that standpoint epistemology, which you're usually against, or am I misunderstanding your POV? Yes, you're not misunderstanding my POV at all. Okay, I'm saying fight dirty. Do you not understand? I'm saying like fuck it, fight dirty. If they're going to be philo-Semitic, use the fact that you're Jewish to your advantage. You know what I mean? Yes. They're going low as fuck. Under different circumstances, I'll be like, I don't care about your standpoint. I don't care about standpoint epistemology. As a matter of fact, even in the process of describing like the idea that, you know, the overwhelming majority of Jews are terrified of pro-Palestinian marches, I said, I don't give a shit. Okay? I don't care. The fuck do you mean? First of all, you made that up, okay? You made that up. And even if that was the case, it still wouldn't fucking matter. What do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. We can't say the truth about what Israel is doing because it might offend people's sensibilities. You know what I find offensive? The fact that the Royal Air Force was creating strike targets for the Israeli army. That is a genocidal army. That's what I think is offensive. That's what was going on with our fucking British tax dollars at a time when there's an unprecedented energy crisis, at a time when the UK is suffering. That's what Keir Starmer thought was an appropriate use of funds. I find that to be unbelievably offensive. You know what else I find offensive? The idea that we here in the UK find ourselves to be the bastion of liberalism, defenders of the Magna Carta. That's what the king said when he went to the United States of America, delivered a speech in front of Congress, okay? And here we are using some of our exhausted resources upon British pensioners who dare say that they support Palestine action. That is offensive. That is unbearable. And the shame, if we had the capacity to feel it, would be felt for generations. Oh my God. Where's the accent? I'm too mad to actually give you a comical accent.
Quickly to gather evidence and identify those responsible. I would urge anyone with information to assist detectives or contact police. But like I say, the breaking news in the last few moments from the Metropolitan Police that counter-terrorism policing London are investigating a further arson incident at a former synagogue.
Oh my God, he said a former synagogue like 8 times. It's fucking ridiculous.
The following: when members of the Muslim community commit violence against Jewish people for simply being Jewish, there are no mosque vigils or prayers, no loud hailers condemning perpetrators. To their shame and mine, Muslims in Britain appear entirely alienated from the plight of Jews when attacked. This silence speaks volumes. Do you understand her anger? She is a Muslim.
I think those are inflammatory comments. I think some of the work that I'm proudest of when I see in London is when imams and rabbis stand together side by side and say that attack on one is an attack on all, and together Jewish and Muslim people will stand in solidarity. I think that's the sort of leadership that we need right now, people standing up and working together in unity, not reaping further division.
So the points of view of two prominent Muslims, from your point of view, are just inflammatory because what, they're not your kind of Muslim?
They can be as prominent as they want. I can still disagree with them.
Yes. Yes. Also, he should just flip the script and be like, the overwhelming majority of Muslims disagree. If you're going to hit me with the overwhelming majority of Jews disagree with me, a Jewish person, you're not a Muslim. You're actually an Islamophobe. So we both know you don't give a fuck what Muslim opinions are. You're just using these two as a fucking pawn, which right off the jump is enough for me to assume that their perspective is worth nothing.
No, but you seem to be saying that somehow their views are not legitimate.
I think their views are wrong.
You're not engaging with them at all.
That's different to not legitimate. What I'm saying is that I think people in positions of power and people with responsibility right now have a responsibility to bring people together. That is not language that I think sounds like bringing people together.
Even if it doesn't, even if it involves trying to tell the truth, what they see as the truth?
I think it's really important to tell the truth. And the truth right now is we need interfaith work. We need to make sure that we're bringing people together. We need investment in our communities, both faith and non-faith communities. I think that's what's important right now, rather than, I know you rejected earlier on when I said blaming an entire community for one person's actions is not what those words are saying, but that's very much what I'm hearing.
Well, we're going to have another conversation about perception and reality. Sure. They go out of their way specifically to say that they don't accuse all Muslims, and how could they? They are Muslims themselves. But I just wonder whether this is a political situation for you in which you can't recognise what they say because you're trying to appeal to that community.
I mean, again, I think it's an outrageous slur. Anti-Semitism is unacceptable in the same way that Islamophobia is unacceptable. I don't think we challenge anti-Semitism or Islamophobia or any form of racism by pitting communities against each other. I think we challenge those things by investing in our communities and bringing people together. All right.
You are fighting elections this week. Smart Money says that you're going to do very well as a party. Are you going to instruct your councillors to reject coalition or cooperation with other parties, specifically Reform?
Well, the first thing to say is I'm not interested in smart money, I'm interested in votes. So on Thursday, every single person who wants Green councillors with only 2 vested interests, to protect people and protect the planet, should go out there and vote Green. We're facing a toxic combination right now of high bills and low wages. We need to end rip-off Britain. And one of the ways we do that is by electing more Green councillors. Now, when those councillors are elected, they are there to serve the communities. They're not there to serve me or the Green Party. So I won't be telling anyone, who they need to go into coalition with or not go into coalition with. That's ultimately a matter between the councillors and their local community. I would be very surprised, though, and I would be bothered to see anyone going into coalition with Reform, and I don't expect to see that happening.
Oh, and you'd be bothered because?
I think Reform offer a politics that's divisive. I think that it's toxic, and I think it's the opposite of everything that the Green Party represents. And I can't imagine any councillor or council wanting to work with the Reform Party. At the same time, it's an important principle that we are not a top-down party. It's up to those councillors to make their decisions. But as I say, I can't imagine any scenario where you'd see the Green Party and Reform working together.
Let's talk a little bit, if we may, before we end, about what kind of party you are. People used to think of the Green Party as conservationist and mocked Greens for being, you know, knit your own yoghurt and so on. Nobody's going to say that these days.
Still like to knit some yoghurt.
OK, fair enough. I'll come round for that. What's the first thing you're going to ask your councillors to do on Monday? Are you...
You should check the reactions to a lot of these anti-Zach smears on. You can see a lot of people are on Zach's side. The dislikes on this video in particular are the majority. Yeah, of course, they, I suspect they... Oh! They disabled the comments. Oh, how interesting. I wonder why they disabled the comments. Perhaps because they'd be getting ass blasted by everyone who is fucking sane. God, these people are such disgusting cowards, dude. Oh my God. And the fact that he's been punished by the labor for being Islamophobic, and on top of that, maintaining his relationship with Mendelsohn, even after everything came out, is a cherry on the top, okay? Holy fuck. Broadcaster criticizes those who deserted his longtime friend, saying he knew about the peer's weaknesses. His weaknesses, pedophilia. Oh! Why could a little bit of pedophilia get in between? Two friends, lifelong friends. Oh, dastardly. I'm just so sick of ignorant media Islamophobes in senior positions of the UK-US media viciously going after anyone that dares stand up against the slaughter and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. Trevor Phillips notoriously got suspended from the Labour Party for Islamophobia. And you get the feeling watching this astonishingly rude and sneery interview with Zach Polanski, virtually the only senior British politician to show any sympathy for Gazans, that Phillips frankly wouldn't lose a wink of sleep if every Palestinian was erased from the face of the earth. He certainly can't see anything positive about protesting their genocide, which raises the question, how and why did someone with such a record of toxic divisiveness ever get offered a primetime show in the first place? It is for that reason that they got offered a primetime show. God damn, dude. It's actually worse than I remember. I always forget how fucking bad British media is because, like, you know, I'm so used to just like smears from American media. I'm so used to like being in the American media space. It actually blows my mind how much worse it can get. Like this guy is basically like Randy Fine. You know what I mean? Which I guess is not exactly great because I'm comparing him to an American congressperson. You got brainwashed by the LBC podcast? Yeah, well, it's not even the LBC podcast. It's the LBC radio show's callers who are, you know, unfathomably based every time they speak. They're like fucking Maoist third worldists, apparently. Yeah, I'm calling in from Islington. Let me tell you, the Iranians have a right to fucking defend themselves, yeah? It's just the fucking callers. Yeah, Bush. Every time I see Iranian rockets, I say Bush. Trust me, only 5% of callers are based.
Turn to the traditional green issues. Are you going to, for example, ask them to ensure they're not spending any money on anything that would benefit Israel?
Well, the first thing to do is make sure we're protecting people's public services. As I said, people are really struggling right now. As Hannah Spencer, the MP for Gorton and Denton, where we took on the billionaire donors, and the Green Party won, the day she won, she said, working hard used to get you something, and now it doesn't get you the holiday, it doesn't get you what you feel like you deserve. And I think it's so important that Green councillors on day one are making sure they're protecting people's public services, actually representing the communities, and changing politics so people can believe and trust again. Far too many people feel like politicians are so distant from them, as opposed to out there batting for them every single day.
That's so interesting, because in that answer, no reference to hedgerows, small animals, even sewage in the water.
Well, they're all part of the public
Have the Greens
services,
become more Corbynista now than conservationist?
Well, inequality affects everything, and ultimately the climate crisis is a crisis of inequality because corporations who destroy our environment are also destroying our democracy and our communities too. And so the Green Party is ultimately there to make sure that we protect our planet and our environment, and it's there to make sure we tackle inequality. The 50 wealthiest families in this country own more wealth than 34 million people. That's unsustainable. The government say there's no money left. There's plenty of money. It needs to be in our communities, both for the environment and for the people we seek to serve.
Green Party leader defends pro-Palestine marches after Golders Green attack.
The anti-Semitic attack in Golders Green was not only terrifying.
Read the comments in this. Planning on turning the comments off on this one too, Sky? Who was the third victim? Who was the third victim? Put Britain first, not Israel. Kudos to Stephen Kapos. Horror what the Israeli government is doing to the Palestinian people has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. Palestine marches having nothing to do with the attack. Remember, Starmer has taken donations from Israel directly. Yeah, I just don't think people... I can't get a good enough assessment, a good enough read on the British public overall. But I suspect if it's anything like the American public, all of these hideous smears are probably not going to work. New Trump update. Trump, based on the request of Pakistan and other countries, the tremendous military success that we have had during the campaign against the country of Iran, and additionally the fact that great progress has been made toward a complete and final agreement with the representatives of Iran. We have mutually agreed that while the blockade will remain in full force and effect, Project Freedom, the movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, will be paused for a short period of time. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it is Tuesday. Taco Tuesday, after all. I see we've now moved on to The Guardian, legitimizes this totally fake thing, part of the anti-Semitism meta scandal, all smoke and no fire. So-and-so must denounce this or that person for refusing to denounce some other obscure person on the internet commenter. Hell yes. The only Jewish person to lead a major British party is secretly anti-Semitic for refusing to denounce this or that comment from Joe or Bob or Susan. Hell yes, keep it coming. Keep clouding the media space with smoke and scandals about entirely made up scandals. If you're wondering, yes, a Jewish man questioning the level of force used by officers to tackle the Golders Green suspect is used as evidence of anti-Semitism in the piece. It's awesome how words have no meaning now. Oh, I hate this. I hate this so much. Oh, there's so much injustice in this world. It's crazy. There's so much unfettered hypocrisy, too. Ugh. Do virtual appearances on Novara with Bostani? Yeah, I might. I mean, I'm going to be in the UK physically.
It started a fresh debate at the highest political levels about policing, protest, and the safety of British Jews. 4 days later, we've come to Golders Green to speak to Jewish people about how safe they feel.
The authorities and the police and the government have to take care of the underlying cause of this anti-Semitism.
Yeah, these guys will be like, oh, 2 Jewish people and a Muslim guy got stabbed. We should stop the pro-Palestine marches. I mean, that kind of gives the game away, you know? Like, you're not taking this shit seriously at all. What the fuck do you mean? The first thing that comes up in your mind is like, oh, we got to stop the pro-Palestine marches. That's crazy. Yeah, Badenoch, the conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, says she supports a moratorium on pro-Palestinian marches, but not for the march led by far-right activist Tommy Robinson later this month.
These marches, would you consider taking similar action against the march that's planned for the same day as the pro-Palestinian march, May the 16th, the rally being organised by Stephen Yaxley Lennon, Tommy Robinson, a convicted far-right activist? Would you consider banning that?
Well,
too?
is he creating a climate of intimidation and violence that is resulting in 2 people murdered in Heaton Park, 2 people nearly murdered in Golders Green? I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a right to protest. There is something specific that is happening at these marches that is different from the sorts of protests we've seen previously. People are not protesting about domestic issues. They're protesting about international issues. It's cost.
Why is he a convicted felon? Perhaps he's incited so much hatred that it's become a criminal issue in the past. The idea that Stephen Yaxley Lennon, also known as Tommy Robinson, is not actually doing rallies, specifically hate rallies, because the pro-Palestine movement is not directed towards Jews. It's not an anti-Jewish movement. Tommy Robinson's rallies are anti-Islam, anti-Muslim, anti-refugee. Okay? So on the one hand, they claim falsely that the pro-Palestinian rallies are actually directed towards Jews, which is already bullshit and therefore must stop. But also on the other hand, they don't even do a both sides thing here where they just go, no, the wrong side, the rallies that are fomenting hatred towards refugees, towards Muslims, towards immigrants, those rallies must continue. What the fuck?
2 people nearly murdered in Golders Green. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a right to protest. There is something specific that is happening at these marches that is different from the sorts of protests we've seen previously. People are not protesting about domestic issues. They're protesting about international issues. It's costing us a fortune. It's resulting in the normalization of violence towards a minority group. I think that we need to do what we can.
But some people might feel, and some people did feel, at that last big march called Unite the Kingdom, many people there were protesting perfect.
Yeah, imagine writing for Tommy Robinson as a black woman being against the liberation movement, but is for a movement that will happily Thanos snap black people out of existence, given the chance of little chickens for KFC moment. Yeah, I mean, she's the Tory leader, so of course she has to defend the racists. Obviously, her job requires her to defend racism in the country. That's like why she's in that position.
Perfectly peacefully. But some people did look at that march and feel intimidated.
Right.
Some people did look at that and think, I don't want to see that. There were concerns at that time, and there were arrests, and people were charged with racially aggravated offences at that particular march.
Right. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You haven't been able to say who that was targeted against. I am saying that there is something very specific happening to Jewish communities. Their primary schools have security guards outside them. I go to Jewish primary schools. These are little children that are worried about being hurt and attacked. Gale's Bakery, a bakery being graffitied, Jewish businesses are being smashed up. I'm not saying that the Kingdom March is perfect. I'm saying that something specific is happening here, and we need to look at it. We keep doing this whataboutery every time, and I think...
Whataboutery? It's not even whataboutism. You're being asked a direct question about do you have a blanket ban on what you perceive as hate marches? And you clearly are like, no, I don't, actually. I just only care about marches that I perceive to be anti-Semitic. This is not whataboutism. I don't know what to say. This is unfucking believable, dude. They're so open about this. What I also don't understand is, like, how is this not... They're also trying to make calling out the third victim into a conspiracy theory. Yeah, Green's deputy leader shared conspiracy theory over Golders Green attack. Rachel Millward shares post that says third victim from the day who was Muslim erased from the news to suit weaponized narrative. It's literally what happened. You got pressed for this again?
Ban their marches. But when it was put to you the other day that on the same time as a very big pro-Palestinian march is due, there's one.
By the way, the reversal should take place. They should ban Tommy Robinson's marches, which have literally led to hate crimes, and not the pro-Palestinian marches, which are, in my opinion, it's a hate crime to ban the pro-Palestinian marches, a hate crime against those who are trying to stop a genocide from taking place.
By Tommy.
The UK is literally upside down world, man.
Robinson, who after all is overtly anti-Muslim, he's a man with multiple criminal convictions. You said you wouldn't ban that. Why allow him to march and not people who want to protest about the plight of people in Gaza?
So, first of all, this is not a defense at all of Tommy Robinson. I don't endorse anything he does, but they are different. What we have seen with the marches that have been going on for 3 years around Palestine is sustained every week, marching in front of synagogues, people who are visibly Jewish harassed and abused. The Tommy Robinson marches often turn into violence. Other groups turn up. They get into a squabble. Police officers.
Oh, other groups turn up. Oh, the pro-Palestinian movement is visibly targeting or is directly targeting Jewish areas and visibly Jewish people. It's the pro-Palestinian movement that's like doing this. But when Tommy Robinson is instigating a hate rally, putting together a directly named hate rally, it's not like these guys have any, like there's no ambiguity about the goals of a Tommy Robinson rally, by the way. They just openly say it. But in that instance, there's outside groups that come in. That's what it is.
But at the end of the day, we cannot avoid the fact that 2 Jewish people were killed in Heaton Park. 2 Jewish people nearly killed.
And a Muslim person that was also stabbed in the same Golders Gear, however you fucking say it, the stabbing incident. Golders Green attack.
Last week, just luck that Shomrim and the police got there on time.
But
that is very
different. Protester. That's what people are anxious about. They point out this new.
Yeah, by the way, Tommy Robinson, they can't ban him from marching because he is an Israeli asset. He is an agent for both the United Arab Emirates and also Israel. This is 100%, by the way. Okay? Perhaps that's the reason why they can't fucking do anything about it. God damn, I didn't realize the UK was this cucked to Israel, bro. It is worse than America somehow. How is that possible?
The organisers claim is going nowhere near a synagogue.
It's part of the normalization of these attitudes.
So if a Muslim said to you, well, hold on, we do feel threatened by Tommy Robinson. We do get threatened by the use of Christian iconography to try and say somehow this is a Christian country and you're not.
They made Israel, come on, man. I know, but there's been a dramatic role reversal, it seems. Yeah, I don't know which one is more cucked. Is it Germany? Is it the UK? Or is it the United States of America? I feel like the U.S. is pretty cucked on a policy, on the policy side, but at least like there is tremendous pushback, you know, like, and it's crazy because like even in Germany or even in the UK, they have to do higher level of enforcement on pro-Palestinian speech, and because they don't have the First Amendment. Because they don't have the First Amendment, they can get away with doing that kind of thing. They can like prescribe certain organizations as terror organizations, and like they did with Palestine Action. And in spite of all of that, there is a higher level of disapproval for Israel in especially the UK than the United States of America.
Welcome here as Muslims, and of course there are multiple attacks on Muslims around the country. You say, well, it's not at that level yet.
No, it's not even the same. Criticism of religion is allowed in this country. We mustn't mix the two things. I am talking about the attacks on Jews. It's not the faith that's being attacked, it's the people. And I do have to ask...
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. First of all, I definitely don't believe that. Because you're literally criticizing the pro-Palestinian rallies, which has nothing to do with Judaism to begin with. Can you imagine if the pro-Palestinian rallies were also like, well, we're just criticizing Judaism? Oh my God. Then you would actually have a good reason to fucking talk about anti-Semitism. Oh my Lord. If the pro-Palestinian movement did what Tommy Robinson is doing to Muslims, but instead the Jews, then you would understand whether or not these are hate rallies or not, okay? Because then it would be. Because Tommy Robinson is a hate monger, and his rallies are hate rallies.
Why is it that whenever we're talking about Jewish hatred, we always have, well, what about? When something happens to black people, when there are atrocities, that no one does the whataboutery. When something does happen to Muslims...
Oh my gosh, she's using her blackness to fucking suppress a pro-liberation movement while simultaneously defend an anti-black protest, an anti-refugee, anti-migrant protest. What the fuck?
We don't say what about anti-Semitism. Why do we have this double standard that whenever there's an issue with anti-Semitism and Jews being attacked, we have to broaden it out all the time?
I mean, she's got no emotion anyway, but it's still, annoying to see it happen. Lawyer defending Israel at the international court says Owen Jones that The Economist is pro-Hamas.
Look, you made a completely outrageous claim that I'm part of the Hamas propaganda machine. There's absolutely no basis or evidence for that. And if we're going to say that anyone who says that huge numbers of people have been murdered, exterminated, killed, whatever you want to say, by the Israeli state, The Economist backed Israel's assault on Gaza. They did their own detailed estimate of the number of people killed in Gaza, and their upper limit, and these are out of date, this was a year ago now, was 110,000 people. If we are to believe my esteemed guest, The Economist magazine is now part of the Hamas propaganda machine. As regards the...
I think we should normalize calling this hysterical. Okay. Like, I think you should be able to laugh in the face of people like this. Maybe I'm crazy for this, but like, if you can just if you feel no shame whatsoever and you can sincerely sit there and be like, yes, The Economist is a part of the pro-Hamas propaganda machine, you deserve to be laughed at.
Well, do you know what? I rest my case on that. Carry on arguing that the likes of The Economist are part of the Hamas propaganda machine, because all you are doing is discrediting your argument. You mentioned, for example, about these academics like Omar Bartov, the Dean's Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at one of the most prestigious universities on the face of the earth. He dedicates his life, every single day of his life, studying genocides. He is one of the most preeminent scholars of the Holocaust. He knows this subject in a way you, a spokesperson for a pro-Israel lobbying organization, does not.
No, it's not.
And I'm afraid to say, you can say, by the way, I disagree with him, I don't think they're right, but you are going to have to stretch everyone's credulity to say that Israeli scholars of genocide who dedicate their lives to studying genocide are talking total arrant nonsense. The truth is, Natasha, Israel has committed a live stream genocide. It has butchered vast numbers of people in front of the whole world.
Reform have just proposed setting up concentration camps for migrants, and the Labor Party is currently focusing on trying to smear Zach Polanski, the only Jewish leader, as an anti-Semite. Tells you all what you need to know. Oh my God. Yeah, I heard the Reform wants to put up concentration camps in neighborhoods that voted green.
Which they're part of.
In the aftermath of the attack, Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party, shared a post criticising the police response. He spoke to Sky's Trevor Phillips about that.
I think you can both recognise the bravery of officers who run towards incidents that most of us, including myself, would certainly want to run away from, and find the appropriate forum to say that no one, especially the police, should be above scrutiny. The reason why I've apologised is I accept that wasn't the appropriate forum.
Labour condemned the initial post by Polanski.
I thought it was disgusting what he did and absolutely abhorrent. I think it demonstrates that the man is not fit to lead a political party.
And they had a similar reaction here.
What his behaviour is doing, I'm talking about his behaviour, he is potentially undermining the confidence of the police in incredibly difficult circumstances.
The attacks renewed focus on pro-Palestine marchers, with the Prime Minister saying some of them should...
We are watching the death of identity politics in real time. Thank fucking God. Rise of Woke 2. It's not working, I don't think. I mean, I don't know. Good on you for spending time on this. Is on if fascism is an international movement, then left-wing solidarity needs to be just as international. It's always been. And I've always maintained that position. That's why I also do work with and interview and collaborate with socialists, communists all around the world, as you guys know. Of course, the working class movement, the socialist movement, the communist movement is an international movement. It always has been and will continue to be.
Perhaps be restricted, a move Polanski vehemently opposes.
We should not and must not pit people facing physical violence against people's freedom of speech and ability to march in relation to a genocide in Palestine. I said there are people who are unsafe, Jewish people, and that's clearly true. There are also people who feel like the marches are hate marches. I'm saying as a Jewish person...
Try to interview Zach. I have already. Zach has interviewed me. And not only that, but also I'll be doing something when I go to the UK with him.
Who marches with many Jewish people against the occupation in Palestine. When people say that makes them feel unsafe, that's a distortion of what the march is.
Do you see where he's coming from in terms of that? I go on these marches, I'm Jewish, I feel safe.
He's a useful idiot.
Correct.
Dude, fuck off, dude. Fuck off. Oh my God, shut up. Jesus Christ. Dude, anyone that claims that an anti-genocide, anti-fascist movement is hurting their feelings can just shut the fuck up, okay? They should.
Yes,
of course you can pick a handful of Jewish people there, but the vast majority of them regard these marches as hate marches. You know, the murders...
Yeah, pro-Palestinian marches are hate marches. Yeah, sure.
Knifings, the bombing of ambulances. This didn't occur a couple of years ago. It's totally related to the marches now.
Someone who's born a Jew is a Jew. But when he's walking down the road on these marches, is he wearing a Magen David? Is he wearing a kippah?
Because he wears a
I mean, this guy isn't doing that either, right? The idea that like Jews are always wearing their kippah or anything else is fucking ridiculous. Like, what are you talking about? Plus, there's also plenty of Orthodox Jews who are anti-Zionist as well, also in the UK too. And those guys are very prominent at the pro-Palestinian rallies, ironically enough. Are they more Jewish than the average Jew because they wear the Orthodox gear, the Orthodox garb? God damn, dude. I know the argument that he's trying to present is like, oh, people don't know he's Jewish. He's literally the most prominent Jewish person in fucking British politics right now. Everyone knows he's Jewish. What the fuck are you talking about? Isn't what he just said anti-Semitic? I mean, he's dancing around the issue of calling him a bad Jew without openly saying it. They're literal Holocaust survivors that are at these fucking rallies, man. These guys are disgusting. Oh. Yeah, they're accusing him of not being Jewish enough. They are trying to take away his Jewish identity because they just think that to be Jewish is to be pro-Israel. That's what the argument is.
Is he wearing a tallit saying, I'm a Jew? Is he holding an Israeli flag? Or is he going as a pro-Palestinian actor?
Yeah, why would he fucking hold an Israeli flag at the pro-Palestinian rally? God, this kind of shit, man. There it is. Yeah, you're only Jewish if you're pro-Israel. And that's the argument, right? Disgusting.
And I think he doesn't feel...
This is unbelievably... This is so insanely hateful.
Intimidated because he's not going as a Jew.
One of those people who does go to those marches as a Jew is Stephen Kapos, who, as a child, survived the Holocaust.
There
we
it
met
is.
in another corner of North London, in a Palestinian cafe that he suggested.
They are not threatening to Jews. We are
I'm a fucking goat, dude.
Our group of Holocaust survivors and descendants who stand on the side with placards proclaiming who we are. We get the most warm, enthusiastic response from the marchers. And they are happy family events, nothing to do with hatred at all. And it is a slur, a political defaming claim that they are in any way anti-Semitic.
Few in the community here in Golders Green would agree with Kapos. This is a fiercely felt and fiercely fought debate. No wonder, given what is at stake: anti-Semitism and the safety of Jewish people. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Golders Green.
Zach Polanski is the only party leader who's Jewish, and he's being lectured on anti-Semitism by the media, by Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer called him disgraceful the other day. I think he said he was...
Oh, God. Okay, I'm done. I can't do this. It's like, it's actually destroying my brain. I hate this shit.
Picture this. It's May the 14th.
Is America falling out of love with Israel? Yeah, let's talk about some good shit. Philip Proudfoot on the Greens in this moment. I think it's important. Philip Proudfoot is right on this, though. I know it feels like darkness is closing in, fascism coming. If not here, reform announcing their planned concentration camps, labor criminalizing opposition to genocide, the Green Party are a small beam of light, and the establishment desperately want it extinguished. Don't let them. I agree. 100%. Are you going to cover Honduras Gate? Wait, what? What's Honduras Gate? CYI is a British dude concentrated on American politics. British rebels did. Oh, oh God. Yeah, I saw this before. Please don't make me fucking respond to this dickhead. Not Matt Petty. I like Matthew Petty. The other one. He is such an irrelevant loser. It's fine. All right. What? I don't know who this Joe Hattab guy is. But he also went to Cuba. Cuba today, country shaped by decades of sanctions, economic challenges, limited resource, fuel shortages, slow internet, power outages are part of daily life for millions. Documentary takes you inside of Havana. Seeing the struggles of Cuban people is truly heartbreaking.
And it's empty. There's no cars to sell. Completely empty. You see, they close it.
Damn, we got 2.7 million views. He documentary mocked you. I mean, hey, anything that gets the word out, anything that gets the word out is great. Are you covering that German whale? What's the German whale? I don't understand. What are you talking about? Timmy? Give me some context. I don't know what the fuck this is. Who's the German whale? What? Experts. Rescue of Timmy. The whale, an all-around catastrophe after tracker failure. Marine experts criticize 1.5 million privately funded operation as humpback's fate remains unknown after release into the Baltic. What is this? Timmy, after one of the sandbags it was stranded on, remained unknown 3 days after it was transported. Was it a whale that was trying to fucking kill itself? Is that what it is? A whale got hit by a jet skier in BC today or yesterday. Not sure if that's what Chad's talking about. No. I don't know what the story is. I don't care about this. I'm sorry. Let's go to some good news. Fuck it.
All right, y'all. This is crazy. We got to talk about this. So,
Ben Shapiro's views plummet 85%. My dark woke king, Brigadier General, Rear Admiral Kyle motherfucking Kulinski, covering the plummeting of Daily Wire, the end of Daily Wire. Please cover new school banning Hillel, new student intifada. Oh, the new school just sent an angry email to a student's body saying that despite the vote of the student senate, Hillel will still get funding. The administration criticized the Senate for trying to hold students responsible for the acts of governments. No, in this case, the students are literally funded to go to Israel and play support role for the IDF. Yeah. Yes, I've been informed on this. Like I was following on the story. Here it is. Representative Dan Goldman, of course, unsurprisingly, criticizes the decision. The new school rejects his student senate dismissal of Hillel, claiming that the student senate does not have the authority. The new school's university student senate does not have the authority to determine the recognition, funding, eligibility, or official status of registered student organizations. The authority rests with the university administration and is exercised through established institutional processes applied consistently and equitably across all student organizations. Our Hillel chapter remains, as it always has been, in good standing, eligible for funding, and supporting Jewish life at the new school. The administration is taking immediate steps to address the USS's actions and ensure it acts within its actual purview now and going forward. The new school was founded on a rejection of violence, hatred, and discrimination towards any individual or group, except for Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims in general, and a commitment to understanding, learning, and open dialogue. Those values apply to every member of our community without exception. Dan Goldman, who is going to be unseated by Brad Lander, says, a student organization at an American university designed to support and include a group of students has nothing to do with the Israeli government's policy decisions. Ryan Grimm responds, shockingly dishonest. This chapter was funding students to play a support role for the Golani Brigade, which massacred 15 paramedics and buried them in the sand along with their ambulances to cover up a war crime. And now still is funding it. So yeah, no, they are directly supporting not only the Israeli state, the Israeli government, the Israeli military that's like doing war crimes, but specifically the brigade that's doing all the worst versions of said war crimes. Some of the most publicized war crimes. If I had a nickel for every small bean student organization liberal Zionists said was being unfairly attacked, and then after 5 seconds of research learned that the student organization in question is providing material support to the 108th Genocide Brigade, I'd have a lot of nickels. Either Israel is a state and a political entity with missiles and nuclear weapons and F-22s, or it's an abstract, warm, and fuzzy feeling and cultural ideal. It cannot be both. I'm going to need everyone to grow up and stop rounding down to the most disingenuous, sectarian, and small beans description of things and events. Political entities with militaries and tanks and six-figure death counts are not a protected class. Israel, small nation, size of New Jersey, Adam Johnson. You are great anti-Semite. You are anti-Semitic, no? Yeah, so that's what the new school is doing, protecting the Hillel, regardless of the fact that the Hillel was straight up offering material support to a terrorist group. Okay, I'm done with British news. I'm sorry, I'm checking out of that. I can't see, I can't cover this. I don't want to see it anymore. I'm done looking at it. Oh, speaking of which, there's also more information about unlimited anti-Semitism in New York City. That's right. The mayor, Zohran Kwame Mamdani. Today, there is going to be another land fair, a settler fair, that is supposed to take place in New York City at yet another synagogue. Okay. Now, Zohran Mamdani has criticized these settler fairs in the past. Here's an Intercept reporter, Noah Hurowitz, who got the pamphlet for the Israel real estate sale event at Park East Synagogue. Inside, I saw at least one table advertising properties in the West Bank, including Kfar Eldad and Karnai Shomron. So we'll get to that in a second. Outside event promoting Aliyah in real estate in Israel at Park East Synagogue. Protesters gathered on the intersection of 68th and Lexington, chanting Intifada Revolution. There's only one solution. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And we don't want a two-state, we want 48. From Hannah Fuhrer.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's never gonna happen. From the sea.
It's never gonna happen. Yeah, anyway, there's also... So here's the event. This evening in Manhattan, the Great Israeli Real Estate Event will be advertising land available for sale in Gush Etzion, a cluster of illegal West Bank settlements, while also making tax, legal, and banking services available for those who want to become settlers, according to the event's publicly listed information. Despite the commercial and internationally illegal nature of the event, the UN considers Gush Etzion to be an illegal settlement. It is being hosted at a religious institution, Park East Synagogue, on the Upper East Side. Previous events have drawn protesters and counter-protesters, leading to charges of anti-Semitism leveled at the protesters for demonstrating near a synagogue. The protesters have countered that it is inappropriate to use a religious institution to shield such a contentious practice. Not a contentious practice, but a morally repugnant one, and also an outright illegal one. In the wake of previous protests, the New York City Council, with a veto-proof majority in March, passed legislation restricting such demonstrations. Mamdani spokesperson Sam Raskin told the Drop Site News, Mayor Mamdani is deeply opposed to the real estate expo this evening that includes the promotion of the sale of land in settlements in the occupied West Bank. These settlements are illegal under international law and deeply tied to the ongoing displacement of Palestinians. Our administration has also been clear that we are committed to ensuring safe entry and exit from any house of worship and that such access never be in question while all protesters are able to exercise their First Amendment rights. Yeah. So, he didn't condemn the protesters, so that's good. Like he did last time. Again, I think it should be illegal to do this. I think it's... I don't know what else to say. I think he should arrest the people who are... I think he should utilize the NYPD. It's not going to happen. But in a just world, the mayor would use his standing military, the NYPD, to arrest the people that are making these illegal stolen land sales. Of course, it's never going to happen with Tish as the NYPD commissioner. Do they do this in a synagogue intentionally for protection? I don't know. I have no idea why they do it in synagogues. I suspect it's a double bind because they get the additional protection of this being a house of worship. The inability to name what a group is doing today while renting space from Park East while going into detail about the chants heard last year is pathetic. Oh, Assemblyman Alex Boris and Councilwoman Virginia Maloney on planned protest and counter rally outside of Park East Synagogue said this naturally conjures painful memories of when people have been harassed while entering houses of worship. Oh no. Like, we know that they don't just do random fucking protests outside of random synagogues, okay? This is not a random thing. This is not a random incident. Protests happen outside of synagogues while they're doing illegal land sales. Okay? Illegal. Yeah. If Park East Synagogue and Micah Lasher also, also had a statement. Boris did too. Remember, this is New York 12. Cam Kasky was supposed to be on this ballot, but he dropped out, unfortunately. And all of the remaining candidates for New York 12 are to varying degrees annoying on this issue, to outright morally repugnant. It's annoying to morally repugnant. It's a real shame because even Alex Boris, who is supposed to be like a little bit better than the other guys that are running, is not using this as an opportunity to just speak convincingly on this issue. If Park East Synagogue wasn't hosting an event to auction off stolen land, then nobody would be protesting in front of it. It's that simple. If these groups are anti-Semitic, why aren't they also protesting other synagogues that don't hold auctions on stolen land? No one will ever answer this question. I will fly you to any Muslim country. A person from the counter protest approaching people opposing the illegal land sales at Park East Synagogue. Just a taste of the bigotry present tonight.
Stand here supporting terrorists. I'll offer you a free trip to any Muslim country. I'll fly you business class.
Where do you work? You're a doctor. Do you
Right?
go? Do you go on with the
I'm just
computer
saying, I'll
when
fly
you're-
you business class if you want.
This
if you're
is a
serious.
doctor. Look, this one's a
I'll
doctor
send
guy.
you a free trip to any Muslim country. Just
Insane. What is this? Dude, okay. Come on. All right, now let's get to some good news. The demise of the Daily Wire.
And Klibenstein points out here, insane how much Ben Shapiro fell off. So Ben Shapiro's YouTube channel, over 7 million subs, which is fucking impressive. That's a lot of subs. But as you can see here, a video was up for 10 hours, it got 11,000 views. A video was up for a day, it got 39,000 views. His videos are struggling. Now, to be fair to him, I guess his live stream does better overall. He'll get, a couple 100,000 views or whatever over there. But the individual clips that he posts have gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. And of course, the reason why this is happening is because the bottom has fallen out from under MAGA. MAGA's a joke. It's not cool. It's not edgy. It's not fun to be MAGA anymore. MAGA they have the power. They have the control. They're ruining this country. The economy's in the shitter. The fucking illegal and offensive war waged against a country that didn't attack us is something that only like 27% of the country is on board with. So it turns out if you're just a little regime simp, it doesn't work out well in this moment, right? Like, Fuentes, not struggling as much. Tucker, not struggling as much. Ben, massively struggling because all he does, he's a fluffer for the regime. He's Donald Trump's fucking ball boy. That's what he is. He washes Trump's balls on a daily basis.
Well, if he was just doing that, there's you can do that and maintain your audience. The problem is it's Israel. And also because he's Jewish and also supporting Israel, a lot of the people on the independent media side are not really interested in hearing from someone who is constantly defending Israel, and certainly not interested in hearing that argument from a Jewish person. This is precisely the reason why Patrick Bet-David has been able to withstand the loss of revenue that Ben Shapiro hasn't been able to withstand. Also because Ben Shapiro is like unbelievably pro-Israel too. Like Patrick Bet-David at least is like he'll have like a little bit of ambiguity when he talks about these issues. He knows better. Whereas Ben Shapiro can't stop himself. Like every time the issue of Israel comes up, he's giddy. He's like, oh yeah, we're fighting Iran. It's so good, There's also another reason, and that's a larger problem, I think, in the MAGA movement. I have talked about this before. In the 2016 era, the MAGA movement wanted to present itself as like both counterculture, but also somewhat intellectual. And I think in the post-Andrew Tate world, they realize, oh, we don't have to have like unfuckable, nerdy losers who are debate perverts defend our movement. We can have like cool guys. Now, I don't think Andrew Tate is a cool guy at all, but I think a lot of unfuckable, nerdy losers perceive Andrew Tate to be like a jock, a cool guy. So when that happened, I think there was a sea change in what the market demands were from a conservative audience. Ben Shapiro was never a real intellectual, mind you. I'm not saying that he was an intellectual at all, but he had the capacity to intellectualize right-wing reactionary framing. Okay? So I think that is one of the major problems. The next wave of this is to not even be like a cool guy, but instead to be like an unwashed, disgusting creature. Asmongold fills that void in the market for many conservatives who don't want even a convincing case to be made for conservatism, but just like wear it on their sleeves, like a vice signaling, and like that the aesthetics actually match their own personal living circumstances. And that's where we're at in the conservative movement right now. That's my humble opinion as someone who observes conservative commentators by trade.
To give you some more here, this is monthly gained views for Ben Shapiro, and you can see the line is fucking straight down, ski bro, straight down. This dude was getting over 175 million views a month just 2 years ago. 175 million, that's insane. And now he's down to like 30 million views a month. That's more than an 80% drop in viewership. Yes, 30 million is still a lot of views, but that's still a massive fall off compared to what he had not long ago. So yes, the rapid decline of the Daily Wire is only being matched by the rapid decline of the American empire, where our allies now hate us. And, we've waged a trade war and hit our allies with tariffs. So we're basically giving the middle finger to the world. They're running into the loving arms of China. They want...
The evolution of the MAGA commentator is interesting. This is a good take, chatter. From what they think they need to be, Ben Shapiro, to what they think they are, Andrew Tate, to what they actually are, Asmongold. Yes, the evolution is complete. And that's precisely the reason why Nick Shirley and Asmongold get so much play in the conservative sphere. Because they're not trying to even present an argument at all. They're just running around being like Somalis are parasites and need to be fucking banished from the land. That's it. That's what the market demands are. And I suspect they can get even dumber. I think the next step in the conservative rhetoric is going to be someone even dumber than Nick Shirley, which is, I know, unbelievable, but I'm sure they can go even dumber than Nick Shirley
nothing
somehow.
Nothing to do with us. Nobody could take our words seriously because Trump will say one thing and do the other, or say
How
one
is
thing.
How is that possible? Just a guy that groans, a guy that just films himself basically like, I don't know, groaning at black people or something like on the streets. That's it. That's the content. A guy that just like walks up to people who he perceives as like migrants or Mexican or black and just goes, "Ah! Ah!" And then that's it. That's it. Guy who grunts in the direction of non-white people. Watch this space. We have that already.
Predict himself within the next sentence. People don't know how to deal with us, so we're alienating ourselves. The Daily Wire is in a similar position. They've made enemies of a lot of their former hosts. The message they're spreading is no longer appealing, and so we end up getting this. The Daily Wire slashes half of workforce as Ben Shapiro YouTube viewership plummets by 85% since last year. Restructuring at the Daily Wire leads to significant staff cuts as Ben Shapiro's digital influence wanes. The Daily Wire has confirmed mass layoffs across multiple teams, dealing a sharp blow to the conservative media empire Ben Shapiro co-founded into a billion-dollar operation a decade ago. The company's restructuring, announced on May 1st, came through a spokesperson statement citing investment in new production formats and geographic expansion. Former employee Candace Owens immediately alleged that more than 50% of the staff have been removed, a claim the outlet's own editor-in-chief publicly dismissed as insane. The cuts arrive as third-party analytics data point to a sharp erosion in Shapiro's digital reach, with his YouTube channel shedding an estimated 85% of its monthly viewership from a late 2023 peak. Confirmed and disputed claims at the Daily Wire. In a statement provided to the Wrap on May 1st, the Daily Wire spokesperson confirmed the restructuring included layoffs to a number of teams, with cuts largely concentrated at its Nashville production office. No headcount figures were provided. The company said it would continue investing in editorial and investigative journalism, having recently established a Washington, D.C. bureau with White House briefing room credentials. Political reporter Cameron Arcand, who covered the D.C. beat for the outlet, confirmed on X that he had been impacted by layoffs today at the Daily Wire. He described the situation as tough news and said he was seeking new opportunities in journalism and communications. You have some numbers, they say up to maybe 60%, more than 60% of their people got laid off. Editor-in-chief Brent Scher responded directly on X, yes, the company had layoffs today. It was always really tough. No, it's nowhere near 50% of the company. That's insane, and also insane to post without verifying. Independent industry tracker layoffhedge.com estimated approximately 100 roles cut, representing roughly half of the remaining workforce at the time of the publication. And then they go on to the collapse of Shapiro's YouTube, and they talk about the YouTube income declining massively, 85% decline in views, so on and so forth. Hemorrhaging survivors. So they say in the past 30 days, while shedding 20,000 subscribers, losing 20,000 subscribers. So now remember, let's not forget, they were trying to compete. The Daily Wire was trying to compete with Disney. They were trying to be the conservative version of Disney. And so they have this like Netflix-looking...
Just think, a year ago or so, Shapiro was in music videos rapping with Tom McDonald, How the Mighty Have Fallen. Yeah. They missing that U.S. aid money? No. I think there is legitimately no audience for like whiny pro-Israel sentiment. Like angrily demanding that America actually do more to protect Israel. There's just, what fucking person wants to hear about that? No one.
System where, you know, they had their kid shows. They were laid off a while ago, the kid shows people, but they tried to create.
But I think that was their biggest problem. I did call it. This is what, remember at the time when they established the Bentkey production side, when they were going to start making like more professional content, what did I tell you? I said, this is what took out the NRA. Did I not tell you this? The media game, especially professional media, is unbelievably costly. And at the time, when they said that they were going to do this like Disney competitor, what did I say? Go back and watch the videos. Roll the fucking clip if you want to see it. Wasn't your prediction this year them failing? This was even before then. This was a couple years ago in 2023, I think, or whenever they initially said that they were going to do Bentkey Productions. But yeah, I told you even back then. That's why you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, chatters, for tomorrow's news today. The People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. It is incredibly costly to keep this kind of stuff together, to make high quality content. It's just not, it's not only is it not compelling, but also it's virtually impossible. It's virtually impossible to make ends meet. This is what is the real reason why the NRA went down as well.
Their own version of like Game of Thrones. That was a massive debacle. Everybody hates the story and it fucking fell apart. But these things cost a tremendous...
What is this? The thing is, a lot of Zionists in America still do not understand how hated Israel is by the general public. They think they're just unpopular, not the most hated country in the world. Pop culture accounts benefit from being anti-Israel. Their followers want them to be. This is just nuts. If you don't agree with the messaging of an account, point that out specifically. Not everything is a psyop or something coordinated. As I said earlier, Pop Base and Pop Crave cater to young audiences. Yeah, I don't think people get it. Like, this is why I didn't have too much smoke for, you know, when young people compare something like unpopular to Benjamin Netanyahu or something shitty to Israel A lot of people in my community were getting upset about it, where they were like, "Oh, you're like undermining, you're diluting the cause, right? You're like making something super serious unserious." And I, at the time, thought, no, that's not a bad thing, actually. That's a good thing, because it just reasserts how unbelievably unpopular Israel is. And yeah, we are now officially in a place where Israel is so insanely unpopular, especially under the age of like 45, that usually people, when they want to say something sucks, they will literally say, "Oh, this is like the best content creator in Israel," right? Yeah, my kids call each other spiritually Israeli. Yeah, when someone is being annoying or feel a sense of entitlement, people go, "Oh, you're being spiritually Israeli." Tel Aviv impressed. Numerous examples of this. And a lot of people simply do not understand this. Like, people that are over the age of like 45 to 55 and above, they don't even get it. Yeah, Somber is my favorite Israeli artist. Shit like that.
Tremendous amount of money. They were over leveraged, bro. And we've seen this time and time again in political media in particular, where people think like, you know, hey, we'll make this the hub. We'll make this the, you know, central casting for like the CNN of online news. And
bro, people make kiss the wall jokes. Like normie content creators that for years and years were terrified. For the last 3 years, there have been a shit ton of normie content creators, including but not limited to very prominent ones that we all know in this community, that unironically are afraid of appearing with me on camera, now making kiss the wall references. Okay, kiss the wall jokes. Like shit that I wouldn't even fucking say. So I hope you guys understand, like, we are in a totally different, totally unique media environment at this point. So yeah. Roblox started making AI slop, and the top comment under its videos were Tel Aviv approved AI slop. Everyone hates Israel. Yeah. Yeah, Chuck Schumer, unbelievable success in making everybody pro-Israel. Yeah, I was really worried about how standing up to the lobby would go. Their shit has no motion anymore. I mean, in the public, they don't, but that's why they're fucking desperately flinging at anyone and everyone they can to try and make an example out of them. Myself is who I'm obviously referencing here. Not gonna fucking work though.
They think too big, they hire too many people, they take on too many projects, and then it doesn't take much for the whole thing to just fucking implode, where you're not profitable. And so that's exactly what happened here. They're not fucking profitable. But the good news for them is the billionaire class, I guarantee you, will love to rush in and prop up the Daily Wire. I would be shocked if there isn't some right-wing billionaire out there that immediately goes in and props them up. Because the fact of the matter is, they're one of the only major, outside of like Fox News, the mainstream ones, they're one of the only major big right-wing outlets that is still not only dick riding Trump, but dick riding Israel and Zionism, supporting the genocide and all that. So I do think there will be some form or fashion of a lifeline for the Daily Wire, in the sense that it's not going to go away. And, you know, the billionaire sugar daddies will rush in to save the day, because that's always what happens with right-wing outlets. Now, by the way, I would say, if like, you know, if it's like you're sticking to a message and sticking to your principles, and that's why your business is hurting, normally I would actually give credit. That like, good, you're not like trying to ride the wave and go with the flow, and like you're staying true to who you are. And like there's something commendable in that, even on, you know, in the down times.
Kyle is also a at-home suit enjoyer, by the way. So, you know, I'm getting my notes from my goat, Kyle Kalinske.
However, the reason why I wouldn't say that about the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro was because their message is fucking atrocious. Like I just told you, their message is pro-genocide. Their message is pro-ethno-state. Their message is pro-Epstein class. Their message is cut taxes for the rich and give the wealthy all the money and cut all the social safety net programs and, like, get rid of the free school lunches for kids. Like, this is their belief system. Fuck Medicare, fuck Medicaid, gut those, destroy them, destroy Social Security. They want things that are objectively horrible for this country. So, for any other media person, if they stay true to who they are and stick by their principles and go through a downturn, but they don't care and they don't adjust because they want to keep telling the truth as they see it, that's fucking commendable, bro. We've had hard times on this channel before. There were times where we were in the wilderness, but I refused to fucking wave ride and narrative hump and tell people what they want to hear just so that they'll watch. You know, we stuck to our guns and told the truth, and then eventually times bounce back. But the difference is we're actually advocating for improving people's lives and fixing this country, and the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro are advocating for destroying this country and making horrible decisions and, you know, letting Israel crusade through the Middle East and continue to bomb 7 countries and commit multiple genocides and create a greater Israel. So he gets no credit for sticking to his principled message because his principles are fucking atrocious and disgusting. But it's an amazing thing to see. What this says to me is, in a very simple way, what this says to me is the mainstream conservatism, Fox News has that locked down, right? But the so-called new media world or alternative media world or independent media world, even though they're not independent, that is now the lane of the Asmongold's and the Nick Fuentes and the Tucker Carlsons and the Megyn Kellys, because at least they have the foresight to realize Trump is going to be dead at some point relatively soon, and you need to stand for something.
Oh God, I love Kyle's commentary, man. He's just fucking awesome. He's great. He's great.
Something other than just sucking Trump's nuts from the back. And so that's why they're trying to carve this other path, right? The other path being, yeah, we're conservative, but we're anti-Iran war, right? Like, they need to find a way to appeal to a broader audience. That has to include being against that war, because nobody fucking wants this war. Nobody with a functioning brain wants this war. But, you know, it'll be some form of, like, Christian fundamentalism mixed in with anti-war politics, mixed in with white nationalism. Like, that's sort of the future of conservatism. In the way...
What do you think about Mélenchon's very strong start into the French presidential campaign in 2027 and his chances of winning? If he can't establish a popular front like he did last time, he's dead in the water. And I am not so confident in the party socialist slash the social democrats slash the social fascists actually allowing that to happen. I hope it does. I would love to fucking be homies directly with the next president of France. I love him. He's amazing. He's fantastic. He is what France needs. Speaking to friends of mine in France, I feel like they just can't get over the aesthetics of Mélenchon being too much of a curmudgeon and too angry. So a lot of lib Frenchies think he's anti-Semitic. Oh God, that stuff is bullshit. It's just, yeah. That I don't even think that's the main concern. I think the main concern is that they think he's like goofy and old and angry. That's what I've seen. He needs that Wemby endorsement. I don't think Wemby is a LFI guy, unfortunately. You just hate on Mélenchon because he's a better streamer than you are. I'm honored. So was AMLO. So is Claudia Scheinbaum. That's fantastic. I want them to be better streamers than me. Since you're a suit guy now, fraudulent by the way, and you just watched Casino, you have to choose what your favorite fit by De Niro was in the movie. Dude, I am not kidding when I say this. This is the reason I need all of them. This doesn't do it justice. Every single suit that Robert De Niro wears in the Martin Scorsese Casino is incredible. Incredible. Down to the arm fire. You should do something with him again, Mélenchon, anytime, any day. Time and place. The only problem is he just like doesn't speak any English. He doesn't speak any English. I wish, I mean, it's probably best that he doesn't speak English, to be honest. It's okay, you can learn French. For my goat, Melen goat, I'll learn French. If he somehow is capable of becoming the next president, I will literally fucking learn French, dude. I will learn French. I will do it. Hasan derangement syndrome scale? What the fuck is this? Wait, hold on. Is this the... Hold on, I'll just show it like this. You have the polyglot advantage. Level 1, casual critic. Mentions Hasan occasionally in relevant contexts. Examples, mainstream journalists, political commentators, occasional critics. Key indicators, infrequent mentions, critique specific takes, not a recurring topic. Mentions per week, how often they talk about Hasan. Low. Total HDS level to the max. Level 2, reaction driven. Regularly reacts to Hasan for engagement or content. Examples, Asmongold, Shoe on Head, other reaction content creators. Key indicators, reacts to Hasan frequently, covers controversies for views. Hasan is part of their content rotation, not the core. Level 3, active antagonist, consistently attacks Hasan with personal or ideological hostility. Examples, who the fuck are these people? Sidney Watson, John Del Arroz, other ideological critics? I don't even know who these people are. Key indicators, frequent negative posts and videos, direct callouts and personal attacks, brings up Hasan unprompted, seeks to damage credibility. I would say that these guys are there too. Level 4, chronic HDS. A substantial portion of their content and community revolves around opposing Hasan. Examples, Destiny, Ethan Klein. Key indicators, years-long fixation, repeated debates and streams exclusively about Hasan. Community built around the rivalry. Calls for deplatforming or punitive action. Level 5 is institutional. Hasan is framed as a political or societal threat by organizations, media institutions, or officials. I mean, this is a separate... Level 5 is not the highest level. I think the highest level would still be Destiny, Dan Stalkman, Ethan Klein, Rape Tone, those guys. Lamau, Michael Knowles speaking about you in the Mehdi live debate. Oh my God. Examples, Fox News, Wall Street Journal op-eds, The Atlantic, New York Post, Vox, Politico, ADL, Anti-Defamation League. Key indicators, sustained negative coverage, institutional statements and campaigns, portrayed as extremist threat, uses political weapon in party or public discourse. Special category, acute HDS, rape tone variant. Extreme fixation and hostility in a short time span with constant unhinged output. Examples, rape tone. Key indicators, high volume, low restraint, unprompted obsession, extreme personal attacks, attempts to provoke or escalate constantly, makes us on a full-time target. HDS metrics, how we measure the symptoms, unprompted references, deplatforming advocacy, calls for bans, coordinated campaigning, works with others the platform to push narratives against Hasan, longevity of obsession, how long the fixation has been going on. Yeah, I think like, dude, there are a lot of people on this list. There are a lot of some infamous, some formerly famous people on this list. But these are, I don't think the tier, the levels are correct. You've had more drama arcs than One Piece, brother. Yeah. Yeah. It was really funny when I found out this popped up on my For You page, but I found out that Ethan Klein only follows me on Twitch. Literally no one else, just me, which is a perfect indication of his mania. And I said, Hasan derangement syndrome is real. Ethan Klein accidentally revealed that Hasan is the only account he follows on Twitch. He responded, I think I saw this. Finally, proof that Ethan has been intentionally avoiding my content. I barely even speak about this dope anymore, but he's still boosting deranged, obsessed, snark accounts. Who else would I follow on our work Twitch account, Bozo? Wait, that's really funny. He just admits it. He's like, no, it's actually normal and good and healthy that I only follow you. Why would your work account only follow me, man? Also, I barely even speak about this dope. Now, I have not been keeping up with the Kleins. But I assume that, what is this? It's true, only like 22 mentions last month. It's an improvement. I was about to say, like, I highly doubt that he has stopped talking about me altogether. I mean, it would be great. And yes, only 22 mentions in 1 month. That is a noticeable improvement from the 3 mentions a day that he was averaging for months and months on end. It is pretty funny, however, that he says, I barely even speak about this dope anymore. Who else would I follow on the work account? Brother, don't you have literal employees that stream on the platform Twitch? Don't you have your own Twitch profile? Like, I feel like there's plenty of other accounts that you could be following. Yeah, we've watched this before, but it's always funny.
I've ever seen anything quite like this before.
I'm not saying anyone on Twitch influenced this directly. We don't know anything yet, but this type of political violence has been very specific people. Mike from PA has been broadcasting consistent threats of violence. This is right after Charlie Kirk got killed. Great performance. Let's drum up some more donations for you to give me. Appreciate it. Ian was 25 while threatening to rape. If Papa Gut is falling for shallow snark bait, then I'm screwed. Before Frenemies, when we were doing the show once per week, our highlights channel was getting like 30 to 50 million views.
It's puzzling. I don't think I've ever...
This is, he did this as well. USA Today, opinion Democrats and legacy media are right to call out Nick Fuentes. Israel defenders keep writing the exact same article, as if every Hassan Puff piece isn't written the exact same way. Joy Reid and Jem Welch discuss the false Nick Fuentes Hassan comparisons. Damn. I watched that man for many years. What a fall from grace. Yeah. This one is from January to April 10th this year. By April 10th, Zionist Ethan Klein had already posted 90 Instagram stories about Hasan Piker since the start of the year, but go on lying about how you hardly speak about him anymore. Anyway. Free press writer Dan Stalkman still supports H3. Yeah, I mean, it's in his circumstance, like, it's not even beneficial for him. Like, he actually had a career before this, and if he had stopped doing this shit, he probably would have salvaged that career. But he chose to burn it all. Whereas, like, at least with Destiny's situation, like, Destiny has nothing else, right? I guess even with Destiny's situation, he could probably do something else. He could have just been like a regular lib and not such a fucking freak. But these guys spend every waking moment obsessively using every opportunity to just be like, using every opportunity to straight up be like, I am going to destroy this person's life. And I don't know what it will take for them to stop. Maybe if I like die or something, I don't know. But it is very strange. Ostenox did you dirty? What is this? Oh, God. Come on, man. D would have stuck to being dog shit at StarCraft. That dude was ass. Time to debate him again. Lamau, fuck no. I would never. We're one and done, baby. I'm not kidding. I will commission those bespoke suits for you. I make bespoke suits. I had one client in my life who also slowly built the Nero Casino wardrobe. Oh, God. Ostenox. Fucking Christ, dude. No free clout needs to make a comeback. Yeah.
The fake high IQ, highfalutin commentary of Ben Shapiro, that's gone. That's dead. That's, 2018 type stuff. Nobody cares about you fucking talking in a nasally voice about marginal tax rates and how the woke kids with purple hair are ruining the country. Nobody cares about you reacting to woke TikToks. They've seen it 17,000 times. And so it's just a dead way of delivering shit. And this is the proof of it right here. All right, y'all. That's the show, man. I love y'all very much. You guys all know the drill. Everybody subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. Support the show on Patreon. That link is below. This is a real independent media, so you guys make it happen with $2 a month, $5 a month. Those donations, they go a long way. You can also sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. That link is below as well. And I'll see you guys tonight on Corrin's World. I'll see you there. Peace. Hey, y'all. Do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Tucker Carlson says he wants to meet you. I would ask, would you be on his show? But
yeah, I watched this. He basically says, I don't know. I feel conflicted about Tucker Carlson. I've opposed Tucker Carlson my whole life. I think he should do it. I think it's unbelievably dumb not to do it. He should absolutely go on the Tucker Carlson broadcast if given the opportunity. Okay? That's it. He's not against it necessarily, but he's not against it, but he says like, oh, I have my reservations, all this stuff. And I think if we go on these shows, we should oppose some of their heinous views, which I agree. I think that he should. My only reservation here is that people will just add to the list of reasons he's a Nazi. Yeah, that stuff doesn't work. It doesn't fucking matter. He should do it. At the end of the Sirota video, he points out the same thing you did about Tucker using backstabbing tropes of anti-Semitism control. Yes. Why go? He's already winning. First of all, there's another race happening. Okay. The idea that he's like got this in the bag is very silly, and no one should ever feel that way. It's probably campaign poison to feel that way.
When we set out on this campaign, I was fully convinced that working people in this state have a lot more in common with each other than they might think. We often find ourselves surprised to realize that we have almost everything in common. And in the spirit of that, we're going to sit down this morning with a Republican voter from Machias and try to find out what we agree on.
Yeah, they asked me earlier, a minute ago, why I got into politics, or how long, if I'd always been involved in politics. I haven't. 10 years ago, Trump decided to run, and he spoke my language. And I voted for him again. I voted for him 3 times because I wanted to see how he was going to continue. because I thought he was doing okay. And then this turn, I
What are you going to say if he turns into a Fetterman? Imagine being more mad at Tucker using anti-Semitic tropes than Plattner mass murdering people. Dog, Tucker Carlson is a fucking media figure that defended with the maximalist racialized terms all of the fucking wars that Graham Plattner partook in. What the fuck are you talking about? And Tucker Carlson is still currently a white nationalist. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? Like, this kind of stuff is so busted. Like, you can't be... If you're anti-Graham Plattner and you're anti-Tucker Carlson, at least you're consistent. If you're pro-Tucker Carlson and anti-Graham Plattner, you're inconsistent. You're a fucking moron. Last time we talked about Plattner, Chatter said he was worse than Fuentes. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't. I don't want to. I can't do this. Answer the Fetterman question. I've already explained it to you. Anyone can be John Fetterman. Anyone can get brain damaged into conservatism. What the fuck are we talking about? John Fetterman is a unique case. Okay? It's so unique that if you apply the Fetterman technique, then anyone could get stroked into being a reactionary conservative.
I told my wife, I said, I'm going to vote for him this time, but he's got 1 year. He's not only not done what I thought he was going to do, he's gone not.
Yes, far worse than Fuentes. The guy who volunteers to kill is worse than an edgelord. Please don't tell me you're that dumb. Okay, is Donald Trump worse than Graham Plattner? Is Donald Trump worse than the average person that went into active duty? Donald Trump has never killed someone with his own hands. I mean, we don't know if Plattner did either. We just assume that he did. But let's say he did. Iraqis are dispensable? No. Yes, Trump is worse because he has executive orders. Fuentes doesn't. Oh, so it's the executive orders. So the reason why Nick Fuentes, who has dined with the president, by the way, who's at January 6th, he simply doesn't have enough motion yet. Why are you dying on this hill? Because it's an unbelievably stupid argument to craft. You're talking about a fucking Holocaust-denying neo-Nazi who in a white supremacist country like the United States of America, Trump orders people to kill. Fuentes makes racist jokes. I'm not saying Nick Fuentes is worse than... I'm not making the argument that Nick Fuentes is fucking worse than Donald Trump, dumbass. I'm not saying that he has a worse impact than Donald Trump. I made the comparison between Donald Trump. I'm making the comparison between Donald Trump making statements with an executive order authority, for sure, as the commander-in-chief, as you are defending a neo-Nazi. Until the neo-Nazi comes into a position of prominence, you just assume that he's not bad then. Okay? Just jokes. What the fuck? I mean, you can't have Operation Timber Sycamore as your username and then fucking say an active white supremacist threat. An active white supremacist neo-Nazi is not a significant threat in an active white supremacist country like the United States of America. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like the propaganda minister or the fucking neo-Nazi newspapers during the Holocaust were prosecuted for a good fucking reason, right? They were also actively fomenting and defending the violence that was taking place, the violence that was taking shape. Guy who's like, well, Der Stormer is not that bad, actually. Like, what a fucking stupid argument. We always end up here when we talk about Plattner. I know. Why can people not just agree to disagree about one fucking Senate candidate? I don't know. I don't know why all these fucking ultras handshake with Radlibs and ultra Zionists for some weird fucking reason. It genuinely feels like it's an active psyop. It genuinely feels like a psyop. Nick Fuentes is commanding legions of fucking fans into white supremacy, okay? Do we have to sit around and wait for them to like kill people or know that they have killed people because Nick Fuentes has actively fomented that hatred to say, oh, that's bad? You have to, because they watch Bad Empanada. I don't know. Holy shit, dude. Just because some bad people don't like Plattner doesn't mean he isn't bad. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Okay. There are millions of people that go into the fucking military. This doesn't mean that the military is a force for good. I certainly don't believe that. Having said that, there's something in my analysis that is missing from what people are seeing, and I haven't been able to like adequately explain it, because people just go, oh, it's not a psyop, I just value Iraqi lives, that's it. No, you don't. Okay, you just don't. You want to feel like this is a moral choice that you're making, but if you were to ask fucking Iraqi people if there was an anti-war veteran who went to Iraq, they would choose the anti-war veteran who went to Iraq over the person who didn't go to Iraq, who defended the Iraqi invasion and continuously defends more military incursions. That is literally the calculation that Iraqi people make. I'm an Iraqi idiot against. I said I'd vote for Plattner since he's the lesser evil. Oh, okay. So you'd vote for him. So you understand that voting for Graham Plattner is a far better choice than voting for Susan Collins. What you're missing for your analysis that they are creating a record so they can point to it and say, I told you so, I told you so. I mean, maybe. It's weird because you only see this kind of behavior online and towards other leftists. I've been in a mouse organization for a long time and IRL is completely different. We have critics of U.S. politics, but never this annoying. Yes. Anyway, the thing I was going to explain is I have a firmly held commitment to a fundamental value that many of you do not have in this community, no matter what happens. And that is, one, the idea that people can change and grow and that nothing is like irredeemable except like, you know, I don't know, being Jeffrey Epstein or being Adolf Hitler, right? That history is riddled with people who have, due to their social conditioning, started off doing horrifying things and then somewhere along the line changed their mentality and actively fought back against those same reactionary forces that led them astray. Okay? I don't know if Graham Plattner is that person. I have a sneaking suspicion that he might be. Having said that, the way that people cover this issue, the way that people approach the subject matter is so out of whack for some weird reason. Yes, Zukov fought in the White Army. The entire vanguard is comprised of former White Army soldiers as well. This is a normal part of the process. Not to say that Graham Plattner is a Marxist-Leninist, but adjusted to current American material conditions in the imperial core after 100 years of domineering international capitalism shepherded by the United States of America, a war that was fought and won for capitalism and the capitalist force in this country, and that should help you understand what the starting position of the fucking average American is. Okay? I wish that we lived in a world where there was already a Bolshevik movement. Okay? I wish, but that's not the world we live in, especially in the United States of America. As far as Senate runs goes, Graham Plattner, given his current opinions, given the way he communicates about endless American militarism around the world, he is far better than the average senator, like a cut above. Okay? That's it. We dedicate at least an hour to this every time Plattner comes up. Can we just get a Plattner that says your take and never talk about this again? That's never going to happen. Don't you think part of the growing includes addressing the harm you cause, not just becoming better in the future? I agree with you, and I think that Plattner has grown, but why is it wrong to want him to address the harm he caused? Because he's running for he's running to occupy a Senate seat in the United States of America. And the fastest way, and from what I understand, he has talked about his past and his military record, but the fastest way to get completely destroyed by even fucking Susan Collins is to come out and be like, the American military is dog shit and I'm a war criminal and I murdered children, okay? Because that's the expectation that some of you have. Some of you unironically want him to come out and do a fucking Maoist struggle session and be like, I'm up 20 points. It's time to see if we can destroy this fucking campaign. I'm going to come out and say the American military is comprised of fucking baby killers or some shit. And even then you'd be like, oh, he's just saying that to win my favor. As though you are in any way, shape, or form relevant to the fucking public discourse. As though you are representative of any significant demographic in this country that goes out to vote, or not even fucking vote, really. You're like less than 1% of the fucking entire country as far as a political movement. You are Jay Sakai people that are demanding 10 lashings in every fucking statement. Every time someone comes out and says, yes, I held up arms. In the interests of the petro-capitalist pedophilia state, and I destroyed the lives of Iraqis. You need that to happen every single time, like a fucking land acknowledgement before he says any other word, okay? And even then, you'd still not be satisfied, regardless. The SA is already like 5% of this, and this is like 5% of that. Yeah, this is way past the point of even the Democratic Socialists of America. And it also annoys me because it comes across as somewhat insincere, because half of you motherfuckers learned about what anti-imperialism is by spending a good deal of time in here, and now you run around talking about how I have no need for Hasan's commentary anymore. I've moved beyond it. I've become a true moral being, a very annoying person. That's why it fucking frustrates me to no end, okay? Yes, in the grand American realm of political discourse, even my perspective is considered fucking radical, okay? And many of you think I'm a pussy who loves American empire and murdering Iraqi children. That's what you think about me, okay? Sometimes I think maybe I have done... sometimes I think maybe I've done too much of a fucking safe space here for a lot of people. Like, you have to go outside and talk to the average person every now and then. They do not have these sorts of opinions. Our goal should be to educate people on the dangers of American empire, but you're not going to be able to get a word in edgewise if your starting point is to literally be like, every fucking person that you know that has joined the military is a fucking baby killer. Okay? There's a fuck ton of veterans in this community as well. Many veterans who are now fighting against American imperialism. I've had plenty of veterans on the show. I've interviewed plenty of veterans. I'm friends with plenty of fucking veterans who are anti-imperialist. Okay? I have not and never will be one of the, troop exploder style leftists. I think it's gross. I think it's a substitute. I think it's not only counterproductive, it comes across as repulsive to the average person, and our job is to communicate our goals and our desires and our ideology to as many people as possible. And on top of that, I think it's just unbelievably unappealing. It just makes it seem like you are somehow automatically a more moral person because you didn't make the fucked up choice of signing your life to the Defense Department. Okay? Yes, it's a perfect way to explain how moral of a human being you are because you didn't join the U.S. military. I get it. It's free ball. And that's why a lot of people, I think, in this community love saying that shit. Okay? Everyone has the capacity to rehabilitate themselves. What they do now matters more than what they have done in the past. Anyway, any lefties here who have served in the military, this is from Grant Plattner in 2021. I did 4 years in the Marine Corps infantry and 4 years in Army infantry and 4 total combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. I was leftish when I was in, vehemently opposed to the war in Iraq, but somewhat supportive of Afghanistan. Although when I left there in 2011, I was fully against our presence in the country. It was always difficult to square my politics with the job, something made harder because if I'm being honest, I really loved the work at the time. I often rationalized by thinking it was better that I was an NCO where the metal meets the meat and could influence my guys to do the right thing as opposed to embracing the baser instincts of people at war. But it was difficult. Every day was a stark reminder of the ethical horror show that imperialist adventures always turn into. It was also deeply disheartening to see men I liked and respected conduct themselves in awful ways because, frankly, morally bankrupt military campaigns always seem to extend that rot down to the people tasked with doing the fighting. Every platoon has the resident lefty, and I was mine, and wasn't alone. There was no real contention, just the usual shit-talking that occurs in combat units. Most of the guys I served with really didn't care one way or another about the politics of it all. They were there to fight, and that was about it. Hardcore, flag-waving nationalist types were about as common as those who felt it was all bullshit, with most falling on the side of apathy. This has definitely resulted in a long-term issue for a lot of guys I fought besides, as it becomes increasingly clear the wars were a waste of our time and dead friends/violence we committed was all for naught. At least my pre-existing cynicism meant I never felt let down by the experience, while a lot of guys I served have struggled with that over the years. My time in America's imperial wars definitely radicalized me further, and I'm significantly more left today than I was back then. It is difficult to see all that horror as well as the grift and corruption and not find the entire thing utterly bankrupt. I did used to love America, or at least the idea of it. These days, I'm pretty disgusted by it all. I had an IRL ultra friend who ended up practicing those views in person at the local city council and ended up arrested for threatening them with guillotines. Now they can't help out anyone from jail. You have to operate in the real world. Yes. Platter in 2018 says he's a DSA member. Combat veteran after GOP opponent says campaign is war. You don't know shit about war. It always blows my mind how many people assume I'm a conservative because of my combat service. When they find out I'm a DSA member who canvasses aggressively for progressive Democrats, it's like watching the gear wheels in their heads shear off. Republicans don't give a shit about service or heroism. They just care if you're on their team of cultish fascism. Anyway, I've never been the type of person who just like automatically venerates veterans across the board. Okay. The concept that like, oh, you're a veteran. Thank you for your service. I don't do any of that shit. Okay. I don't do that. And a lot of people get very pissed off about that. I care about who you are as a person. I've met plenty of fucking dickhead veterans and I've met plenty of amazing veterans. Okay. And I'm pretty sure that plenty of veterans in this community would probably echo that sentiment as well. They know a lot of dickheads and they know a lot of great people. The reality of the matter is who you are now is what is most important. What your opinions are now, what your worldview looks like now, what you are doing now to change that result, to change the realities is what matters. Okay? I think it's incredibly fucking silly to just it's one completely ahistorical. The idea that you can build a fucking movement, especially in a country like the United States of America, where the military is a jobs program, is the largest hiring body in the fucking country after Walmart, and you're over here being like, no, we're gonna eradicate every single person from the playing field. Like they can never be fucking socialist. They can never be anti-imperialist. It's unbelievably stupid. Okay? And I have been banned off this platform for demonstrating bigotry towards veterans, which is a protected class on this fucking platform. And I still maintain this position, okay? I urge you guys to be a little bit more strategic in the way that you communicate your desires. I urge you guys to be a little bit more pragmatic. I think people are more scared of Plattner because of demoralization that him going heel would be really damaging to the general leftist movement and organizations. And also we estimate it's more likely for him to flip on the grounds of all this being insincere or him being a dumbass who flip-flops. It's not only him being a veteran, bro. Is this groundless and silly? Yes, I think so. Because we have unlimited access to his background. We have his private thoughts when he was a private citizen writing on a fucking anonymous Reddit account. This level of inconsistency is within all of us. This level of inconsistency exists within your heart and your mind as well. Okay? If you were to look back sincerely, or if you were to get a random third party to make an assessment on your Reddit post, on your ideological journey, where you were, as a private citizen, writing whatever fucking comes to your mind, I'm certain that there would be some blemishes in there too. That's ironically part of the reason why I think people like Graham Plattner, as a matter of fact. They see those blemishes and go, hey, you know what? This guy doesn't have the fake patina associated with the likes of Pete Buttigieg, who have been posturing towards a presidential run since he was 12 years old. That's it. I've always been understanding of the imperfections of every single person because I am imperfect myself. Okay? I have the capacity to understand that people have room for growth. That's it. What is this? Speaking of Democrats coming out as anti-leftists, can we talk about Joshua Doss? No. Miss Israel says she randomly bumped into the New York City mayor's Armand Mamdani's wife in cafe, and it all went horribly wrong. I told her what I think about the stuff she said online and that I believe that it's important to engage in dialogue in which you don't dehumanize the other side, and she politely brushed me off and then refused to engage anymore. She's so dope. I swear she's cooler than Zoran. She's so much cooler than fucking Zoran. It's not even funny. Your patience and your kindness and wanting to understand people, those are your best qualities. You won't read this out loud, but never change, Hasan. No, I mean, that's the attitude you got to bring, okay? No matter what happens. That's the attitude you always got to bring. If I didn't have this opinion, many of you would not enjoy such a large community that you see as a beacon of light and hope in an internet environment that is filled to the brim with some of the most toxic, repulsive politics, okay? This community would not be 30,000 strong on a bad day if I had this gatekeeping mentality, okay? That's it. I understand that my goal is to change people's fucking minds. And in order to be able, in order to do so, I understand that there are certain things that people believe because their starting position is totally clouded by the social conditioning, by the systems themselves. The overwhelming majority, what is this? Guys, okay if you rape a child in another country on duty, y'all can grow from that. Dude, I'm sorry, but you're a schizophrenic fucking loser, okay? You're a psychopath. Like this is what I mean. You're not doing good politics. You're not doing organizing. You're just being a fucking schizophrenic psycho and then thinking that this is like the peak of morality. Wow, dude, you did it. You're not even a good person at that point. You're just fantasizing about child rape. Like, what the fuck? I've been watching you since like 2017 when I was still in active duty. You're fine, my guy. I've been told I'm an imperialist just for being enlisted, and I understand that too. You encourage people to go outside and organize with their communities and do a lot more than make smug posts. I know a lot of people in my local org who join because they watch your stream. Yeah, that's the goal. Bro, he said he was joking, Lamau. Come on, man. What a funny joke that was. That was a Quebec chatter. It's just their humor. In any case, I don't trust any politician, okay? I don't trust any fucking politician. I can't fully trust any politician. They're politicians. They can fail you. They can fail their constituents. As long as they're doing the right things, you know, I'm going to grade them on a curve regardless, adjusted to what that position entails. Even Bernie Sanders, yes, of course, Bernie Sanders. I have many disagreements with Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has been somewhat disappointing, not somewhat, very disappointing on the issue of Israel, for example. But I will still always work with Bernie Sanders, as well as all these other people. Okay. Yes, even Burn Dog. Burn Dog voted. Burn Dog voted for the appointment of Marco Rubio. Do you think that's a good decision? Do you think that I agree with that? No, of course I don't. What? But refusing to talk about sexual violence because it's inconvenient is not right. You think Graham Plattner has like anything to do with like someone doing child rape? The fuck? I banned that person because in an effort to like justify their distaste, they chose to invoke raping a child. People's arguments always revolve around, well, you wouldn't say this about the IDF. Yes, I would. Okay. If an IDF veteran turned around and became an anti-Zionist, then yes, of course I would talk to that person. And as a matter of fact, I have talked to that person. His name is Ofer Kasif, who was a paratrooper in the Israeli occupying forces and then became a conscientious objector, went to jail, and now is a member of the Knesset. So yeah. It's so fucking stupid.
Completely the opposite direction, but
Pretty far.
Yeah, he's gone pretty far beyond what, and it's not good for the country.
Right.
None of what he's done is good for the country, and that's what I wanted. I hate to say, I'm not going to say I was wrong, because I don't like to say I was wrong, but I will admit, you know, yeah, I'm questioning pretty hard on things.
Trump came along and told a lot of us that something that we knew to be true was actually true, which is that we live in a system that's stealing from us. And you know, it's funny. I'm from Sullivan, so a lot of my friends are like 3-time Trump voters. And you know, like I didn't vote for Trump, but like I very much understand why people did. And then I talk to friends of mine who like don't live in Maine or don't live in rural areas, who are always just like, I don't get it. I'm like, man, like everybody down here feels like they're getting robbed. And Trump came along and told us that, one, you are getting robbed. Meanwhile, everybody else is telling us that everything's good. They're like, the system's great and we should protect it. And Trump said, the system is screwing you, because it is. And we all see it every single day.
I'm going to tell you right now exactly what that destroys his campaign. He's going to have a voice crack moment and then Susan Collins up by 20. Okay. You can't have a cool, grovelly voice for the longest time and then accidentally have a Howard Dean moment. It's the juxtaposition will destroy him.
I was not surprised back in 2016, where I had friends of mine who were like, I either like Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump. And I know a lot of people who are like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm like, it makes sense to me. It does in the sense that like, it's because both of them were like, this whole thing is screwed up.
Blow it up.
Blow it up. Blow it up and do something different. And I think that was the message. And it's a compelling message, and one that, frankly, I think that I mean, that's my message too. I mean, this thing is, in many ways, irreparably broken. And
Bernie's the reason why I really became 100% cynical, because in 2016, well, both times, that's 2 times that he's been just tossed aside.
Yep.
He had the nomination and just got replaced.
Yep. Well, that's the powers that be refused to let him have it, and so they did what they do. They used their power. They didn't play by the rules. They didn't do they didn't let it be a fair playing field. They had power. They used power to make sure that they could protect it, which really is kind of, if you think about it, that's the entire system at this point.
It is.
Dude, why did Trump guys love Bernie so much? Okay, guys, I'm going to let you in on a secret, okay? You here in this community, and many of you are dumb as fuck too, and so am I, okay, are still unbelievably educated in comparison to the average fucking voter. Like, do you guys not talk to normal people? I do all the fucking time, okay? And my takeaway, if they're not a Hasanabi head, is usually just their understanding of politics is literally just like, oh, I don't know, the Bernie was saying it like it is, and so is Trump, and that's why I like Trump. Anti-establishment versus establishment. That's literally it, okay? That's it. That's all it takes for a lot of people. I just don't, I don't get it. Please go outside sometimes and talk to human beings, please. Please, 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 please. Americans have no fucking class consciousness and no political education whatsoever. Even the most educated people, educated as in like, you know, not political education, but educated as in like going to college and shit, still have a totally distorted view on politics. It always reduces back to fucking team sports for them, okay? Most people do not vote on policy. As a matter of fact, Pew Center researchers conducted studies on this. 80% of people in this country vote for team sports. They vote Democrat or they vote Republican. Only 20% vote on ideological boundaries. And even then, the ideological boundaries are not necessarily because like they are self-identifying like liberals or self-identifying conservatives, okay? Even their understanding is still within the confines of liberalism. There is no expansion beyond liberalism, okay? When they talk about like why they vote ideologically for the Democratic Party or why they vote ideologically for the Republican Party, it's still within the confines of liberalism. There is no Marxist politics in this country, okay? There isn't. Even the fucking DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, right? At least in contemporary American society. There used to be, but there isn't one now, okay? In contemporary American society, even within the Democratic Socialists of America, many people don't fully grasp their ideological tendency. Okay? For a lot of people, and that's only 100,000 paying members. Okay? 100,000 paying members. Do you understand how tiny, how minuscule that is? Even within the DSA system, there are plenty of people who join the DSA because they're like, oh, this is a cool kind of Democrats. Okay? And within the DSA system, there's still plenty who are on the right flank of the DSA, plenty who are even liberals, plenty who are social democrats, okay? So that's just how it is. And that is the most successful modern socialist movement in this country's, recent history, okay? Yeah, and also, it's been skyrocketing since Zoran's win, and the campaign is what saved the organization. Obviously, that played a big role in this. But that is why we also work with campaigns, okay? That's why we work with campaigns. Campaigns are, even in the current duopoly that exists, Campaigns are one of the most effective vehicles to get in front of as many fucking people as possible. You go out and you elect a DSA endorsed or DSA candidate, okay? And then that candidate comes out and actually performs like Zoran is, and then boom, you get more membership. And through that membership process, you start to build class consciousness, okay? And then you start to build political education on top of class consciousness. First, you need to develop class consciousness. Then you need to develop political education. Okay? We do not have the workings of a vanguard in this country. That's it. That's the reason why I work with the Democratic Party. People ask me all the fucking time. You're like, you claim to read what is to be done. But how dare you? How dare you take ownership over Lenin, right? That's what people say, as though Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, Lenin, is like a fucking profoundly popular fixture in American politics, you fucking idiot. That's what's so funny about it, is that these guys are so stuck in their own fucking stupid ass hug boxes that they don't think that, like, the average American thinks Lenin is like Hitler, dude. The fuck? You're an idiot. You are siphoning revolutionary potential. There is no revolutionary potential. I'm trying to build revolutionary potential. You can't have revolutionary potential without... Revolution is not spontaneous, okay? It's not. It's just not. Doesn't happen through the contradictions worsening and then people just magically decide, okay? And I'm not a fucking opportunist either, in the way that, some people will be like, oh, he's a tailist. It's not the case, okay? You need to at least have some semblance of a significant percentage of this population. There's a far larger counter-revolutionary, and I don't mean like liberal counter-revolutionary, okay? I mean straight up fascist movement in this country than there is a socialist or a communist one, okay? That's just the truth. So what the fuck do you think will happen if this entire thing falls apart? Who do you think will be more organized? Who do you think will be able to take advantage of that? Sorry, mate, you're a tailist and need to be boycotted. It's not my call. Hasan Piker admits he's a traitor to the working class, left-wing tradition, and is a tailist for the Zionist Democrat Party. Hasan Piker needs to be boycotted. Anyone still repping this guy should be embarrassed and public shamed. Mossad bot activate. Hasan is a Zionist. You're R-worded. No argument. Yes, I'm a tailist of the liberal Zionist Democratic Party. Like, I understand the necessity for drawing a line of demarcation, okay? It's just, if you were to draw that line today, you would have 12 people on your side, okay? That's it. That's it. It's that simple. We're not there. I'm not saying the Democratic Party is the salvation of the working class in this fucking country. Okay? I understand that it is a bourgeois party. Okay? I get it. Yeah, most of those people are also, not even directly petite bourgeois content creator, small business owners. They want to be petite bourgeois small business owning content creators. Okay, they haven't even gotten there yet. So all they're doing is fucking chirping. All they're doing is chirping on Twitter. That's their most that's their biggest contribution to developing class consciousness. Okay, but Fidel had 13 people, eats Domino's and drinks Mountain Dew. Yeah, he had 89 people. That was reduced to 13. And you know what he also had? A fucking communist movement in the urban areas that joined their movement, okay? In a country that was dominated by a brutal, authoritarian, fascist dictatorship that was aligned with the American state's interests. He developed a peasant army. Do you guys have a peasant army? Do you even, like, here, if you want an apt comparison to a peasant-based movement, okay, historical examples obviously exist. I'm not talking about, like, the Russian Revolution. You know, there's obviously back and forth friction there. But if you were to look at it, like, one of the most successful peasant movements is obviously under Mao, okay? There is nothing in the industrially developed world, especially in the imperial core, that resembles a peasant movement. The closest that you can arrive at with a peasant movement would be the undocumented migrant labor force in this country. And I don't see any of you dumb bitches going out, not you in this chat, but any of these dumb bitches going out and fucking organizing the undocumented migrants. Okay? They are the closest as a class, like as a peasant class. They are the closest to a peasant class. And none of you motherfuckers are organizing around that. Anyway, this isn't to say that there aren't fantastic movements all around the country, even in deep red states. There are. But if you're wondering why I do what I do, I make it very clear.
What's your health insurance situation?
I'm on my wife's.
Yeah. Okay.
Health insurance is horrible.
You really couldn't come up with a...
Chairman Mao didn't have social anxiety. He absolutely did. That's not even a joke. He did have social anxiety. He had tremendous anxiety. As a matter of fact, I forget what it's called, but he had like anxiety related, he had like physical convulsions as a consequence of the anxiety that he felt. Of course, he was like constantly under threat. So he was experiencing tremendous state repression. But yes, he did. He did have a lot of anxiety. So you're wrong about that.
Or inefficient way.
It's just like everything else. It's broken.
It's broken.
What did Ronald Reagan say? The 7 words. I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, for me, is like until this last year, because this last year with the Republican budget cuts, it hit the VA pretty hard. But until this last year, my VA care has been spectacular. Like I go up to Bangor, or I can do community care in Ellsworth for the small stuff, like going to the urgent care and stuff. And my VA care has been...
Also didn't speak Mandarin. Granted, China didn't have unified language at the time. Yes. He spoke a regional dialect.
It was life-changing. Something feels weird, I just call up my doctor. I'm like, hey, this hurts. And they're like, come on in. They do an x-ray, they take a look at it, and then I go, and we just take care of it. Things don't have to wait. I don't have to like set things off because I'm afraid that I have to pay for
Platter
it.
isn't even a DemSoc though, and that's bare minimum. Yes, he is. He's a Socialist Rifle Association guy. He's a DSA guy since like 2018. He is. The fuck?
And
now he's like, when asked, he's like, oh, I'm not a socialist, I'm a small business owner. Like, yeah, dude, he's running in fucking Maine, okay?
To me, that was one of the things that really kind of changed my opinions on what well-run government programs can do.
I've never received a VA benefit.
Really?
I got out of the military in '86.
You've got an honorable discharge?
I got a general discharge.
A general, yeah. Really? Yeah, but geez, you've got a general.
Last fall, because I am getting older, and I said last fall, I said, you know,
Hasan knows as much about this as I don't know what this is. Mal could read Mandarin, standard Chinese characters. The beauty of an ideographic language is that people speaking many dialects could still all write and read the same. What? No, I was just saying, like, he spoke in a regional. Is it? Why are you getting fucking mad? Oh wait, never mind. You were actually giving me praise. I didn't understand because you wrote in a Hunanese dialect, I think. Hasan knows as much about this as a Chinese person. Mal could read Mandarin, standard Chinese characters. The beauty of an ideographic language is that people speak many dialects, could still write and all read the same. This praise. I thought you were fucking making fun of me. I'm sorry. I don't read Mandarin, so.
maybe I'll check into it. So I went to my local VA in Machias.
Yep.
And there's one woman that works there. And she gave me a phone number, and I said, so is this, you know, she said, that's to a lawyer. And I said, what's the lawyer for? She goes, that's who you're gonna have to go through to get your discharge upgraded. And I said, you kidding me, really?
Yeah.
A lawyer? I said, why not just go to why can't the VA do it?
So one of my best friends from Iraq, guy did 2 tours, did Fallujah Ramadi, a legitimate war hero. I've seen this guy do like actual heroism in combat. He smoked pot after we got back from our 2nd deployment, popped on a test, got discharged out of the Marine Corps, kicked out, OTH, other than honorable, no benefits. He spent years just struggling. I mean, this is a guy who legitimately, I mean, is an actual war hero. And he didn't get a single shred of support from the VA. And it was all because the way that they write the rules. We wound up getting his discharge upgraded. But it took, like myself and a couple other guys that he served with, we all kind of got together. We got a lawyer involved. We got this, and what was awful the whole time is being like, this shouldn't be complicated.
Right.
I mean, this guy has a combat record. Like, we can look through his service record book and his DD-214, and you can see that this guy did things for the nation in war. And yet somehow now we got a lawyer involved, and we did all this thing, and it worked in the end. But it was a multi-year process, and it was so frustrating. And that's something that for me, like, one of the reasons I want to go to the U.S. Senate is that having gone through these things personally and seen directly like what the bureaucratic problems are that keep people from getting it, I want to go up and write policy to make all this easier. I also want to, frankly, unleash like an army of social workers to go around the country and find vets who aren't getting the benefits they deserve and then do the process for them. Because when people are working really hard or people are struggling, the idea that they're gonna go home, sit down and like figure out all this paperwork, like hire a lawyer? I mean, if you're working paycheck to paycheck already, who's got nobody has extra money to go hire an attorney? Yeah.
I mean, you're doing it in the evening when all the offices are closed.
What's up, man?
How goes the battle, bro?
It's going. How are you?
I'm good. I'm
Yeah.
good.
Oh, by the way, one of the things, I hate this guy. He's a chud. I like Tucker. He's based. I'm a low common denominator hater. Ask me anything. Ask him if there's a plea of attention. Wait, what? I think war is bad. Debate me. You will lose. I too think war is bad, chatter. So I guess we are in agreement. All right, let's see what the fucking CNN debate looks like. California governor
just outside
debate.
of Los Angeles, candidates are about to take the stage in the fight to lead the
I mean, honestly, I don't want to do this right now.
to save our beautiful state of California?
The Golden State's top job is up for grabs as Gavin Newsom exits after 2 terms and high-profile clashes with President Trump.
Poll if you will be mentioned. I don't think I will be. Who the fuck? I've only interviewed Tom Steyer. And aside from sending me the Clash Trader hat, we don't have really. Alex might mention me. That'd be kind of funny.
My whole career has been about affordability.
We don't believe our politicians. Which candidate can seize the momentum and who won't make the cut?
This race will come down to those who've earned it versus those who are trying to buy it.
Democrats vying to break away from the pack.
Billionaire who wants to tax billionaires.
I am the only candidate who does not take corporate contributions.
If I have something, it's experience.
I want to make government work for people.
God, I hate all these fucking candidates. I mean, honestly, they're all dog shit. Tom Steyer is the only one that's like interesting out of all these fucking candidates. I mean, there's 2 Republicans on there, Bianco and Hilton, obviously. One of them is British. The other one's a sheriff. I don't know what's worse. They're also both Republican. But ultimately, yeah, Javier Becerra is terrible. No, I do not fucking support him. Does it not even cause a little bit of concern that Javier Becerra, all of the people that were pushing for what's his fucking face, Swalwell, immediately went to Becerra. They're all worried about Steyer. Javier Becerra is a oil industry lobbyist, basically.
States and around the world.
Yeah, SEIU endorsed Swalwell. They also endorsed Becerra, but
And this is the CNN California governor primary debate. I'm Caitlin Collins.
And I'm Alex Michelson. Tonight, you'll hear from 7 candidates.
It's crazy that I know both of these people now.
In the nation and manage the 4th largest economy in the world. Early voting is already underway. Ballots are now being cast. And a reminder that the top 2 finishers, regardless of party, advance to the general election.
did you call Becerra an oil industry lobby? I said he's basically an oil industry lobbyist.
On stage here tonight, and this race is wide open.
The candidates are former Los Angeles Mayor, Democrat Antonio Villaraigosa, former Congresswoman, Democrat Katie Porter, businessman, Democrat Tom Steyer, businessman and former television host, Republican Steve Hilton, Riverside County Sheriff, Republican Chad Bianco, former Health and Human Services Secretary.
They just flew to Camp David. What's happening? Probably military escalation.
About to begin, but first a review of the ground rules that your campaigns agreed to in advance. Our goal is to facilitate a fair and productive debate. Each of you will receive 1 minute to answer questions, 30 seconds for responses and rebuttals, and 15 additional seconds if one of us moderators asks you for a clarification. The timing lights in front of you will remind you of these limits.
Yeah, I hate
Please
this
respect
limp dick
them
double
and the
endorsement
other
shit
candidates on the
that
stage
SEIU
during their
does. Like, no disrespect, but just fucking endorse one or don't endorse anybody, okay? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It's so fucking whack, dude. It's like, fucking American labor unions. Jesus Christ.
Population between 2024 and 2025. Secretary Becerra,
They pulled
given
back
everything
the
that I just
Wiener
laid out
endorsement
there,
in San
why
Francisco.
do Democrats deserve another 4 years in charge?
Caitlin, because Democrats are the ones that aspire to include everyone and not leave anyone behind. Like my parents, who came with $12 in their pocket to California, and they live the California dream. My 3 sisters and I, we got to live the California dream. But it doesn't come easy. You have to work hard. My mother today still shops with coupons, and you learn that when you watch that growing up. And I know that my job as Attorney General, as Secretary of Health and Human Services, is always to help people like my parents who are working hard. And that's why I fought for our families, made sure that when Donald Trump was attacking us the first time, We went toe-to-toe with him more than 120 times. I had to sue Donald Trump to keep him from destroying our state of California. When I was Secretary of Health and Human Services, we expanded access to health care to more Americans than ever in the history of the country. We were able to negotiate lower drug prices for the first time in history for Medicare, and we proved that we could drop prices by up to 80%. If we fight to make California affordable, people will stay and they will come to this great state.
Thank you, Secretary Becerra. Mr. Steyer, that question, why do Democrats deserve another 4 years in charge, is a key one. What's your response?
Well, the biggest problem in California is that Californians can't afford to live here anymore. And it starts with housing, but it definitely includes healthcare. It includes electric costs, which are twice as high as in the rest of the country. And it includes soaring gasoline prices. I have a plan for every single one of those. The difference between me and everybody else is I'm willing to take on the corporate special interests. I'm willing to push for single payer. I'm willing to take on the electric monopolies. They're spending big against me, and that proves it. I'm the change agent, and I'm the progressive.
Mayor Mahan, what's your response?
Well, Caitlin, we deserve better. I'm the only Democrat in this race who has challenged the establishment within my own party to demand better results. I've made San Jose the safest big city in the country, unblocked thousands of homes that are now under construction, led our city to reduce homelessness faster than any other city. We don't need MAGA values, but we also don't need more of the same. There's a lot of talk on this stage, but we should be honest. The experience we hear from Secretary Becerra didn't lead to better outcomes. It led to 85,000 migrant children who were lost, more fraud in our healthcare system. Tom Steyer's making a lot of false promises up here, things that the legislature already rejected because we don't know how to pay for them. We need pragmatic results.
Oh, God, there it is. Thank God he said it. I don't even need to say it for him. Now you get his vibes.
We were paycheck to paycheck growing up.
Better things are not possible, candidate Mahan, okay?
Mr. Steyer, do you want to respond to that?
I absolutely do. I will, on the first day, call a special election to close a corporate real estate tax loophole that's worth over $20 billion.
It's convenient to close it after you've profited from it.
The truth is that the California government needs more money because...
See, right there, he should be like, yeah, I know the system better than anybody else, okay? I became endlessly wealthy as a consequence of it.
Teachers and students. And I'm the only person
I want
on
to
this
stop
stage
others,
that will go after corporations
I want to shut it off for myself, too.
To have a system that actually works for California.
So raising taxes
Mr. Hilton, can I get you to weigh in on this prospect as voters are facing this as they go and they're getting their ballots now?
Pull a Trump. Be shameless.
And Alex, it's interesting. We've already seen a couple of things that we'll probably see a lot of in this debate, which is the Democrats.
Boo! You're British. You're British. You're British. Boo! You're British. You're British. I don't want to hear it. Oh,
and all
go back to England, lad.
Look, I was asked how I'm preparing.
Go back to fucking England.
The meetings, the thousands of people that have come to our events the last year in California. I've traveled to every part of the state.
No. We can't be having this.
The California dream is my dream, and I want that for every single one of you watching out there.
Mr.
We
Hilton,
can get it back.
You heard Mayor Mahan invoke MAGA values.
We did not do the American Revolution to be led by a fucking Brit.
Of President Trump's job performance. Why should voters who are unhappy with the performance of the president vote for the candidate that he's endorsed in this race?
So they should vote for the candidate who's got a concrete plan to make our state Cal-affordable. $3 gas, cut your electric bills in half, your first $100,000 tax-free, a home you can afford to buy.
Oh my God. Katie Porter's on with that shit too. I hate that.
I know how to get things done, and we need to change. We need some fresh thinking after 16 years of one-party rule from these Democrats that have given us the highest poverty rate, as you mentioned, the highest unemployment rate, and the highest cost of living in the country.
Mr. Hilton.
Secretary Becerra, go ahead.
Mr. Hilton, how can you say that Democrats have it wrong when you can't admit that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election? The fact is, all you do is point at Democrats, scream
Well,
at
you have
Democrats,
been in charge for 16
and don't
years,
have anything
Antonio.
else to say. And I want to chime in on what Matt Mahan said. He's not the only Democrat that's challenged his party. I have as well, and I have for a long time. Alex, you said a few months ago that I've been talking about affordability for years. I've been challenging my party for years because it's been Democrats that brought us here. But I can also challenge
Okay, I kind of don't want to watch this. I just realized I don't want to fucking watch this at all. Like, bro, your state is a nightmare. It really is. It's so dog shit. My state's politics is so ass, dude. Maybe that's why I'm constantly traveling out of state to go help others elsewhere, because my own backyard is fucking ass. New York is right there. No, I'm not a coward. I'm not going to run away. Bro, I'm in fucking Indiana. Why California doesn't have good politicians? It just doesn't. It does not.
Raising the cost of living in California the most, and that's Donald Trump. The price of gas has gone up $1 to $2 because of Donald Trump and his war in Iran. The price of goods, groceries, have gone up in California because of Donald Trump's illegal tariffs.
You
Let's
see, all
focus
they
on
can
really
say
what's
is
not true.
most.
That's
All
just
they've
not
got.
true. We've had the highest gas prices on average.
I'm in
over
freaking
$2
Ohio. I'm in
rest
Alabama.
of the-
Literal hell.
than the
True,
rest
true,
of the
true.
nation for a very long time.
Antonio's
Trump's made
right
it
about
worse
that.
for sure.
Boys.
But it's not
Boys.
true.
Villarosa,
Enough
Villarosa,
with the
I'll get right back
bickering.
to you, but Congressman Porter, I mean, to this question in and of itself, you're a Democrat who served in Washington. What's your response?
Look, California does need to make changes. The world is changing around us. We are seeing AI come and present real challenges with jobs. The pace of climate change is real. We have an unreliable federal partner who's made clear that California is going to attack California. Donald Trump has not made any bones about that. This is a real opportunity for California to set its eyes on the future.
It
We
is
do need to make
liberal-fornia. It's
change
not
in California.
California. That's
and
true.
It is ridiculous for Mr. Steyer to claim that he's the only candidate that has taken on corporations, when I will tell you there are a lot of CEOs who've been whiteboarded who would beg to differ.
Thank you,
Can I
Congressman.
respond
Sheriff
to that?
Bianco, we haven't heard from you. Let me get your response.
Well, thank you. I just want to actually answer your question.
Oh my God, I was not
Why do
expecting that
Democrats
voice out
deserve
of this
it?
man.
You just listened to probably 10, 15 minutes of why they don't. We are going to get.
Oh my
nothing
God, I was not expecting him to have such a Weasley voice. That is so
career
funny.
politicians
Unexpected
brought
voice
us to
guy.
the point where we are here today. They do not deserve another chance. They have broken us with endless regulations.
Oh my
that
God,
have
he sounds
destroyed-
like Reno 9/11. Oh my God. Oh my God, he sounds like Reno 9/11. Oh my God, what
And
the fuck?
unfortunately for all of them, I'm the only one on this stage that has spent a career making California lives better.
We're going to talk about the economy now. We'll get you in a moment, Mr. Steyer, but we're going to go to you, Mr. Mahan, with this question and the issue of affordability. As we know, right now, gas prices across the country are skyrocketing, due in part to the Iran
Reno 911, whatever, shut up.
in California. Mayor Mahan, it costs $6
He's new boot
right now
goofing.
or more to fill up buy a gallon of gas in this state. Your opponent, Mr. Hilton, is promising to bring that price down to $3 a gallon in his first year in office. Is that realistic?
No, it obviously isn't. Look, I grew up in a farming town. I know what it means when the cost of gas goes up $1. People start actually having to make really tough trade-offs. Can you pay the rent? Can you put food on the table? I'm the only candidate in this race who has called for a suspension of the gas tax because
That's not true.
it disproportionately harms working families. We need to reform this tax and make sure EV owners and higher income earners are paying their fair share. But the truth is, Javier Becerra is misleading when he blames all of our cost issues on Donald Trump. I've fought against Trump. We've sued the Trump administration. We've blocked his cruel immigration enforcement tactics. But California's problems have been long running. We don't need more career politicians supported by the insiders in Sacramento. The truth is, we had the highest housing costs, highest energy costs.
Someone said he's like straight Pete Buttigieg. That's funny. It's true.
Long before Donald Trump ran for president, we need more pragmatic policies, removing regulations that are in the way, reducing fees.
Mr. Hilton, to you, and then Secretary Becerra. Mr. Hilton.
So Matt says that it's obviously impossible to get to $3 gas, as I've laid out in my plan. Before the Iran war, there were 40 states in America with $3 gas or lower, most of which don't have the abundant oil reserves that we have in California. But because of the policies supported by Matt and all these Democrats, we are now shipping oil halfway around the world, 7,500 miles from places like Iraq, instead of opening up California oil and gas production so we can reduce costs and get $3 gas in California, which is my plan.
You know why we have those higher standards is because in places like Los Angeles, where we are today, it used to be that you couldn't breathe. Kids would have higher asthma rates. We have those higher standards for a reason. We can bring down costs over time, but it's
technology that's delivered
totally
that,
unrealistic that you're going to have $3 gas in a year. You're lying to me.
Only in a Democrat state.
Secretary Becerra.
Well, I'm fascinated to see people argue that we should get rid of the funding for the roads so we can take care of potholes, the highways, so we can make sure that we don't have massive congestion, or our transit systems, by getting rid of the one way we fund those systems the most, the gas tax. If we were to get rid of the Trump gas tax, we would be able to save ourselves about $1 to $2 at least, just in the Trump gas tax as a result of his war in Iran. Let's start focusing where the real problem is. And yes, I'm going to repeat Donald Trump as often as I have to, because he's the real menace we have in California.
He's got nothing else to say. Your perspective.
So let me say this. This war in Iran has driven up the gas by at least $1.50. And the truth is, we should be taxing the oil companies because they are getting a windfall profit as a
Don't
result
say that around
of the war
Becerra.
that
He's gonna beeline into you.
for no apparent reason. We should.
Javier Becerra is gonna be like, I will fight you. I will fight you to the death, Tom Steyer.
Let me say this. Being in bed with oil companies is a mistake. Javier Becerra has taken the max amount of money from Chevron, and he has said they're good guys that we need. The truth of the matter is, the oil companies are ripping us off at the pump. They're polluting our air, and they're burning up the planet.
Thank you, sir. Secretary Becerra, your response.
Yeah, it's a rich response from a guy who made his billions investing in fossil fuels, in oil companies, in coal companies. Now he makes the billions, and he has spent more than every other candidate combined in his campaign, using those profits to now try to buy his seat in the governor's office. Tom, the last thing we need is someone who makes riches from investing in oil companies and then accuse everyone else of doing the wrong thing.
Can I retire? Look, I walked away from my company 14 years ago so I could give back to California. I am the person on this stage who is fighting the oil companies. And the way that you know is they're spending millions of dollars to prevent me from getting
you should turn around and be like, I could buy you right now. Maybe just like, maybe instead of buying ads, I should have bought your campaign.
In
Say
this
it.
state has endorsed me.
All right,
and the people who are opposing
Say I will
you can
buy
just
you.
follow the money. The oil companies, the electric monopolies are spending tens of millions of dollars against me.
Okay, maybe
The
not.
environmentalists-
Maybe don't say that. You're too white to say that, but you get what I mean.
Let's talk about the proposed billionaire tax. Just last week, a one-time 5% tax on the assets of billionaires.
Pull a Trump. If you're a fucking billionaire, you might as well pull a Trump on that stage. That's the whole point.
Over what could be the nation's first wealth tax.
Buy the British one.
Is the only
If we're out here buying.
He supports this tax. You do not. Why not?
Because I support good ideas, not things that help me dodge political potholes due to my own background. This billionaire's tax is simply not
Put a
good
tie on
tax
Hasan
policy.
Piker because of human
And
trafficker.
anybody who has watched me in Congress take on bank CEOs, take on pharma CEOs, challenge them for the fact that their workers can't make ends meet while they're pocketing $26 million a year, knows that I will speak truth to power. And here is the truth. This tax isn't going to fundamentally change California's economy in the way that young people and the working people of California need. It's a one-time tax, but we don't have one-time revenue needs. It taxes billionaires, as if half billionaires don't have two nickels to rub together and couldn't chip in a little bit
Yeah, I don't
more.
really care.
And
Like, I know it's that unproductive one-off tax. I know all of this. I just don't give a shit. Like, I think it's good. It's good to start. It's a healthy muscle to exercise. And I think a lot of Americans agree with me on this, right? Like, it's one of those things where I totally am aware that this is a one-off. It's kind of silly. It's nowhere near the necessary structural change that has to come. But I just don't care. You know, I'm like, no, it's good. I'm in favor of any kind of billionaire tax is good. 1 off, 10 off, doesn't fucking matter. Let's get a treat. People also complain about the way that this will the way that this tax will be utilized and stuff too, where they're like, it's a one-off tax and it can only be spent on healthcare in the state. Great. Fuck it. Why not? It's rich to say she supports good ideas, and she's the one saying everyone gets a $100K deduction from their income to talk about bullshit ideas. I know that one was so fucking annoying.
Real estate tax loophole.
Thank you,
More
sir.
money, and it's spread throughout
I
the
have
only
not-
candidate
I
that's
have not
actually
gotten-
balanced two budgets.
Congresswoman.
I'm confused. Do you support the billionaire's tax that is going to be on the ballot
He should
in
just
November?
take the L
yes
on this.
or no?
Katie, I just said I will vote for it if it's on the ballot in November. So what I've said is,
Oh,
it
get his ass!
doesn't
Get her
go
ass!
far
Good.
enough that in fact it is a one-time.
He said
tax,
it's not
and
even
it
good
also
enough.
doesn't
We need to go
spend the money
further.
throughout the government.
Let-
Look,
let me weigh
we
in.
have an
I'm the
education
only
system
candidate that's
begging
actually
for money.
balanced two budgets.
We're going to bring Sheriff Bianco in first, and then we'll get to you, Mr. Mayor. Sheriff
No!
Thank you.
Don't get Reno 9/11 back in there. Who cares about this guy? Why are there's too many candidates?
Fuck! Is how we started this program off to begin with. Everyone is leaving California, and it's because of their horrific policies. I agree with Katie that this is a
many
horrific
fucking
tax bill,
candidates.
but she is wrong on one thing. This is not a billionaire tax bill. You just have to read it and read what it is. I have spent my career suffering the consequences of their decisions and their policy that they love talking about. I am the one that deals with it. And this, the 140,000 people that are paying 50% of the taxes are going to leave. And then the wording of that bill.
Oh
makes
no,
the
the super wealthy might leave Riverside.
The next question goes to you, Mr.
Oh no, they're not leaving. That's why they're in
Fortune
California.
500
Shut the fuck
companies,
up.
Such as Oracle, Chevron.
Okay,
Charles
I can't. I'm muting this guy. I'm sorry. This guy doesn't exist in my mind. Okay. Okay. Listen, California's very own Andrew Cuomo. I'm sorry. I don't even see him. I will forget about him, former mayor of Los Angeles. He does not exist. Okay. Just imagine him as non-existent on this debate stage.
Cut. And I could tell you this, we over rely on the upper income tax. That's why you have feast and famine virtually every year. So the problem with the billionaire tax, it's a one-time tax. It's flawed. If I believe that people that make that kind of money
Did
ought
you
to
change
pay
his
more. In
position
fact,
on this? I
when
could have sworn he
I'm
told you he
governor,
wouldn't vote for the tax, but now
people
he
like,
will. I'm glad he's
Tom,
taking the
if we
L
want
on
to pay
it.
more, we'll be
Because,
able to
like,
do that.
he was trying to be fucking super literal about the tax. And I tried to communicate to him that, like, listen, big dog, no one cares. Okay. You're a billionaire. Think about why people don't give a shit about this tax being a one off.
Congressman
Okay.
Porter, your response in terms
If
of
you want a long-standing billionaire tax or a better, reliable long-term funding revenue strategy, that's great. But you should say yes to this.
Bonus, when they earn a little more, they trip up into a different tax bracket and they have to pay more. That's all I'm suggesting we do for corporations. And by the way, not only would that say to the corporation that has a banner year and makes $1 billion, you pay not the same rate. Maybe you pay a tiny bit higher rate so that we can provide tax relief for families earning less than $100,000.
Oh God, I hate
Mayhem,
this.
your
I
thoughts
can't
in
believe
terms
that
of-
she's running on this, by the way. Oh my God. Oh my God. Tax relief for families earning less. Dude, it's a race to the fucking bottom. Americans, stop with this bullshit, okay? Any Democrat that runs around saying like we have to actually lower taxes for people making we have to lower taxes for people making less than $100,000 is insane. Okay. You're fucking insane. No, the goal here should be to adjust the progressive taxation structure so that it's more meaningful and you get to actually tax the wealthy. Okay. Taxing wealth, for example, not just income. This is what we are supposed to do in this fucking country. Not cut the taxes for 99% of the fucking population. No, don't say you can do both. Don't be stupid. Okay. It's a trick. It's a mistake. Taxes only go one way in this goddamn country. It's supposed to go in the opposite direction. More taxes, not less. Okay. More taxes for the wealthy. The working class already pay a tremendous amount of their yearly income in the form of taxes already. The overwhelming majority of Americans already get taxed on income. Okay? The real problem, the real thing that we have to tackle is taxing the wealth. Okay? The idea that we are supposed to cut taxes is unbelievably stupid. It's a major fucking revenue driver. Oh. Under 100K is working class in California? Yes, it is. No, but you're not supposed to go in the tax cut direction because that is, it's an incredibly stupid decision, okay? It's an incredibly stupid decision. Cutting taxes for the working class is going to only go in one direction. You're just cutting taxes. You're never going to increase. You're never going to be able to increase taxes for the wealthy. You're just going to cut taxes to raise to the bottom. Our services are already struggling. What the fuck are you talking about?
Biggest corporations. The truth of the matter is, what I stand for is shared prosperity, real growth, supporting businesses, but sharing it work so that the people in California get what they need.
Thank you.
And going after corporate special interests is the way we're going to drive down costs.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer. Secretary Becerra, Mayor Mahan suggested that you're interested in growing the size of government. He says he wants to cut it. Your response
I didn't
to
say
that?
I want to cut it. I said I want to use the revenue we have today to make government better. We need to demand Sacramento do better before we ask working people to pay more. All of Tom Steyer's proposals will just increase cost.
Secretary Becerra.
Mayor Mahan should take a look at my record and you'll realize that the largest health enterprise in the world, the Department of Health and Human Services, is big. It's because we have to make sure we're doing everything to improve the health care for 333 million Americans. And we balanced our budget 4 years in a row. So, Matt, here's the thing. I've been able to balance budgets much larger than your city of San Jose and make sure that we continue to improve health care for more Americans. But on the issue of taxes, here's the point. Everyone should pay their fair share. No one can claim that a CEO who's making more than 1,000 times more than their line workers is paying their fair share. And Tom, one of these days, let us know how much money you have in the Cayman Islands so we can make sure we tax you your fair share.
Okay, I'm going to answer that because I pay full taxes on everything. I'm invested in all over the world, and I pay full California and U.S. taxes on absolutely everything. That's not fair. But what is fair is this. I'm going to drive down costs. The idea that
you use every tax loophole available.
You
pay the lowest tax rate of anyone on the stage.
By going after the electric monopoly that no one else here will take on. We're going to introduce competition. I'm going to go after the oil companies, make them pay for their pollution, and have a windfall profits tax.
Look,
I am going to drive down costs for working people, and that will not only work for them, it will work for the corporations to employ them and make them more competitive.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer. Mr. Mahan, your chance.
Yeah, I have to go back to this point about it's not always about the size of the budget or how big government is.
But being able to balance it is an important point.
Yeah, but Javier,
I think you have to admit that.
Here's what I would ask you to acknowledge, which is you keep referencing your experience as your main qualification, but what have those 30 years of experience gotten us?
More Americans insured than ever in the
hold on,
history
let
of
me
the
finish.
country. Well, you asked the question.
Higher and less affordable health care that's squeezing.
Actually, not on my watch.
Squeezing
we
out.
the price
No,
of
we did not.
healthcare on my
Healthcare costs have gone up relentlessly.
You haven't
health
talked to the millions
outcomes,
of Americans we helped insure.
If I could just finish my point.
Well, you have to make sure you say something that's factual.
Okay, it's pretty. You can go look at the data. Healthcare costs.
That's right. Look
are
at the data.
up.
We were able to get more Americans insured than ever in the history.
Do you mind if I just finish the point?
Mr. Mayor, finish your point, and then Secretary Becerra, you'll
one at a time.
Three really quick points. Yeah, I'll just
Can we talk about the issues that you're not
I'll be prepared to fact check, though.
When it's your turn, go ahead. So higher healthcare costs that are squeezing families today, worse health.
Yeah, the top opponent, the single payer, by the way, the doctor's lobby, straight up maxed out the Becerra.
And as HHS secretary, well, it's as bad as ever. And you've been in a career politician.
That's time, Secretary Becerra.
Yeah, totally untrue. Man, that sounds like a MAGA talking point. Listen,
no, it's just the facts.
Under my watch, more Americans gained health coverage than ever in the history of the country, more than 300 million. Under my watch, we were able to give folks access to the Obamacare insurance policies on the marketplace for, in some cases, $10 or less a month in premiums. Today, those are skyrocketing, and people are losing those premiums and insurance coverage because Donald Trump abandoned those healthcare subsidies.
Thank you, Secretary.
Learn the facts, Matt, before you start talking on the stage.
We're going to come back to healthcare because obviously it's a huge topic for everyone in this state.
Come on, man, you're parroting talking points like you've been paid off. This is shameful of you.
Which is immigration, as all of you know. Mr. Hilton, right now,
Steyer is lying. Steyer lies about shit all the time. Steyer still has a financial stake in oil stocks. You know this. You are ignoring the research. 40K maxed out. Come on, man. You're parroting talking points like you've been paid off. I have sources and research. Sit down. Oh, you're a Becerra fan. Look, man. Anyone that says they're in favor of Medicare for all or single payer that then gets the opportunity to implement it and chooses not to is always going to be a fucking enemy in my book. Okay? That's it. And yes, it's not like Tom Steyer is someone I'm super excited about either. I've told you already. I've told you from the start that I'm not in favor of you're paid off with 3 white hats. How dare you? Yeah, it's because Tom Steyer sent me the class trader hat. That's why. Clyburn endorsed Becerra. Yes, the entire corporate Democrat political machine, the entire corporate. Oh God, Javier Becerra wants single payer. Sure, okay, dude, get the fuck out of here. Listen, Javier Becerra is a product of machine politics in this state, and machine politics in California has been devastating for California politics. I live in it, and I'm sure you live in it too. But you clearly don't have as much as a distaste as I do for machine politics. This is not talking points. This is lived reality. This is what the fuck? What are you talking about? I'm 3rd gen California. Okay, who gives a fuck? So you've experienced it, as have I. What are you talking about? I didn't even know that Javier Becerra had Javier Becerra heads in this fucking community. You're talking to Mr. LA man. Yeah, he said 3 generations. Okay, well, I've only been here for 13 years, you know? I'm not 3 generations in. Tom Steyer is a billionaire. Javier Becerra is a slave to the billionaire interests. That's it. And same with Katie Porter. Both Katie Porter and Becerra, but especially Becerra, is the one that they immediately consolidate support behind once Eric Swalwell was no longer viable because it came out that he's like fucking sexually assaulting all of his staffers.
Mr. Bianco, you've been very well behaved tonight, especially compared to CBS, and I actually appreciate it that you've been waiting your turn and following the rules. And I would appreciate it if everybody could do that, because I think Californians are actually owed some answers to questions.
We were told we can interject.
Congresswoman Porter, on the question itself on these farm workers, which are a big part of California's economy, what's your answer to that?
Chevron, they're not the bad guy.
Decision of the federal government.
Yeah.
It's the job of the governor to protect every single Californian, period. There are no qualifications on that.
Are you doing that? Are you doing that by having a sanctuary state policy? Absolutely not. And I was on the stage telling everyone what was going to result
I would like to get
from sanctuary
one
state.
Complete
and it's forcing
Before you
us to be
interrupt.
less safe.
May I give an answer?
Go ahead,
It's the job of the California governor
X
to
is
protect
trash, dude?
every
What do you mean?
single Californian.
What do you
The
mean?
sanctuary
Twitter is
state
trash?
policy
Yeah,
is
I know Twitter is
designed to make
trash.
sure that our state resources, the taxpayer dollars, the public servants that we have are focusing on doing their jobs, which is not cooperating with the federal immigration authorities. These are Californians. They contribute to our economy. They pay taxes, and they're one of the only ways that our state has been growing in recent years.
Mayor Ragosa?
You know, you say you're a sheriff, and I know you are, but you clearly don't know what
Don't
the
argue with
sanctuary
Becerra
law
heads, they're
does.
delusional libs.
I'm the
In fact-
only one
in
up
fact,
here
excuse
that has
me,
to work with it.
Mr. Bianco, excuse me. The fact is, since 2019, the state has turned
Who
over
is this guy?
12,000 violent criminals to the federal government. Sanctuary law does not protect
Both of these
violent
people should not
criminals
be
in
on the
way that
stage.
You constantly say they do.
Oh, yes, it does.
We've turned over, this state has turned over 12,000 criminals. I'll tell you what I think is illegal is a sheriff of Riverside County sequestering
It's
votes,
because you're
thousands
lying
of
to
votes
people.
in the way that you did.
It's because you're
and
lying
the
to people
Supreme
right
Court,
now.
Court said that you
No, they
done
didn't.
it in the first place.
No, they didn't.
May I interject on this?
Caitlin, can I go?
Go ahead, Mr. Becerra, Secretary Becerra.
So I'm the only one who actually has experience taking on Trump in the way he's handling undocumented immigrants, because when he was president the first time, I was the attorney general, and we took him on straight on in court. We stopped him from trying to force local law enforcement to do the bidding of ICE. We were able to make sure we protected the DACA program for our dreamers all the way to the Supreme Court, and we beat Donald Trump. What we have to do is make sure that Trump cannot invade California, and you can't stop him if you've got a governor like Steve Hilton, who is his dad. Donald Trump's his daddy, and he will protect him all the way through.
Thank you, Secretary Becerra. Mr. Hilton, I'll let you respond to that, and I have a question for you, Mr. Steyer, after that.
I don't want to respond to silly name calling, but I'd like to actually respond to something Katie said. And I think it's probably a sincere policy difference between us. She said something very revealing, which is the only way really that California's economy has been growing in the last few years is through illegal immigration. And I just don't think that's the right way for us to be growing. I think we need to help small businesses create jobs and opportunity, and for Californians to be able to earn more and live the California dream, and for entrepreneurs to want to start businesses in California. That's how we should be growing our economy, not by illegal immigration.
Congresswoman Porter?
I mean, given that you're an immigrant and you added to our
Illegal
population
immigrant.
and we're all having to live with the consequences of that decision.
Katie, there's a difference I think you'll accept between legal and illegal immigration.
Yes, and I wasn't referring to, I was saying that immigration has been a major source of growth in California's economy, and that is true.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Mr. Steyer, I've got a question for you on immigration, because you want California's Attorney General to be able to hold both ICE agents and their leadership criminally liable for what you say is, quote, violent illegal conduct on the job. Does that include the former DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, who oversaw the ICE operations in Los Angeles last year?
Look, the governor of California should hold people accountable who break the laws of California, specifically including ICE agents and the people who send them to racially profile, which is illegal. And
Joe, just
use
say yes,
violence
bro. You're
against
too
California,
wordy, Tom.
Which is illegal.
Thomas!
And it should go up the chain.
Say yes. Fuck it. Eat the media cycle. What do you mean? Lean into the fucking drama. Come on. You're a fucking billionaire. What are they going to do?
Should be held liable. It is
Oh
not
my
legal
God.
for federal agents to come
Oh
to
my God,
California
Thomas.
and break the law. It is absolutely critical.
He's just so fucking wordy. Oh my Lord. Just say
In
yes.
fact, ICE to me is a criminal operation. I've said all along, we should abolish ICE. It's breaking the law. It is coming
Yes,
here deliberately
and-
to
yes,
break the law.
and then
that's why I'm saying
explain
we should
it.
hold them accountable. We should inspect the detention centers that they have in secret.
So just to
we
clarify,
should have a
Mr.
legal
Steyer,
defense fund. Yes,
just to
I do. I don't know. I would go all the way up the chain. I've gone as far as Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller should be held accountable.
Yo,
for what the
that's
ICE
what I'm
agents
talking
do
about.
in
That's
California
the
that he
point.
sends.
But just to clarify, since Kristi Noem was the Senate-confirmed Department of Homeland Security Secretary, do you believe that she is someone who should be prosecuted?
If she has given the orders to break the law in California, yes.
Sheriff
You have
Bianco,
to
what's
be
your
able
response to
to
that?
prove it.
No one has broken the law in California. And this is why.
No one. Cop. Classic cop. No one. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. If you're law enforcement, you are incapable of breaking the law.
Infuriated up with emotion because they don't want to tell the truth. ICE agents are enforcing the law.
Yeah, ICE
And
agents are
sanctuary
good.
State policy,
They're so handsome
Democrats
in the way that they prattle around in
ICE
their
into our cities and
tactical
streets and
gear.
neighborhoods to find these criminals.
I
and
love
want
ICE.
Mr.
Yeah, this guy's really gonna fucking do a great job as the California governor. You are not making it.
because of an illegal immigrant that had been deported 3 times because of DUIs. That
Sometimes I walk up to ICE agents and I say, "Arrest me, officer. Here, I put my hands behind my back for you."
Mayor Villaraigosa, do you want to
If
respond?
an undocumented worker killed somebody,
Who is this guy?
He should go to jail. He should be prosecuted.
It's too late, don't you think? How about the 3 DUIs before
let me
that?
finish?
No,
Or do you want to
because
be the
no.
bully that you always are?
No,
You know, you're an oath keeper. We all know that.
And I'm very proud of it.
No, well, you should.
I'm very proud of it. And guess what? You're going to
Sorry.
swear an oath, and you swore an oath. You should know what you were
Well,
swearing
I'm
and
sorry.
be proud of defending
I
it.
don't think an oath keeper is qualified to be governor.
I don't think
of
you know what
California.
an oath keeper
But
is.
let me answer.
This guy can't even fucking get his. Oh my God. He can't even get his dunks out. God damn it. You're talking to a fucking member of a white supremacist militia, bro.
No, I
Just
didn't.
say
No,
it
I
out
said
loud. Be like, my opponent here is perhaps standing around too many brown people for the first time, given that he's a part of a white supremacist militia. Just say that.
Not enough.
Steve Hilton, let me be clear. You know, I know you're recently arrived to California, but if you've read the Bay Area Institute, the UC Merced study, immigrants, if we took them all out, including the undocumented, it would be a $274 billion hit to the
Sheriff
California
Bianco,
economy.
just to follow up on what you were just saying there. you
Okay,
said
I
you're-
literally think he's just Andrew Cuomo on Ozempic. I think he's Andrew Cuomo on Ozempic. Call him out for being British.
Everybody that wants to, like, again, lie and emotionally get all spun up about the Oath Keeper organization, I just would, before you...
Dude, one of the top candidates who is a Republican in the California jungle primary is literally a fucking oath keeper from a different state, okay? And he is defending being an oath keeper on the goddamn debate stage. What the fuck are we doing?
Extremely proud of swearing an oath to defend my Constitution against politicians like
You
this.
misunderstood my wife's comment and gave her a day off, and now she's trying to pay an Etsy wish to make you shit your pants. Please don't.
Do you also support
Don't do that.
prosecuting the leadership of ICE?
I think we should police Donald Trump's masked mercenary force that they call ICE. I think we should prosecute any of the forces that violate the law. And I think we should jail anyone who has violated the law. That goes all the way to the top.
I
if
agree.
anyone has violated the laws of California, they should serve time.
And I'm telling you, no one has.
That's, you know, there are two people who are dead in Minneapolis because they were simply doing
Don't
their
lie.
civic duty and being able to
Your
act
civic
under
duty
the
is
Constitution.
bringing
Oh
a
my
gun and
God.
fighting with
Oh my
cops.
God.
Your
He's
civic
so
duty is to try
aggro
and
about
run over
defending
cops.
ICE.
Come on.
Well,
You've already been called
A lot
out
of
about
oath
your other
keepers
defenders.
brought
evidence-
guns to the
the evidence will
Capitol,
come out.
Mr.
Let's
Bianco.
just be honest.
Sheriff Bianco, as the member of law enforcement here, last week the Department of Justice sued the state of New Jersey because the governor there signed into law a mask ban for ICE agents. A similar law in California was blocked last month. Do you believe that ICE agents who are
Southern California
conducting
billionaire
immigration
Stuart and Linda
enforcement should be able
Resnick, the
to
owners
wear
of
a mask when they're
AgriGiant,
on
the
the
wonderful
job?
company,
I
pistachios,
believe that
pomegranates,
the state of
giving
California
Javier
doesn't get to
Becerra.
dictate what they do.
Nice.
Do I allow my deputies to do that? In certain circumstances.
Nice.
The answer would be, I guess, yes, because depending on the circumstances that the federal government has jurisdiction over
Okay,
that.
I'm fucking bored. This sucks. I'm already out. I saw at least a little bit of it. I'm done for the night, everybody. Almost 8 hours. You already know what it is. Half day Hossie, 7 hours and 55 minutes. We'll look at some of the highlights from this debate tomorrow. I'm tired. I'm gonna go hang out with my family. Yeah, that's all I got for today. Please run for some kind of office. Fuck no. Okay.